Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Vanguard Gaming tournament here today for the Proving Grounds. I cannot wait to see what kind of amazing games we're going to be getting into today. Here, cracked with me today. This is awesome. This is going to be a wonderful event here. What are your thoughts? What do you think we're going to be seeing here in this awesome tournament today?
It's gonna be a really hot topic for everybody to be able to deep dive into. Vanguard Gaming have allowed us the opportunity to bring every team that has taken the chance to join in with this tournament to the table. Okay, so it's not just the NA HPL level or the Div 1 level teams that are going to be showing up and showing out today here. Actually, it's going to be Div 1, Div 2 teams, and some even academy or development teams alike. There's multiple different levels of skill throughout the proving grounds here. And that's what the tournament is aiming to do. It's what Luke Goblin and company are aiming to bring to you guys at home in the chat today is an insight into what's going on throughout the entirety of the NAC, not just the top tier of the region, but what other potential teams could be developing, rising up to potentially take their place at challenging, taking down some of the top dogs. I mean, we've got the likes of Vanguard themselves bringing together their Vanguard Academy team to the table today. I know that the Epic Fails squad has a Div 2 roster that's also potentially going to be showing out here today. And I know that there are a couple of other ones out there as well that have got Div 2 rosters that may or not be participating in this proving grounds, but they're in the process of building those teams, right, Austin? They've got maybe 3 or 4 good players together. They've got an idea as to what they want their team identity to look like, but they've just not quite found those last 2 players to make it fit yet. So the first thing we get today, honestly, is going to be a phenomenal showing of what potential there is across all of the NA scene. And as we go throughout this weekend and next weekend, we're going to get to see what the best of the best looks like and whether any of these new teams, Austin, are going to get to actually challenge some of the top teams in the region.
Right. And I mean, with all that said, right, getting into this first match, we're going to be seeing the lineup of Unknown versus Invictus. I mean, Unknown having Barbaric, Watchful, Sleek, Cruisin, Strix, and Undead as a sub. I mean, that's a tough team, right? They came out as the number one NA team in HPL. I mean, I
It's
can't really.
begin to describe them. I mean, you're right. The funniest thing for me is that they're called Unknown, okay? And let's be genuine. I think that's about the only thing about it that's inaccurate at this point in team because they are very well known, right? Austin Unknown as a team, also exceptionally well developed and exceptionally well successful in that HPL season, inclusive of those 5 names like you mentioned, and the extra bench strength they've now got. That I mean, they're walking around their opponents at this moment in time in the scene because of how exceptionally skilled they are. And on top of this, they've got their opponents they've got to go up against on the table today. And Austin, the other team they are facing is not also a team that people will be unfamiliar with. Who have they got to fight off on against their round number 1?
All right, and on Invictus, they have IFP, Judicious, Jess, Deb the Myth, Nuclear, Tippy, and Murder. I mean, that's an insane lineup of players. Also, some very top tier players from HPL and in APS. I mean, they came out on top of their the APS seeding cup to get into the finals for them as well. I mean, it's going to be a tough matchup here. Honestly, it's going to be a match to watch, a match to see, and I can't wait to see what kind of craziness we get to see out of some of these players here. Maybe some easy 1v5s coming out of some of these crazy plays. It's going to be amazing to see.
These 2 teams are very stacked, let's be honest. First match of the day, they're 2 very top tier teams when it comes to the skill level and experience within the scene. This Invictus lineup that has come together relatively recently in comparison to their adversaries in Unknown that have been, I mean, let's be honest, Austin, Unknown, they've been around for a little while now. Okay, they're very familiar with the scene, but Invictus in this lineup is brand new and fresh. But the one thing that's not fresh is the names that are behind that lineup, the likes of IFP, who is going to be one to watch out for that squad. There's somebody that before we knew what the 3-letter acronym actually stands of, which is I'm for peace, we were so convinced that it was I fast peak because of how quick this guy's movement was. So there's a lot to be said about this Invictus lineup. There's a lot to be said about Unknown taking them on for the first game of the tournament. And, well, I think the only thing that these 2 teams are going to be grateful is that Luke Goblin's given them a chance for a second attempt, right, Austin? They don't get knocked out after 1 match in this. There is a double elimination throughout the entirety of this tournament, so teams are going to have a second life. But that is the underlying tone of this today, is if you lose 1 life, that is going to be your last chance saloon. If you lose 2 lives, regardless of when and where it is throughout your progress in this tournament, 2 losses and you're packing your bags, you're going home. It is called a proving grounds for a reason. All right, you get 2 chances to prove what your weight and worth is. And well, if that doesn't work, it's good night, sweet prince. There goes your tournament dreams. So that being said, we've got 4 days to play this out across. Like we said, 2 weekends, 2 days worth of action today, and 2 days worth of action next weekend to conclude this. So people are not going to get, let's say, saying goodbye or get too upset about losing their team really soon on in the tournament. They're going to at least to get 2 days minimum worth of great action out of each of their favorite teams. And then we're going to get down to the really important part, which I think is next weekend's topping the tables.
Oh yeah, and topping the tables, you'll see maybe even some flip tables. Honestly, some upsets we might see here. I mean, it could be a crazy outcome here, but we're getting into this match here, and we're going to be seeing a very tough lineup. Definitely going to be some more consistent players. Very methodical. Some of these players on these teams are, and especially in a matchup like Unknown versus Invictus, it's going to be one of those close matches, I think, where we might actually get to see maybe even go into overtime. Maybe, you know, I mean, it could be one of those things where it could be a slam too. We don't know. Unknown, Invictus, got to put on a great show. We're going to see what kind of energy they're going to bring. Hopefully it's a absolute slammer. Let's see it coming forward here.
Yeah, absolutely. Quickly having a look at the team cards on screen for you guys at home if you weren't too familiar with those lineups, or if you just fancied maybe writing them down. Myself and Austin, thankfully Austin's got his teams ready at the table on his desk. Okay, he's got all of his names lined up underneath each of the respective teams ready for you guys. Great preparation brought to the casting booth there, but I myself, unfortunately, off the back of playing in the ASPL for the first time last night, I didn't quite get so much prep time, so I'm a little bit lacking on that one today. So W Austin coming through with the numbers and the names in each of the teams, but you know, thanks to the great work that comes out of Loot and the guys working in the background for Vanguard here. Some production quality for you folks at home and a nice little graphic to represent that. Both of the 2 teams going into this first match up on screen for you today. It's Unknown versus Invictus. And Austin, would you like to do us the honors in running through those 2 teams again for the folks at home?
Right, and so on Unknown, you do have Barbaric, Watchful, Sleek, Cruisin', Strix, and Undead. And on Invictus, you have IFP, Judicious, Jess, Dev the Myth, Nuclear, Tippy, and Murder. Tippy and Murder being their subs. I mean, powerful lineup, correct? It's both teams are absolutely stacked.
Stacked is an understatement. I'm not sure whether both teams are going to have as much success out of the gate as I think they're hoping for. If I'm going to be genuine with the way that this match could look to go, I'm always a firm believer in a group of 5 people on the same wavelength over individual skill. And that's my one concern looking at this one is Dev the Myth, Judicious, IFP, Jez, and Nuclear are exceptional players individually. But have they got that team strength? Are they able to play with the synergy right now? That's the question.
I mean, honestly, it's going to be tough. They have to be absolutely locked in here. And with the game being started and we're getting into this first one, we're going to see some very slow lurking plays coming out of Unknown, but a player quickly like Strix making their play onto A, trying to make sure that they can maintain this proper positioning here, getting some early kills to maintain all of the information they need to. But it's going to be a quick B play. Actually, it's a fake, but they're being sussed out very quickly here, Cracked. I mean, Dev picking up that crucial kill there. In a 1v3, though, he's got a lot of work to do, but Watchful's just going to close out the round very quickly there.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Lots of work to do. Almost too much work to be done, you could say, at this point in time. And, you know, it ends up being a Watchful round. Maybe not just on Watchful himself, but Watchful with the 2K does the majority of the work there. Put that into a great perspective. Dev the Myth, he's a demon. And I'm going to be honest with you, Dev's been working hard on the socials, trying to get himself out there. And he's been putting good positivity into the environment, which we love to see. But we're going to need more than just Dev from Invictus to be able to show up if they're going to be able to do anything about stopping Unknown continuing this dominant streak they've had over the NA scene since the beginning of not even HPL for this season for them, but since previous tournaments actually. Unknown normally placing within the top 4 comfortably, regardless of that lineup they've brought to the table. And since that lineup has developed, Austin, they've just gotten so much stronger. We see an interesting split though. Bomb and a friendly over to Heaven, matched by a two-man defense from Invictus on the B site. Now, the question is, Austin, do you reckon that green player is going to be forced to rotate here? Because Unknown are putting a lot of pressure down on the A site, trying to telegraph this really heavily. First pick actually now down. Dodge me, please, picking up Jez.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here if they are rotating the bomb over, and it looks like we're going to actually see an A execute here since they got a pick over in the site, and it looks like there's going to be another one taken down. Dodge me, please. I believe that's Barbaric. He's absolutely being a barbarian here, putting down his foot and showing that he knows how to play the game. And oh no, Barbaric actually has a different name. I misspoke, but that's fine because IFP left alone on the site all by himself here in a 1v situation. Judicious on his push over, but not going to be fast enough. The smokes are up and everything is parceled out on the side. It looks like we're going to be seeing the bomb going down here, but Judicious quick into the swing onto the site. Judicious is going to claim a second life. Oh my goodness.
He's got him, and he's pinned on site. The difference is that Sleek, now from Rat, has the best power position over this bomb, but 35 seconds on the clock. Jude's got all the time in the world to play with this, and top up a little bit more of that health. I mean, he's barely touched, but the shots from Sleek don't quite find the ring of the dome, and it's not the home he's been looking for the bullets. Brains not quite splattered all over the scenery, but the blast pack on site puts pressures down on Judicious. Claims territory, moves over, and forces Sleek out off the site. Now, does Jude have room to time the swing? He's going to go for bomb fake instead. On it, tap, touch, pre-fire.
Oh, God.
He's got a full commit. The time's gone. Sleek's played it like an absolute gem. He's forced Jude to have to do. No, the pre-fire Sleek, there's no way!
Oh, that was almost too close there. 3 seconds that were left on that clock ticking down for the bomb to go out. And I mean, goodness, Sleek could have definitely thrown that round there for his team if he had not recommitted to the site. I mean, this is absolutely insane work coming out of Sleek here, making sure that he's playing that presence, right? He's giving space, but not letting the space being taken. He's playing around with the enemy, like toying with them, like a cat in a mouse trap, right? You see this movement coming out of these top players like this. I mean, what else can you do but be in a trap and try to, weasel your way out of it? It's like Tom and Jerry all of a sudden when you see Sleek making these plays like this. But early kills coming out of Judicious.
That's it. Jude's on his demolition derby right now. Takes first out of the smoke. It doesn't manage to defuse the push onto site, actually. It looked like he was going to keep that pressure, but the forklift push has snuck its way in. Oh, look at the bomb as well. Really aggressive on site here from B. Both bomb and teammate looking to battle buddy the way in onto the B site, despite the early pick. Shots from the jump from Jude almost find a home with a big re-swing on the right side. Does take Sleek the second open for free now as the bomb goes down. Watchful is left with his back exposed. The Sleek gets slapped. And the two-piece from Jude on the B site has Invictus 4-2. Never mind, 3-2. Barb's got some ideas. Jumps through the smoke. Barb, no care for his life as he jumps through the smoke into the waiting arms of IFP. And I mean, I think there's going to be I3 piece after taking that side control. What a great play out of the team. It's not even 3, it's a 4-piece from Jude.
Absolute dominating control on that B side there. And I mean, goodness, Barb coming through that smoke. I thought we were about to see a Kenny S play from like Counter-Strike days coming out of there. He was just going to whip through the smoke and absolutely mow everybody down. But no, Judicious had a different motive in mind along with IFP. I mean, they had that site locked down. There was not going to be a single person getting into that site there, correct? I don't know what they thought they were going to fight up against, but it was a Judicious Prime Minister coming in and taking all the action.
You do wonder if they were a little bit sort of overcooked on it, slightly over-aggressive into the side, and like you said, Jude made them pay for it. Now 1-for-1's over on the A side as Dodge Me Please, which is riding Cruising, carrying that account there, and finds himself one, but ends up being 2-for-2 after IFP puts one down the other side of the map. You actually hear the Piranha shotgun going off in the background as Strix is part of a diversion at this moment in time. We see Unknown set Barbaric in this mid-control position, holding Green hostage, but also able to call out that deep rotating member we see on the minimap going through spawn from Invictus. So Unknown will be aware that pressure is coming from White Van. Green challenges from the mid. IFP does find a pick onto A plat and the second on site. IFP has full site control now with support from 3 members in Invictus. This could be the way through. Jude doesn't even care for Barbaric inside of the windows, pushes him off the shoulder, and smoke or not, Invictus claim themselves 2-2 after a great defuse.
Here, really starting to bring out the action here, and I mean that IFP with that shotgun, that is kind of menacing. That's something you don't really want to run into. And I mean, with the lineup they got, assault, scout, what was it? Assault, Scout, and Enforcer. I mean,
Yep.
that's a tough lineup to go into. I mean, if they had double Enforcer here, it would be even scarier, I think, at the end of the day.
This
with
is
those
something really
shotguns.
exciting to talk about in the meta right now, and I'm glad you said it, Austin, actually. But previously, or up till very recently, the Lapua, the TRG, both the AXMC and the TRG, in either version, whichever players preferred, was very, very strong and considered just that broken inside of the meta. But it does feel like now that either the RPK with that kit that's very tanky and gives you almost an assault class for free and Enforcer, or this shotgun kit that is going to be really unfortunately timed in the hands of IFP, and Strix is going to catch him on that rotation from that RPK kit we were just talking about. It's almost like the players can hear us in the booth. What is going on?
I don't know,
Yes.
but the slam is coming, and look at Strix go. He is just going to start wreaking havoc on the site, but Barb going to get taken out by Judicious, but a quick trade. Dodge Me Please going to be taking out that other player very quickly there. I mean, now it's down to a 4v2, and the bomb is making its way onto A site. The fake has been called in. They're starting to rotate their players as quickly as they can, but it's not going to be enough. The bomb is going to get planted, and Sleek's going to take out Nuclear in a
man.
quick trade there. This is just looking too tough. Watchful. Oh, making his way onto the site. They're really locked in here, Jess. So in a 1v4 situation, I mean, it's looking pretty tough. Is he going to take out Strix? Yes, he is.
Is he an
Jess!
Eminem fan? That's the question, Austin. Round the outside, round the outside. He's got one on the flow, but Dodge Me Please is the next one to go. Invictus. Yes, part of the reason why he was selected for this team is he's able to run so well. Second down, 2 to go, Austin. Has he got time with 20 on the clock?
I don't know. This is a nail biter right here. Actually, like Watchful, both stacked up on back alley here. He kind of has to go for the defuse now. 10 seconds on the clock, and he's going to try and stick it, but that's not going to be enough as Sleek comes to claim the life of Jess.
Honestly, it's a good close of the round from Unknown. At the end of the day, Invictus put pressure onto a 4v2 scenario after some good individual plays out of Jess. But Unknown realized the mistake that's kind of being made where isolated ones are given for free. They play the last 2 members in back alley, and they force him to have to defuse in the bomb. They retake that tempo into their favor, and they play it really well in the close. Almost room for error there, Austin, but a good closeout from Unknown. This is a really good showing from Invictus, though, to be keeping good pace with Unknown at 3-2 so far.
3-2 it is, and I mean, the early nades coming out for the site. Not going to really claim anything, but Nuclear is just going to be wreaking havoc in that back alley. Oh no, now the bomb's trying to make its rotate through mid here, but he's going to get caught here with his pants down most likely as he starts to run, but no! Watchful is just quicker with the aim. Watchful making his way to the B site now, and it's down to a 1v4. Can Watchful be the one to claim victory here, to pull it out for his team and put him back into that spot? There's still a minute and 15 seconds on this clock.
Oh no.
Right?
Oh
So much
no.
time to work with, but they are just swarming him. Swarming him.
He wasn't going to be making it out of that alive. You might have felt like we'd gone from Escape from Tarkov Arena into Warhammer 40,000 Space Marines environment, because it looked like the swarm was coming. The Nids were hunting, and all the way, hungry as they were, they come lashing into Beacon. And it doesn't matter whether you are one of the best players considered on your team or in the scene, Watchful, an exceptional demon with a gun. He may be watchful, but he's not invincible.
Oh my goodness. That was a tough round to have to watch out there. So many players getting dropped like flies from that back alley position so quickly. I mean, that's just very tough for them to have to fight up against if they're going to be slamming so many players into that back alley position. But as we go through here, we have Nuclear back on this back alley position. Lots of players working their way through mid. About to be some contact here in between mid green and Sandwich. Lots of shots coming down, but nobody's gone down just yet. A little bit of damage taken down on the Strix and a little bit on Dev Demyth. A little bit of trade back and forth here. Sandwich about to get slammed here. Is Barb going to be the one to take the life? The movement is looking insane. Look at that jiggle. He's got the wiggle. Can he do it? Nope, Barb's just faster. Barb's got the... That's a wonderful choice to see here, actually. The BS, or excuse me, the
Val,
lost for words here, right? The Val,
Scout.
yeah.
The Val? Yeah, we on the Val here?
Yeah.
I know it's Pab 9 because they changed it, didn't they? Removed SP6 out of that class now, so the Scout still has access to the Val, but it's only Pab 9, and I think a lot of people are very confused that it doesn't really do too much to the gun wise. It's only the action on point. Watchful's going to have one back with Nuclear going down. Variet's got the back of Watchful as the swing comes in just close to Con, but Unknown close a good round out, and you're right. Although words caught off of the slightly off-meta pick, given the scenario right now, I think we would agree. You don't see the Val being used too often at the moment, but it definitely still does the job, right, Austin? It's got the pen that it needs to be able to get through the majority of the tier 3 soft armor meta that we're in right now. It's got a great fire rate. It's got good 30 round capacity. It's a light weapon. It doesn't cost too much on the meta score for points. I can see it being very useful. So interesting that that's what Barb's chosen to go with, and actually interesting that the setup is a little bit different. So we're Unknown's team running MCX on Sleek, an AS Val on Barbaric, 2. They are AK-12s, that looks like, with 7M40 on Watchful and Cruising, and then Strix running this Enforcer with the RPK. Invictus, however, on a Vector, an AK-12, the Saiga 12K full auto shotgun for IFP, an MCX, and another AK-12. So both teams favouring an MCX and 2 AK-12s, and then flavours of preference. Slower push onto the forklift area, finds a 1-for-1. Strix takes out Jude, Jess takes out Barb. Sleek gets Dev the Myth on the back end of the trade, taking it 2-for-1. The Unknown have control of the tempo for now.
And this is interesting, right? And like you said, with these picks right here with the AK-12s and the MCXs, it's like it's definitely become the stronger meta of the all the gun options that we do have, right? You know, I was kind of expecting to see maybe an M60 or something like that come out from one of these players, but the shotgun seems to have made its way into this tournament, and it's going to be just as ever strong. But Jess going to take down Sleek, and now it's down to a 3v3. Shots are coming out, but nothing's going to quite connect. Jess IFP doing all the work that they need to do to close out this round for themselves and get that bomb defused. Wow, that was so quick. Just quick succession. Kill, 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 and they're going.
This is why we call it the Proving Grounds. It's Unknown, one of the strongest and most tested teams in the scene, being tested by a team that has been put together to try and become a dominant force, and they are proving themselves. A 4-4 opening half on the defending side against one of the better attacking teams in the NA scene is a great performance out of Invictus. Question is, are they going to be able to reproduce it on their attacking side? Because it's all right being able to hold off 4 attacking rounds from your strongest adversary, but when you give them the security of not needing to have to do too much other than repel you from the sites, you expect a very similar turnaround. So Invictus are going to have to go better than a 4-4 half on their attacking side if they're going to want to take this match off of Unknown to begin with. That is a tall mountain to climb. That being said, they're going to start off by moving the way over to A, and it's going to be strong and aggressive by the looks of it, but look at Unknown. And I look at this very clearly, and if the spectator is able to hear me, a little swap to the perspective of the two people near A site, outside A plat, is going to show you a little something really cool here. So look at Watchful and Strix in the background. You see the silhouettes. Strix is actually giving Watchful a boost, ladies and gentlemen. And this is an info peak for the A site. You notice there is nobody securing A inside of the building other than Deep Alley Anchor, and both Watchful and Strix here are playing for an advantageous peak. So you cannot shoot back into these guys, but what you can do as you can see this slowly telegraphed play. So Watchful is just outside of the scenery, stood just higher than that yellow bus to look over the top, and he's reading the play. The thing is, Invictus seem to have totally read this and are going to push it with all audio until it's too late for them to respond. This time, though, Watchful has a pick, and the angle is clean, clear, and king to the core. That's why they go and checkmate, my friend, because it doesn't matter whether you telegraph or not. Better positioning pays dividends. 3 from Watchful as the boost peak absolutely ruins the Invictus entry. The 4th comes out for Cruising, and it's nearly an afterthought at this point in time. Short of a 1v5 miracle, this round is all but said and done thanks to some crazy creative play from Unknown.
Oh my god, and what a crazy creative play it is. Down to a 1v5, half HP on Judicious, and all he needs to do is gather this bomb. But look, there's a sneaky snake waiting in the throws here, waiting for him to make his appearance, to make that rotate. And all the players are converged onto this site and all taking the space they need to take. But look at that Barb. Gonna go take out Judicious on the final kill there. And I mean, look at how quickly they assimilate onto the site. The second Watchful gets those picks, all the teammates are already in their rotate and already on their way there. The second that they even made a singular step, it was called, and they were all there, ready and waiting to, you know, gather up the kills and close out the round as quickly as possible. it's just amazing to see. I don't even think they lost one player there.
Can I put how important this is down for people at home as well, by the way, chat? I like to think myself relatively immersed in the arena scene. Shock horror, somebody who casts a lot of tournaments, is you know, slightly knowledgeable about the thing he spends all of his life doing. I only learnt about that boost peak as of about maybe 12 hours ago, give or take. So that's relatively fresh, folks, and that just shows you how powerful that is, that I get hearsay of this kind of a play, and the next day it is being implemented inside of a tournament. So it just goes to show how hard these teams are cooking in the background. And the fact that the cast is only just aware of it just goes to show that 2 weeks ago that wouldn't have even been a consideration. So teams aren't able to prepare against it. Unknown, showing us that the unknown is the key factor.
Oh, trying to
Come
get
on,
a
Bob.
spray through the box here. That's a little cheeky. I mean, they did give up full mid presence, honestly. I mean, that's kind of interesting play to see here. Dev make his way into the parkour area. One player already pushed up pretty far mid. Watchful's going to claim nuclear, and Dev is down to a sliver of HP, and that's going to be it for him. Going to go down to the shotgun by Sleek.
Look at how
Wow, it's
huge
looking
it is
tough
as
with
well.
Jess.
On the A
Jess
side,
already up.
this time they've changed how they wanted to approach the peak. So they positioned to avoid that peak that they showed the round before, and instead Watchful defaults to the sharp peak through the top angle of the yellow bus instead and catches them on triple because they've adjusted to it. Unknown playing one step ahead in the meta chess game in the rounds, and as they've done so, that first initial pick then forces Invictus to have to rotate, and suddenly as the rotation comes in, this is where that strength of a team is being tested, Austin. I've got to give it to Unknown. They have come to the table with an exceptional battle plan to take this Invictus line down today. And with Judicious managing to claim one as a consolidation prize in the back of the round, it is just that. Unknown have 100% come to the table respecting the fact that Invictus has exceptionally skilled players. And instead of ego fighting that, they have decided to get real swifty with it, real techie with it. All right, there's some real good tasting Szechuan sauce on top of my chicken nuggets today because it's being cooked up by an unknown lab that has been hidden amongst the shadows and the depths, ready to bring to light some great plays today.
And with that, you know, we're getting into the next round. It is 6-4, and Invictus have a huge hill to climb as they go through this. But I didn't know you could, you know, spam through that. That's kind of interesting to see. I might have to use that in some pub games to see if we can pick some intel off with that. But other than that, we're going to see the slow creep. Look at all those players making their way through heaven. Slowly but surely, the turtle will try to win the race as the hare on the site has made their definition that they are not willing to give up their rounds so easily.
This is, I'm a little bit dangerously cautious here, Austin. So, Barbaric is sat in the prime position to read this, and you know exactly what I know as we are fellow TRG players and lovers of that long-range rifle. But that little window that Barb can see just through the top of, over the top of that container is going to give him immediate information that the boom is coming, and Sleek, right on cue, drops to his shackles. This is going to jump in, but Sleek's got all the legs for breakfast. He doesn't get a single one, there's no way I actually have it. Barb instead is left to clean up 1-for-1, Jess gets the green flag. Invictus for the time being, blue, red, blue, and the plaid stripes in the kill feed fill us down to a 1v3. Strix, however, has good position on the first. Always in the 1v, the first is free, 2 left to deal with. 1 on site, kiting to back 90, and Dev positioned extremely well for the cross in connector. Flash. It takes the most unfortunate bounce in the world I've ever seen and goes off to Skybridge. Meanwhile, Strix still trying to fight his demons in the middle of A5, sees both members run away, and he's going to have to try and pressure this. He has time, actually. There's no way, surely. Pros don't fake. Baits in. That's going to hold it tight, gives him the pixel. Strix is isolated in 1v1. Now all he needs to do is fight the last member. He knows where it is. Strix doesn't quite pull it off. Judicious slams the door shut right at the end of it.
6-5. I mean, Invictus, they really want to prove themselves here, definitely. This is a tough matchup here. These two teams, honestly, probably some of the best teams in NA currently right now. They are showing us that they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly their timing. They know how to get down, get all the information that they need to pick up for each round. They know where to pick up that information from. I mean, if only some of us could be blessed with all of this knowledge that they have accumulated over time. They are some of the most knowledgeable players in the game right now, and they know exactly how to work all of these angles, all of the pixel peaks. It is just absolutely amazing to see. But getting into another round here. Some free fires coming out, but nothing's really going to connect just yet as they are trying to work their way onto this A side slowly. But the bomb trying to play out for a fake here, working slowly through, but it might have just gotten read out by Sleek. Sleek is one of
And
those mind game players.
And I've got to take a moment to thank the support in the chat. And I mean, it's literally crazy because the coincidences coming through as King Clutch at this moment in time. Not only is all of the support coming through in a very full auto fashion, but full auto Frank flooding through to Flowers with 5 more friendly gifties. So all of you guys kicking it in the chat and absolutely slamming it right now. Thank you, but apologies, we don't have a kill to death ratio for you guys and all the support. So we're just going to have to say thanks and tons. Meanwhile, Tons coming in as the Ton takes a toll on the truck and slams its way through the forklift door. IFP claims one with the bomb down with very minimal health left. Knees away from falling over. Sleek on that shotgun does not manage to find either.
4v3, bomb is down.
I'm confused, Austin. Invictus have site control with half the members, and we're already a third of the way into this timer. We could see this just deflate out with not enough time for Unknown to retake this. They're going to have to be quick. Shotgun out from the back door. IFP for one. Strix and Watchful do clear, though. That's the round.
They are clearing it out so methodically, like each player taking their position for the retake. I mean, you got to think with a team like this, how locked in they are and in sync with each other is actually quite insane. I saw a second ago, Barb running from mid back to red, and his teammate didn't even check to see if it was an enemy or not. They just knew that it was a teammate going from connector to red. Like, they just knew.
Honestly, you give it to Unknown. They don't let the pressure of the time draining overpressure them into a forced error. They actually stack up really well for take onto site, and although the first fight does not go their way, the 2 members that swing through after claim their immediate refrags, and the space is taken well by the group of 4. Individual performances aside, at that moment in time, it's how you execute as a team, and so long as you 1-for-1 trade all the way down to the wire, in a 4v2, that leaves 2 players left alive in a free defuse. So Unknown play it exceptionally well, and keep that 2-round buffer, and at a crucial point in the game. 7-5 now, Unknown find themselves 1 point away from match point. So this round going in the favor of Unknown really will potentially seal the deal, but Invictus, the way they've been playing, are not going to give this round to Unknown lightly, nor are we likely to see this one go their way, actually. When Unknown have made it 2 in a gap, Invictus have not let them put that crucial 3rd on and see the snowball start. By entry gate, bomb's going down.
This is going to be the bomb. Oh, the bomb go down. It did not. Now it's going to get planted here. The Barbaric is coming quickly to clean up 1. He's going to grab 2, but Jess there to trade off for Barbaric. Dodson, please. Going to pick up Dev. Now it's all down to Jess to put this bomb down at Judicious, but Judicious going to get taken down by Dodge Me Please. Oh my goodness, the shots are ringing, and there's one collected. Jess, 40 seconds, but that's not going to be enough time for him to manage. I mean, that was just quick and concise. They just converged onto the site, all ready to go, and 8-5 we are. Wow.
I mean, you've got to give that to Barbaric, Austin. Did you see the crucial second he got? The first 1-for-1 from Barbaric is what you expect. Watchful dies to Ali. The member backside picks him off. Barbaric retrades the member backside for Watchful's death, but then Barb gets a second on site before he's taken out, and that crucial 1-for-2 that Barb drops out of the office puts the numbers in an offset fashion for Invictus. And 2v3 there, they might actually be able to hold that bomb plant off because the bomb does go down, but 1v3, he leaves himself with too many things to have to deal with. So Barb making a crucial second pick, just trying to win more off of an advantage where he gets a clean kill off of Ali and still bullets in the magazine, just shows ammo efficiency, allows him to take that extra risk and get the extra crucial player. This time, Dev is going to play some aggressive cover from Green as the 3-man push towards Forklift has telegraphed relatively strong. There are only 2 members in support here. If Invictus press the go button now, they are going to have numbers. Bomb is in, looking 3 strong for the corner, going to support. Straight down the corner, dodge me please. He's not going to dodge that one. Jude here, judge, jury, and executioner as he slams the gavel on the desk. And 2 go down, 3 quick kills. The 4th is back in the favor of Unknown though. McCullers sway, Tricks for 2, shortened to 2v3. Unknown have 2 members left to try and retake this.
This is going to be tough for them. I mean, they're working their way through their spawn now, trying to get their access into the site as quickly as they can. And look how methodically they're clearing each individual angle together as a group, how quickly they are moving in tandem with each other, pre-firing every location, making sure that they know exactly what's going on, and they have each individual angle. Look at that, swinging together. They're gonna go in quick. Watchful claiming two, and it's all left up to Strix to defuse, keep him from defusing, but that's not gonna be enough. Strix is gonna be there to trade out Jess, and that's gonna be the defusal coming in with seconds on the clock. Is that gonna be enough? Is there enough time? No.
Nope.
Invictus picking up another round. They didn't stick it. He didn't stick it. He didn't trust.
We're gonna clip that round, or if a certain Miss Hellcat is in the chat, she's gonna watch that round and she's gonna feel so much better about yesterday. And I'll tell you this, Austin, the Outcasts had exactly the same situation where the site was pressured and covered for the bomb to be defused, and the commit was just not there on that defuse. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just goes to show that even at the top tier of Escape from Tarkov competitive arena, all it takes is one missed pressed button, or even just letting go of the button for a second, and that can be the difference between defusing in time and not. So a crucial round there, Austin, as Unknown could have closed that out. Balls in the hands of Invictus at that crucial match point as well. Has it given them another opportunity? I mean, Invictus have read that this bomb site on B is not being stacked very heavily. Unknown, also slightly aware, decide to rotate quicker this time. Sleek picks off the first, and IFP, a crucial member, goes down. Sleek for two, and that might just be doom and gloom. Dev's still alive on one though.
Oh. Dev is absolutely trying to clean up the space here, make it into 3-on-3, and Sleek with very little HP left on the docket here. He might just have to try and. Oh no, Barbaric! Oh, Darn! What are you doing?
It's done. They don't call him Bob for nothing, I guess. Austin, oh my word.
So quick with it. That was tough. Barb coming out quick with a quick peek as they're trying to line up their grenade there to try and entry to the site, but Barb just gonna hear that nade pin pulled, and he's just gonna go ahead and swing it, and go ahead and claim that claim those 2 lives there, taking the bomb down, and then it was all left up to a 1v3, and it being cleaned out like that. Player in sandwich taking down the final player. Just that's a tough one to have to fight up against there.
I think Invictus are going to feel relatively happy with themselves in the performance, though. That's their first match versus the Titans of Unknown in this format. And, I mean, the lineup looked good. Jez, IFP, Judicious, Dev, and Nuclear, all in separate elements throughout the game, had their name filling the kill feed not once, twice, but 3 times in quick succession after doing exceptional work individually. But we spoke about this before we came into this matchup. It was going to be decided based off of whether that team of individual stars was going to be able to put on a team performance good enough to take down the very seasoned veterans that are Unknown. Additionally, you have to give it to Barbaric in a couple of different occasions in that game. I'm not saying that Watchful, Sleek, Strix, so on, so forth, Cruising even at different points did not put their stamp on the table. But for me, there were 2 standout points in that game. The one inside of A where Barb gets a 2-for-1 where he does not have any right, realistically. It's criminal that he gets that second. It's purely off of him playing out of his skin. And the second one is right at the end of the game there on match point where we're both sat, all right, looking at each other in the casting booth with the tension hanging on the edge of the knife because we are literally sitting here going, oh, it's back to 3-3, it's on the edge. And before Barb lets that doom and gloom atmosphere sink in or settle, he immediately takes the authority, he bolts out to Forklift, and he slams 2 people into the graves. He says, nope, I don't even care. You can prophesize, you can foreshadow, you can cast a curse all you like. I'm not even going to let you get the words out of your mouth. And he slams 2 kills back onto the board to leverage that advantage in their favor. And he shuts the game down immediately. Honestly, overall from Unknown, it's proper prior preparation brings to the table a golden performance. It was absolutely down to textbook execution from the peak that was shown on the defending side, Austin, to a couple of good grenade usages, to good choice of how to execute as a team. The retake we spoke about, the delayed retake where it was maybe like 24 seconds left on the clock, I think, before we actually, we were like, they need to move now if something doesn't happen. But as a team of 4, at the 20-second mark, they hit, and they hit hard with confidence as a team, and it cleared the site out immediately, and it gave them a good defuse where they weren't under pressure to have to not lack in execution being able to defuse that bomb. So honestly, it's a 10 out of 10 performance from Unknown for me. They did a great job and they managed to clinch that victory in the best fashion.
Oh yeah, clinch it they did. Very, very much so. I mean, wow. I'm still kind of starstruck at this point with how well they played as a team. Both teams played very, very well as a team. I mean, Unknown having as much time as they have together, right? Up against a team like Invictus, who has very little time together, but in comparison to Unknown, they still put up a very, very strong fight, especially against one of these top NA teams. I mean, what else can you say other than GG? And I hope to see them absolutely dominate in the next match that they have to play up against. Invictus really could show up and show out, make their way back into this like no other, honestly. At the end of the day, though, GG's to both teams. Both teams absolutely played their hearts out and put on a phenomenal show.
I'm
With
just
that
trying to
being
figure
said,
out which team is going to be able to take them down, Austin.
oh,
You,
I,
I mean, you got to look at. I'm pausing for a second because I'm taking a look at the proving ground sheet on my left here. Okay, the teams that are stacked up against them today, and I actually think for the next two teams we've got coming to the table, Austin, that this is one of the two teams we could look at potentially challenging them. Right. So, I mean, first of all, we're here on the Vanguard channel for the first Vanguard tournament for Escape from Tarkov Arena, the Vanguard's proving grounds. And it would be disrespectful almost not to, uh, shall we say, showcase some of the talent that the Vanguard squad is putting together themselves in the NA scene. Second match of the day. Am I right, Austin?
right, right. And on that note, with Vanguard, the team lineup is Blake, Dahlia, Clutch, Windchill, Winter, Scratch, and Out Here Boppin'. And
Absolutely.
on the other side of that coin, Panderic X, you have Oberst Tom, The Apollo, Chad Eyes Doctor, Europe, Tizzy, Ghost of Customs, and Zachrix being two of their subs. I mean, this is going to be another one of those tough matchups here. I mean, with all this concise, methodical play we're going to be seeing coming out of these teams, I hope to see another crazy boost, another crazy lineup that somebody has learned, to make this match their own. And then with that being said, we are going to see them on Fort, right? And Fort's one of those matches like maps where it all comes down to your team timing. It's not one of those crazy like nade heavy maps where the nade has all the control, right? It's more so like placement of smokes and like being able to time things correctly with your team to get into the site and take that control properly.
That's it. I mean, Fort is also one of those maps that it can be played two different ways, I think. You can take your guns to the fort in the portcullis and you can stack yourself up in your various corners and you can hold like you are gargoyles defending the last wall against civilization, right? You're protecting the final lives of the ancestry and everything. You're just holding and you are holding steady and firm because fort has a lot of tight tucked angles and you can play it really reserved and defensively. However, smokes are an exceptionally good utility tool to being able to frustrate people tucked behind corners because if you smoke off where they get to peek from, well, they're just stuck behind a corner then, and it just turns them more from a gargoyle into a garden gnome, where they might as well be just fishing. So I think personally that aggression on fort is the way to go, and I think that is the second way to play it, is to come to the table with your best guns facing forward and to slam one of the two sites or to slam both sites at the same time whilst not telegraphing which side the bomb is going to so that their defending side has to split its force. The one thing that is exceptionally crucial to defending on fort is being able to stack the right site ahead of the attacking force. I feel if you are behind on the numbers, especially on a retake, fort is extremely difficult to defuse a bomb on. So personally, I think aggressive attack and keeping lives and bodies when you get onto site is a big thing for this next match.
Yeah, it's just one of those tough ones to have to deal with there, right? So you have like all of the special like little tight angles that you have
Yep.
to go through. I mean, it's one of those maps where keeping bodies, like you said, really, really matters. Like the more players you have up, the more you are likely to succeed in getting through to the next round, getting that bomb plant down, getting in, or vice versa, being able to get the defuse, someone to stick it while the other person holds the angle so that they can continue to get the bomb defuse going and get that round for themselves. I mean, honestly, this matchup is going to be who has, like you said, the better read on the enemy strategies, who's going to be in place first before the enemy team makes their actual move onto the site, or is it going to be, one of those things that you see where oopsies happen and people aren't in their correct positions where they need to be when the time comes.
I'm looking at the two matchups in a more individual basis today. I mean, Vanguard's roster: Blake Dahlia, Clutch, Scratch, Killer, Windchill, and Winter on that starting five. Going into this Pandemic X roster of Oberstorm, the Apollo, Head Eyes Doctor, Europe, and Zacharix. I mean, you can look at some of these players across the match and sort of line them up, should that be the case. I mean, Zacharix has shown time and time again in different scenarios that he's able to pop off, drop 1v3s, 1v4s, and provide exceptional amounts of dominance to the gunplay. Scratch Killer, the Vanguard member known for dropping 30 bombs, in putting records on the table for top frags when it comes to how well they're able to slay out. Blake Dahlia, considered one of the better mid players in the majority of maps and a good mind in the scene that able to keep that team's sort of resolve on a flat level, stop them from getting too overconfident, but also fueling them with that passion that some gamers seem to be a little bit afraid to get involved with. I think a few people are a little bit, scared to shout when they get a good aggressive round down the throats of the enemy. So nice to see that the Vanguard roster is going to bring some heat to the table today. But they are going up against the Titan. Let's remind ourselves of this Pandemic X roster's background. So this is previously Aspect, another one of the top three placing teams in the NA scene for the first season of HPL for NA. The roster itself: Oberstorm, the Apollo, Head Eyes Doctor, Europe, Zacharix. They're all very familiar names that you'll have seen in the NA scene through either this team in previous Aspect form or across other teams as well. It's another combination that has come together as the scene has developed. But they've picked up two strong subs and they picked up a strong brand, right? Previously Aspects, now the Pandemic NA representatives to go alongside that Pandemic EU squad that was so exceptionally well shown out at the ACS just recently. And two new subs that, tout on the extra skill coming in the future. Tizzy, a young star that's up and coming, lots of potential to be another one of those super crack players out there that people are going to be watching out for in the future, the likes of an NA Fox or something like that. Soon to see. Ghost of Customs, another one that in the Timmy tournament showed up and played exceptionally well and did a good job of representing themselves as one of the skilled players in the scene. So Pandemic X's roster goes all the way down to the subs lineup, and at the same point, we'll talk about the Vanguard sub as well. Boppin, another one, Austin, that's no slouch in the competitive scene, very familiar. One we're going to have to watch out for. And there's a chance that Boppin might start for some of the games throughout this tournament. I expect the Vanguard roster will probably showcase every form with which it feels strongest. But when it comes down to the nitty gritty of next weekend, which I'm sure they will be setting their sights on, I think it will be best team put out on the table for next Saturday, Sunday. Another one to point out, Austin, a little bit of flavor of fun. You see the Apollo, in the chat there, popping up with the cat emote. All right. The Apollo, one of the should we say, the longest standing members I'm aware of personally, one I ran into earlier on than the others. And a big fan because as a cat lover myself and 4 cats in the house I have to deal with on a daily basis, it's nice to see a calm and pleasant cat smile once in a while instead of them tearing up the carpet or tearing down the blinds. So got to shout out and a W to the Apollo C for that cat picture in the profile. W cat.
W cat indeed. And with all the wonders of, animals and pets, I mean, I myself, cat enjoyer. I do have 2 cats myself, and I know that they like to tear up everything in the house. But at the end of the day, when they're being nice and calm and sweet, it is one of those things you get to experience where it's, pure bliss. But other than that, we're about to be getting into this match here soon, and like we said, tough matchup, another wonderful game. I bet we're going to see another absolute banger today out of these 2 teams here. They have a lot to show and a lot to prove as the proving grounds are showing up to show out and do exactly what they need to do to get into the next day's set of games. I just cannot wait.
Oh no, look at this guy. Look at this dude, Austin. Look at this dude in the chat. Kirk on the lurk. Actually, Trevi don't kill his record. Just saying. Thanks, Kirk. Always there with the stats in the chat. Can't blame a good man for good information, good knowledge. Coming out with a kill count. We'll have to keep an eye on that one later on, see if Trevi's record could be rebroken by Scratch. I mean, he is a demon nonetheless, but good shout, Kirk, on that one there. Other one actually to look for. All right, let's get a little guess from you, Austin. Let's get some predictions on the table. As a caster on the casting couch now, you have to put your money where your mouth is, or the other way around, shall we say. So, Vanguard or Pandemic X, who's taking this home? We'll give you the easy one first. Who's your money on?
Oh, that's tough, right? I mean, this is Vanguard's tournament, and they have a lot to prove, right? They want to show up and show out, and Pandemic, exact same thing, right? They want to show that they know exactly how to play the game, and I mean, they did that in HPL and they did that in APS. So, that's tough. I want to go. I'm gonna go with Pandemic though, because I know a lot of those players, right?
Okay.
And I don't think it's going to be a slam out, right? I think it's going to be a very tight game.
Yeah.
It might even go into overtime, but I think that Pandemic might actually be the ones to show up and put their foot down and show their money is where it needs to be.
I think you might be right, but I actually think this goes one of two ways. You said overtime, so I'm going to say like a 11-9 maybe? Or like an 11-13. Do you think we're going all the way into a deep overtime, or do you think it gets taken by one team quickly?
Shoot.
Good question.
Yeah,
I'll come back to you on it. I'll come back to you on it. That's fine. I'll come back to you on it. So I'm going to go the other way. I like playing devil's advocate. I do think Pandemic X overall are the stronger roster here. However, I know Vanguard have been cooking, really cooking. So I actually think that preparation in the first game was what showed out for me as the strong showing. And therefore, I feel like if the preparation is going to come to the table again, Vanguard have put a lot of prep in. I know Pandemic will have been doing the same thing. The Pandemic roster across multiple different scenes is putting prep in all over the place. So we can't argue they're not doing their bit. But I don't know. I feel like on the day, first game as well, home turf advantage maybe, Austin. Yeah, this is the Vanguard proving grounds, right? So like a football pitch, this is technically their home stadium. So I don't know. I just feel like this might be a 9-6 Vanguard. I feel like Pandemic might be caught a little bit hot off the heels out of the gate. Although I will say, the Apollo C is definitely that ace of the NA scene when it comes to Mr. Consistency. So I think regardless of the scoreline, that Apollo is probably going to perform well.
Perform well. I hope he does indeed. And, honestly, I think I'll go with it. I think 13-11. I think that'll double overtime. Yeah. We'll go with that one.
For a second. We have to talk about the action, Austin, because the action's already kicking off inside of the housing. 2 down. Colt's currently lying flat on his face in the concrete. That's a pretty unfortunate ragdoll position there. Wait a minute. How was
Oh! Europe claiming 2 lives here. Winter and Clutch all left on their lonesome, but Clutch with a shotgun gonna claim another one, and it's down to a 2v2. Europe has a strong start here though, 2 kills already, and it looks like there might be some easy plays coming out of these guys. A nade lineup being set and ready to try and get this player off of the quad box here. Europe lurking at K3. I mean, Winter has to get the shots directly into this man's head, or it's not going to do enough damage here to get themselves into this round. But Clutch with very, very little HP left to do anything with here. The shots are coming out, but they're not going to be good. Europe's going to claim 2 more. Oh, Europe. Like the massive country. Europe. Doing so much work.
Yeah, the snapping jaws of the piranha. Shark bait. Ooh, What was going on, Austin, there? Clutch and Europe swapped places. Defending side member is out in garden looking like he's attacking from the A site, and then Clutch is neck deep in pull, somehow past half of the defense line. I'm confused as to which shotgun player is on the wrong side of the map because they're both swapped colors and positioning, and somehow, you're right, Europe goes round the world in 4 kills.
He does indeed, and there we have it. Another setup being made. Smokes in mid, though. Interesting play here to see. They're trying to cut off this mid control, but Winter's going to grab head eyes, Doctor, as he goes up the ramp to claim this B site. The bomb still making its way around from A with its teammate here. Shotguns ringing out, doing lots of damage. Clutch going to pick up Zachary, send us down. to a 4v2. Wow, the scoreboard is flicking and clicking through very quickly here. And there comes the bomb, and that's going to be enough there. Apollo claiming 2 lives very quickly on the ramp there. Apollo and Europe. Shotgun, scout, bomb is down, and Winter is in a 1v2. I mean, 6 kills on Europe already. No deaths. That shotgun doing absolute work right now for him. Apollo picking up that quick 2 there on the ramp. I mean, he has to get down here, get this bomb, and either kill both players or get the bomb onto the site plant and play for time. But Pandaric's just going to pick up another round.
It's 2. I mean, Europe's unkilled so far, 6-0, and dare I say it, is this another shotgun, Austin?
The shotgun meta is back, and it is heavy-handed for sure.
It's not even running the full auto. What is it? Tell me this is the normal Saiga. This is not a full auto Saiga. That is actually a 12k. You can tell by the magazine image. That is crazy. He's not even running the full auto shot. And I'm going to be honest with you, there is a bit of a downside to the full auto shotgun because it seems to jam a lot more often than the normal 12k does. This time around, though, it's going to be the SR3M that's going to pick up the first kill. Pav 9 from the Apollo 2 is going to bury the bonnet of Clutch. He's out and bound for round number 3. Second goes down as Head Eyes has got a lot of underscores in the name, but the only thing he's doing is laying the grave for the red member that falls into it. Blake, however, has a response to Zakrix, instantly denying that turnaround and shutdown. Winter is playing with not very much of his health left, the poor guy. Legless, midless, and now also teammateless as Windshield gets blown away. Now that's a nade right there. That's going to drop right on the top of Head Eyes, but not finding the kill, actually. Doesn't matter, Winter's good for 2! Winter! Uh-oh! We'll call it Game of Thrones. He might be claiming one right now because Winter's coming. So Zakrix, though, that's not the right time to cheese. Uh-oh. Mouse in the trap. Apollo and Winter. Which one's going to win it out?
Oh, man, he's in the rage state, too. Very little HP. Just put enough on his head to keep going and keep going into this fight here. Zakrix, though, going to be quick. A little jiggle takes the life. That's round 3 being taken by Pandaric. I mean, I think I caster cursed. No, excuse me. I am standing by my first statement, correct? Yeah. I thought maybe I caster cursed Pandaric, but no, Pandaric is absolutely showing up and showing that they know how to play the game. Speaking of the game, I just lost the game, and so did everyone else in chat. And on we move into the next round.
I knew you were going to do it, goddammit. I tried not to say anything either. I was like, he's coming for it. He's coming for it. No. No. Excuse my blasphemy, but the man just got us with the oldest trick in the book. No way. Zakrix, however, he's got new skills to show to the school. Itch. Well, he's not scratching many itches right now. He's currently just scratching his head as he's sat on the bench. Overstorm, however, is going to slam his adversary in the back of the lobby. 2 more on the other side of the map, and we're down to 2v4 before the rounds even got kicking off.
Oh, and that's a bomb down. It's down to a 4v1. The timer is ticking down to 1 minute 15 seconds, and oh man, they still have bomb control, and nothing can be said there. Apollo coming in with a quick cleanup with that Pav 9. I mean, what can you do other than, I mean, Apollo's 8-0 right now.
I mean, look, they don't call me Correct Wisdom for nothing, and I've said to you, whether the scoreline is good for Pandaric or not, Apollo is another one of these captain consistent players that is absolutely showing up regardless of game state, whether he's having a good day or he's having a bad day, whether his team's having a good day or having a bad day. Apollo seems to be able to just keep a level head and play above average to exceptional nearly all of the time. Like, nobody's perfect. Don't get me wrong, we all make mistakes, but one of these people that doesn't tend to make too many of them. And here again, you see Apollo taking a risk. He's going to get shut down quickly by the shotgun, though, and that one is full auto. Flechette to the face. Say goodbye to your legs. He's even screaming about it as well. Go, you can hear the kills going down inside of the lobby. Clutch comes to help, but it's a bit too little too late because his teammates have already dealt with the problem. Speaking of problems, Pandaric have 5 of them, and only 1 member to try and solve them.
But there's a lot of HP taken off of a lot of these players. It's very much so doable here in this 1v5. Head Eyes Doctor has a lot to pick up here and put down, or it's going to be a struggle bus. VG going to be coming back here, it looks like, in this round, actually. But Nade's going to come out. Going to claim 1. Claiming 2. no. Head Eyes.
Oh.
Unfortunate timing with Clutch is going to be there to clean it up and gain the first round for Vanguard. 1-4.
I mean, if you like your music, there's a little quote that goes along like this. There's a great line in the song that says, "I've got issues, you've got them too." Well, I mean, that guy had issues, and one of them was too many people to get through. Might not be quite the same lyrics, but it'll rhyme just as well. And I'm going to be honest with you, a great effort nonetheless. Head Eyes is going to feel a little bit struck there with 1v5 being just too much to deal with.
But they did claim their first round, and it looks like they're trying to make a comeback here, trying to claw their way up into a 4-4 here. If they can do it, that would be wonderful to see. Lots of prep coming out, but Apollo going to be there to claim Clutch as quickly as he can. And that's two players pushing through the mid here. One player on the flank as quickly as it goes. Another nade going to come out for that quad box. Is it going to land though? No connection on that quad box.
Again. Yeah, he's going to... Oh, he does, however, put him out in position for Scratch to pick him up, though. The nade not claiming the kill, but putting pressure down, but not enough for the shotgun. Snap, snap, go the doors. The Sharks singing from the corner again.
And there's the flank player coming up behind him, putting in that work, and now it's 1-5. Pandaric picking up another round here and showing out and showing up. Apollo 9-1, Europe 8-2. I mean, these two players are absolutely dominating right now. They're doing as much work as they can, and with a team like this, I mean, every player matters in this lineup here. Every kill counts, right? At the end of the day, it's all... Yeah,
it's numbers, isn't it? It's so you've got to take those numbers into it. And I want to double back on something extra, Austin. We said about aggression. Look at where Europe's playing on the defending side, by the way. The second that Vanguard telegraph anything A side, Europe is off a leash. He is just sent on a mission to go and get as many kills with the shotgun as he can. A slight mechanical misplay there as Oberstorm might have desk-popped on the prone at the wrong time, catches himself lying down on the floor, not just for the time being, but for the rest of the round as he gets taken down in the meanwhile. Winter, now, knowing a sense that he might be able to find a pick, does do a great little job of crouch peeking out a secret under the bullets of Zachrix to find the pick. 2 down, third as Winter's now on a tear. In for 1 for 2, slightly too keen. As confidence turns into overconfidence, he gets clapped from Mini. Head Eyes now brings support from Europe, but the bomb has done what it needs to with its battle buddy and has rotated to the other side of the map. Mid-control to confirm, and this is where Vanguard's Blake Dahlia is going to play out normally his strength. Call from that IGL, sends that mid-player rotating, Clutch is safe. Now reinforced on the site. Blake's got all his chess pieces where he needs to. Windchill out in the back corner. Clutch tucking tight. And Blake in primary point of control. Europe, first the challenge though, Austin. This is going to be the big one. Shotgun or captain? Shotgun rings, captain screams a little bit as he runs away. The 2-man push is going to go down. It is going to be a clean 2-0 as they take one, but Windchill does close out the return. 2v1, and Head Eyes has time but not power. Oh my word, speak of that. We're not going to say not power because he slams the first as the Enforcer goes down like it was made out of paper. 10 on the clock and Windchill might have just have done it. Oh. He's
it's having a tough time there. Knew the time was out. I mean, he could have stuck it there if he got there at the 6-second mark and could have claimed another round for his team, but unfortunately, he just very shortly made it over there. 5 seconds was left on the clock, and that diffuse time seems like it takes a little bit longer than you think it does when it comes down to the wire like that.
It's almost perfect. 17 seconds. Nails the Enforcer. Reswing sinks to the box. If he gets the kill before he goes around the corner, he's on site on top of the bomb with time to defuse. So, I mean, that's as close as it's going to get to perfection without actually defusing down to the wire. Europe.
And here we have another A play. He's put tough on the aggress. He is very, very tucked into this useless box here. Oh, a little bit of a nade damage coming out here. Order HP taken off of Zachrix. And Europe has been sussed out, I think. Do they know? I don't think they know. Europe turned around, got one, but Windchill's there for the trade. Going to be quickly claiming lives here. It's down to a 2v4. Windchill, very little HP left on him here. Free Fire is coming out of the box, and it looks like they're trying to rotate it off the site now. Bomb is going to be making their way through. Cole onto this B site and one player remaining on the A site. They hear the movement and they're going to start to rotate early here. Head Eyes getting sussed out by Clutch though, but Head Eyes going to be quick with that Pab 9. Bomb is going to go down.
That's a huge pick as well. Clutch was there to get ahead of the rotation to try and pick off Head Eyes so that they could get across, and that would have left it in a 1 versus 4. Now 2v3. The bomb is still down. It definitely is still Vanguard favored, but Head Eyes and Overstorm are going to have some form of a battle buddy system that's going to get space to move in. They are going to pressure Mini. Winter needs to be strong. Winter is good for one, and Winter does not care about the force that's coming to him. Winter's the one that knocks, not the knock on his door. Claims 2, and the round goes in the favor of Vanguard. 3-5. Austin, they might be coming back here.
Oh, like I said, that we could see some OT coming out of here if they can bring this back and put themselves into the favorable position here. I mean, it's going to be tough, but like you said, it all ends up being who plays the side stronger, and we're about to see who comes out on top with the sides being switched here.
Just had a little second to check back at the clip again. He's about 1 second and 3/10 of a second off, about 1.3 seconds off of getting to that bomb there was Head Eyes to be able to clutch that one back, and that probably would have put the nail in the coffin at the swapping of the halves for the Vanguard squad. 6-2, much more favoured. That golden scenario when you go into the half for a team looking to convert, but 5-3 leaves it in either team's hands. Still a bit of a cushion for Panderic, but if Vanguard get one on the board here, it's pretty much back to anyone's game. First opener, Captain claims the kill as Windchill has the second.
Wow, Apollo picking up Windchill, but Blake taking out Zachrix. Down to a 2v4. What is going on in Panderic's head right now? Are they going to be able to maintain this lead control? Clutch going to trade out on Apollo here. It's down to a 1v3. Can Europe do it with this shotgun? He's got one. Can he get the other two, though? That's the question. Healing up, trying to maintain as much HP as he can. Oh man, he's going for a quick push, but he's gonna get taken out from the side. Blake reading the play, going for the swing, gonna claim Europe, and that's gonna be 4-3 VG to Panderic.
It looked like it might have gone the other way for a second there. Europe was doing the Golden Pandas work, shall we say, out on cannons, weaving his way in and out of the back lines. But again, this is something that has struck me once in a while for Europe. It's not very often, but Europe, an exceptional player, able to pick up a load of kills. Sometimes it doesn't affect the round as impactfully as the volume of kills that are picked up against the names. But, I mean, big kills, but the bomb's still left in a tough spot, and the team's not able to convert on those kills in claiming the round. Vanguard do manage to close it out. That being said, it is only one round, and Zachrix is going to start off with a stronger opening. The Apollo for a second. Clutch on that shotgun does have one back, and Apollo's only allowed good for one this time around. Shots in mid as Blake's going to pick up the back of Overstorm as well. This is huge. Bombs going through the other way, though. Look at the team, Austin. Round the outside, round the outside. We're back to M&M with the platinum we go.
And it's 3-3. I mean, it's anyone's game on this tide, but Europe with so little HP to work with here, it might be kind of tough for them to... Oh, they're just going to freely take the site. They completely have the site.
Vanguard's over-rotated. They've got 2 mid control, which is fine playing 2 mid control, but one of them should have been in a position to gain some audio of the entry onto this and to be able to respond. Now, this mid player is going to turn up with somebody already in position to defend, which they have done so. Lobby control gained 1v2 is actually pretty big from the Vanguard member that's pushing through there. That's Clutch on the Enforcer with that shotgun, just showing you how oppressive that class can be. Manages to take that space back. Zachrix looking to try and flank round on it, though. 35 on the clock, Austin.
Ooh. 5-4 and 35 on the clock. Europe going to get taken down by Winter, and it's down to a 2v3. Is Winter going to be the one to claim out more players here? Clutch on the early push. Winter going to get tagged up. Clutch tagged up, and it's all left up to a one-player Zachrix. He has 3 enemies to go through and not a whole lot of time to do it with. 12 seconds on the clock. 10 seconds. Oh my goodness, are they going to be able to win this one out? 7 seconds. 6. They started to defuse. I think they just hit it right nail on the head, and that is going to be 1 second left on the timer.
Oh,
Panderic picking up a round.
It's out by 0.3 of a second. Literal tenths. The timer on the clock, and this is the thing that everybody forgets as you watch that tick down. It goes from 3 to 2 on the bomb first. It goes from 2 to 1 on the bomb first. but the 0-second timer still has to count from 1 to 0. So when it hits 0 on the clock, it's actually already 0. And on the bomb, it's still a seconds left to be ticked down. And that milliseconds of the time is what scrapes the Pandas out alive. They do a great job, honestly. And it's just the tempo on the rotation that makes the difference, Austin. Vanguard caught a little bit sluggishly on the rotation. Drop around.
And that could have been a crucial round for them to tie it up there, right? And get themselves, you know, in a position of power where they can start taking that momentum and pushing it forward, especially on a lineup like this. Oh, Apollo slowly creeping his way through heaven here, trying to get a pick onto Windchill. Apollo waiting for someone to push through the mid here, try and gain control. Blake, everybody lined up on this A site here, but Head Eye's going to take out Scratch Killa. And Stack's going to take out Clutch, but Head Eye's overcompensating, taking another shot and taking out a teammate there. But we're going to see the bomb going down.
This is much better positioning from Vanguard this time, though. There's already a member still anchoring the A site from Headshot. The second member that's currently holding Colt hostage as best they can whilst the pincer comes through. The Vanguard member that's holding from B site now comes through in the back of the Pandemic member and Colt. The good swing from Winter's going to find results. Apollo goes down, and now Vanguard have a 3v2. 35 on the clock as action. Both team members from Pandemic go down simultaneously. Windchill's going to have enough time to look up at the camera and say hi to Mum at home on the couch. Meanwhile, teammate Blake Dahlia and Captain is going to do his best work cutting that red wire. The Vanguard pulled themselves around back 5-6. This one really is getting close.
And look at this lineup here. 13 kills on Winter so far. He is feeling peak right now. He is probably playing at the top of his game at this moment, if not better right now. Showing that he knows how to swing, how to get all these proper trades and make the impactful plays that gain them the round as quickly as you can. I mean, and on the opposite side, you have the team members working together, you know, Europe, Head Eyes, and Apollo all in the double digits right now, doing as much work as they can. But you can't discount players like Oberstom. Even though he's not in the top of the frag list right now, he is doing a lot of major inside work right now, inside the head of his players, right? Because he's their IGL, so he's working very thoroughly trying to gain this lead. And Europe's going to get taken down by Scratch Killa. And another shot coming through the wall, but the bomb is still there, and it's going to take out Scratch Killa. Zachrix going to get wiped off the face of the earth by a wind chill so strong that it's a blade of its own making its way through here. Winter pushing onto the site, and it's down to a 3v3. Tom taking out wind chill.
When you get two very strong members on this Vanguard lineup in Winter and Windchill playing off of each other, and it's almost like Frostbite comes over the corner of the garden because you see one of the members of the Pandas folded out to the elements. Oberstom has a similar perspective to Blake, both of them championing their teams, trying to lead them to success. Slightly weaker on the kill feed, but as you would expect from the IGL, as they were locked in way more complex decision-making processes than just handling the weapon too. An expert IGL is one that is able to show up with the gun as well as executing exceptional plays all the time, and it's very difficult to do both. Winter's going to get deleted by the Apollo, though. Nearly has the second. Shots down towards that 90 angle. Don't find enough health. It's only a tickle onto Clutch in that Enforcer kit. Second set of shots will do the next half of his health. Shots from Oberstom as he tries to come and help Battle Buddy up with Apollo. Clutch does get his one first, though, and 1-for-1. The battle comes down with the bomb, leaving Oberstom and looking for Blake. Captain versus Captain, and Blake's going to take it to level up the tide. 6-6.
This is tight. This is a tough game. This is looking exactly like how we thought it would look out here. From my perspective, I thought it was going to be a tie game, and then EG's brought it back. They've tied it up. I mean, Pandemic showing in that first half that they are very dominant on the defending side, but looks like their attack side is a little bit weaker here, not as strong as their defense. I mean, they're really gonna have to pull a hat trick here.
The one outstanding thing for me right now is that Scratch Killa is on 5 kills and 12 deaths, which is the quieter member across the table. Oberstom there dropping a bomb on top of Windchill. Frostbite forbidden in round number 13. The cold elements have been banished. But now they've only got to look to the season to save off this point, as Winter's going to blast back against the member trying to peek through out off the top of ramp. Europe's going to pay for it with more of his life as he repeats the same angle again. Blake Dahlia wins the fight into his counterpart as Oberstom goes down.
Apollo getting taken out by Clutch there. That's a pretty big pickup right now. And the only one left to try and get onto the site. Zachrix trying to carry that bomb onto the site. Head Eyes tucked up here. Europe. Clutch going to get taken out. Take out Head Eyes and Europe both. The shotgun just absolutely wreaking havoc on the site here. I mean, ooh, that's tough. That's very tough. Clutch coming in with a very quick clutchful 3-piece to claim out another round here for Vanguard. It looks like Vanguard might actually take the lead here. And if your prediction is right, we're gonna see the 9-6 that you predicted.
There's no way. There's no way they snowball this out 9-6 after such a strong performance from the Pandas. I'm sorry, even I'm not naive enough to think that they were that home yet. They put another convincing round past them, and we might have to think about it. But this nade from Winter's going to telegraph a lot because that bomb is hovering over towards cannons as well as 2 teammates and 1 in mid. Problem I see right now is that Cult member is about to come under a lot of pressure very quickly. If the A side finds the pick, which they do, it Scratch that gets the first. Winter set through the smoke as well, just finds the peek through the slightly faded section of it. And the pixel's glorious. Not only that, but Scratch has got the angle of a lifetime on the rotation because every time Panderic have lost a member of 2, they've very much shown that the telegraphed rotation is what's coming next. And, well, Scratch is ahead of tempo, and this is what Scratch does best. To wait for Overstorm to jump straight into his waiting arms, and here comes the next 2. Zachrix, however, wins a great gunfight. First down and shut down from the Panderic squad on the defense.
It's a 4-2 right now. It's looking like it's going to be a tough comeback here. If Zachrix and Head Eyes can't clutch this out, we're going to see 8-6 here. More than likely, Bomb making its way over to the B site. Head Eyes quickly following behind, going to go up this ramp. But, oh, he does claim Blake. That's 1. He's going to make the rotate here. Bomb is going to go down. 1 second left. Bomb goes down. He makes his way onto the site. Winter just comes out flying. Cold and concise. Shots going down, and that's going to be the round victory for Vanguard, 8-6.
It had to be that there. It was Head Eyes or Winter, the 2 players that have absolutely been showing up in the ones and the clutch moments towards the end of the round that have been making those highlight plays. Head Eyes has that potential, but it's not this time. Winter is inevitable. It's a season that comes around once a year. And it stays for a full quarter of the year, all right? It's not one of these phases or fads that passes in a moment and a blink of an eye. It's here to stay for a good period of time, and Winter's here to stay in this tournament for a good period of time. It looks like 17-9, looking like the first member to potentially drop a 20 bomb if Vanguard lets him. At this moment in time, that 9-6 that you premonitioned might actually just become the future foretold. If Vanguard continue to play as they have done so far. This way around, though, says the Panderic squad, is going to throw them a bit of a wrong one. Head Eyes is the first as the bomb and squad take a long way round through cannons.
Oh, Tom must have made this call up here on the fly, trying to get as much information and get into the site as quickly as he can. They do have control of Stripper now, and the bomb is on the site, so all they have to do is get the bomb down and clear out this one player who's lurking in jail. But Europe is going to be quick on the kills here. Head Eyes could accidentally get a nade kill onto Europe here. Overst Tom picking up Clutch, and it's down to a 1v3. Can Blake come out here and do the thing necessary in order to take this round? Take them 9-6. Blake putting some shots down range, but not quite going to get the kill.
Time's going to be his problem. It's just time. He's 30 seconds and 3 people to deal with this. It's just physically overwhelming at this point in time. He's going to run straight into the core crossfire from Apollo. And Overstorm. Oh, Austin. It looked so good. Then the team kill from Europe made it look a little bit shaky. And then the Pandas grabbed what was left of the branches of the tree, still standing after the false grenade, and just about managed to swing through. Just. Very much just as well.
Oh boy, are we going to see the first overtime in this tournament right here, right now? Craig, what do you think?
Oh, don't put it on me like that, man. I don't know. Ooh, I didn't know. No. Yes, maybe. No, absolutely not. No, maybe? I don't know. We'll just let it find out. I really don't know at this point in time. Vanguard, that one round, I mean, nobody's expecting Blake to clutch it, but Panderic will have 100% regained some confidence. But that's huge for Windchill. I mean, that might just convince me elsewise. Zachrix on the first for the Pandas, but it's after 2 of his teammates are lying next to him. That's not the time to pull a smoke, Zachrix.
Clutch going to get taken out by Apollo in this 3v3 now, and the bomb is going to be making its rotation on over. Oh no, Zacharic's going to find Scratch Killer trying to make his way out of that mid to the statue there, trying to catch some players on the rotate like they have been, but it's down to a 2v3, and we're looking like it's about to be a tie game if Blake and Winter can't clutch this one out.
Oh,
Winter.
look at the minimap.
Oh no.
They've big
The double
brained it.
flank.
They've giga-brained it. They've absolutely broken the ankles. We're playing basketball inside the arena as the boys in blue do the double take and the double fake. It's going to give them full plant.
Bomb's still
It's
not
too
gone
good.
down yet.
There's no way they do it a third time. Okay.
With 30 seconds, they did have the time to do it, but now it's up to Winter and Blake to shut this one out here. You're up on that shotgun lurking inside of Stripper. Not a whole lot to be done here. It is a 2v3, but Bedroom's going to grab one. Winter's going to pick up, however, for the trade on Europe. This is looking pretty strong. Winter might actually be able to clutch this one out. Zacharix gets spotted out from Bedroom, but he's going to go to turn around, and Apollo's just going to claim him from behind. That's a tie game right now, 8-8.
Well, you asked for overtime. It's overtime, baby. We're going there. Game number 2, and we're in it. Hot in the sauce, just like the man stepping up in the chat. I saw you out there, Mustache. How we doing? Good to see you. Everybody else in the chat, we appreciate you all coming to hang out for the first Vanguard Gaming Tournament, the Proving Grounds. It's great to see such strength and support of everybody showing up, and you've all got 2 seconds. Take a moment and joining me, all right? Hit that awesome heart button below the half here. Classes as a follow helps show support for the tournament work that's being put on by Vanguard Gaming, the likes of Luke Goblin, Blake Dahlia, and all the rest in the background that are working hard to bring this to you guys today. A nice way to say thank you is to hit that heart button so you can get notifications every time they go live, so you can be here next time, and the next time, so you don't miss out on a single step of history as it's being made. Speaking of history...
Little goof on that smoke.
Uh-huh.
Looking like some Counter-Strike nades being boofed a little bit here in the sense, but Tom already on site playing this in between, trying to claim Scratch Killer up here, but Clutch. Winter going to get taken down by Tom. That's a big pick, huge pickup here, but Tom going to go down to Scratch Killer, and it's down to a 4v4, but Zacharix with a very, very sliver of existence left in his life here. A lot of time still left on this clock, and they have to get the bomb down, but Scratch Kill is going to pick up another kill here on Zacharix. That sliver of life, not enough to claim another player, but Clutch going to go down to Apollo here, and it's down to a 3v3. The timer is ticking, however.
Is the bomb? Where is the bomb? It's the one thing that Panderic's got to be asking themselves right now is, where is the bomb? And Vanguard has done an exceptionally good job of keeping that bomb hidden throughout all of the different fights across both sites. That's allowed them access to getting this down planted as well, too strong on site, and as the pressure comes up from Ramp, it's a 1-for-1 trade, best they can get. The second for Winchell,
oh my God,
however, is disgusting.
They really want this round. Winchell came out and showed them that he's going to be ready to take this at a moment's notice. Scratch Killer there for the easy conversion of a kill with a quick peek and a quick trade. And there we have it. Overtime number 1 going to Vanguard.
We spoke about Barb in the first game, making that clutch play, not just being good for one, but getting that aggressive second. Winchell takes a leap out of Barb's book and goes for his aggressive second and absolutely dominates his opponent to push that one out for Vanguard. It is only a 1-round lead. The way overtime works here, ladies and gentlemen, each team gets 2 rounds of both sides. So 2 rounds to attack, 2 rounds to defend. And it's whichever team is leading at the end of overtime that takes the W. 2 clear points. Or we go to another overtime. Find it either tied up or separated by 2. This one here, 9-8. Vanguard have a second attacking round now to push another point home on the scoreboard. But Overstorm's got other ideas of the first blood going down. Scratch Killer paying the price. Scratch actually picking up that kill board. They've held themselves out after a lackluster start and fought here. Doing much better, but taking the early seat in round 17. Austin, I feel like I can sense a rotation coming in here. 4 stacked. Panderic have left no cover to that B site. And as... Wait a minute. Austin. Who's that I see in the red spawn? Uh-oh! It's Apollo! You're fighting your demons, Winter, and it's coming from where you started. That's right, you forget to take the shadows underneath your bed. And you'll die to Apollo instead. Butch on the rotation, is going to find one back. Two back, shotgun strong as Europe shows them the shotgun of their own. Two as Europe's got the same back. It's Uno Roberto. How the tables are turned. Speaking of turning.
Oh man, I thought Winchell was about to literally become the aimbot of the league here. It looked like he was about ready to snap and lock onto every single player and get all those kills, but unfortunately that last few bullets out of his spear magazine there did not find their mark onto that following player onto the site, but was a good try nonetheless, a good effort coming out of Winchell. And it is tied up 9-9.
What a game. What a game. And you might be right. There's no way, Austin, after you've premonized and you talked about this 9-6 victory, we're going to go to the 11-13 double overtime where it smells like it. I get a whiff of a good pepperoni pizza with maybe a hint of pineapple coming from the oven right now, because these guys are cooking, and cooking they are on a 5-star rating. 9-9 in overtime, one apiece. And the swapping of the halves. Can Panderic put 2 attacking rounds past Vanguard? Or can Vanguard keep them off twice in a row? Have we got a draw on our hands and go into another overtime? We will see.
Like you said, though, the pineapple does leave a sour taste in my mouth. We might see an upset here at any moment going into this next round here, as the pizza absolutely does not deserve the pie with the pineapple on it. Kind of a disgrace to have there, but to each their own. And the sites have not been taken yet, but there is a quick member flanking on to Apollo, picking up one. Blake Dahlia going to pick up another.
The teams are giving up on site fights. It's Colt versus Colt right now. The midsection fight allows for the rotation to come through. But look at the member of Vanguard that's out towards spawn again. They're living in the nightmares. However, this time Winter trying to play them at their own game finds himself caught out by Head Eyes. You can't use their own tricks against them. The 1-for-1 does come through though. Zachrix ready on the shots as Scratch gets a bit too over aggressive on trying to close down this rotation. Crucial moment though, 2v3 is they've got good positioning, and Blake in that mid control finds one, Blake finds two, and that could just be it around Vanguard. The last left as Europe does claim the bomb back. 1v1, shotgun
versus shotgun. Here's the plant going down, but not exactly sure where the enemy is at. The enemy's going to push right into the depths of it, and Panderic going to claim another. Coming out swinging with those kills there, picking up another 2-piece to add to his collection of kills. 17 and 13. Oh, looking tasty.
I mean, the shotgun versus shotgun fight, Europe did not give Clutch a chance to step up to his side of the pitch and fight it. Europe just shoved, big shoved. This is not, runs him down like the Juggernaut through the Beacon section. Good Lord, Panderic again, right at the end of it when Blake does the best amount of work he could possibly do in the 2v3. It just doesn't quite manage to convert into a Vanguard round. Panderic take one chance at a match point of their own.
Ooh, this has got me on the edge of my seat right now with how close this is. If they go into a double OT here, we could see the prediction come true. And I mean, but Panderic, they really want this. They put everything on the line here, and Europe is really trying to play this one out. Tom picking up Winter. That's a huge kill. Another massive play down, and we're going to be seeing a quick push right up this cannon stairs here. They're going to be making their way up to the cannon stairs to control this B site as quickly as possible. Bomb actually going to commit into pushing through cannon stairs. And shotgun versus shotgun it is, but Europe's shotgun is just all that much better. And so looks like it's down to a 1v5.
Apollo wins this fight in mid. Opens up the rotation to the B site, not needing to go all the way around to A. Then the fight gets won from Beacon thanks to the work from Apollo. Blake and members are all left with just one hope. And Scratch, well, he does scratch another note onto the kill feed with one as a consolidation prize, but it's going to be the last thing that Vanguard gets to say in their first match. Panderic do close it out 11-9. It is an exceptional first game from both teams, but the Apollo C, absolutely rightly so, the highlighted member from this Panderic side, because 23-11 is a dominant performance in the first game.
Dominant he was, and I mean, you got to think back some of those plays he made where he was cleaning up twos and threes like back to back to back and being super aggressive in mid. He, especially on the early uh, part of the round where they were on defense, he was slamming his way through top mid and claiming 1 or 2 kills there like almost every single time. So he really dominated. Like he was there to play, and he was playing for the win.
I mean, they got the win. It's a big W from the Panderic side. Vanguard, I mean, you've got to put some shout outs to various different members at various different sections throughout the game. Winter, Windchill, Clutch, Scratch, Blake, all at separate parts throughout this game, managed to claim great kills to turn individual rounds around. But the Panderic squad, and honestly, Europe and Apollo, between the two of them together in that game, showed out extremely strong in their own different rights. That was just about enough to push it over the line, but that is a match that's going to go down as it could have gone either way, regardless of the scoreline that hits the table. So well played to both Vanguard and to Panderic. But that, Austin, that's only game 2 of the 9 games we've got in store for everybody at home today.
Oh, yes, sir. And more of these wonderful games ahead of us today. I cannot wait to see all of these wonderful plays here. I mean, the next lineup we got is Epic Fails versus New Dawn. I mean, Epic Fails and New Dawn both being fairly new teams, and they played in the APS Last Chance qualifiers. Both teams, not I don't think both teams didn't make it through quite as they wanted to, but they did show that they were trying to prove themselves, and they probably took away a lot and learned a lot from the scene there, and hopefully they come in here and prove out that they know that like what they learned from their matchups in APS is translates really well to this tournament here, and that they make sure that they maintain that status quo that they want to prove themselves. They got to come out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be another tough match. Both of these two teams have got something to show for when it comes to actually competitive gaming. The Epic Fails squad, they've taken part in the Last Chance qualifier and managed to make it successful there, so it's another chance for them to show up today. We're going to get to see both of those amazing rosters bring to the table some new names and different forms as well. Obviously, the Epic Fails squad, specifically a team that I've spent a bit of time coaching with myself. The roster itself is made up of members from teams that showed up very well and all have a similar mindset, bringing to the table this positivity we're trying to breed in the environment that helps the scene grow. Where it's very much okay, we're here to work as a team. We're going to understand each other's weaknesses. We're going to work together and talk about each other's weaknesses, and we're going to be very honest about the fact that ownership is a big thing when it comes to improving yourself as a team as a whole. And that kind of environment under a very positive light has shown this team go from struggling to be able to take rounds off of teams and scrims to being able to take maps. So I'm looking forward to what they've got to bring to the table today. Newer members coming in, Buparino, fresh off of his various endeavors and different members, as well as his solo endeavors on his stream and in day-to-day life on base game. There's a lot of talent there. So personally, there's a lot to come from the Epic Fails squad, but their adversaries, Austin, are another phenomenal team too.
Yes, and with that, we have the New Dawn team lineup: Slaughter, Guy Aiden, Steezy, Pug, Not Mr. Kevin, and Raisin. I mean, all very strong players. Guy Aiden being one of those players where he can make or break the entire game, right? Everything can ride on that one player because of how successful he is at getting his ones and winning every single one of them. Steezy, another one of those good players. Not Mr. Kevin, probably going to see that man on the TRT today, most likely. It's going to be if he's playing in this tournament today, or if he's playing in the future ones coming up throughout the next set of days over the next couple weekends. But if he gets to come in today, I bet we'll actually see the first TRG of the matchup.
Yeah, potentially. I think you're right. It's definitely one of those weapons that, and I think in the current meta, Bowl is the one map that, even though we've seen the TRG fall off to use of the shotgun in aggression sense, Bowl is the one map where that actually doesn't necessarily come as prevalent so much. Yes, the shotgun is great for generator control. Yes, the shotgun is very good for fighting round close curtain onto site or into hop up, but it doesn't have that same strength in the longer lines for setup on entry to the sites, and that's where a lot of those picks come through right now. You get a lot of vaulty shots from the depths out of spawn, from high angles off of boxes and tower lane, or from split, that pick off an attacking team before they get a chance to use the shotgun. So I think we're going to see a lot of strength from that coming into here.
Yeah, I mean, and as a personal favorite, right, I love all the bolt actions in the game. Personal favorite for myself being the DVL. It's one of those strong picks, you know, where it can make or break on these long range maps, like you said. Being able to get those picks early on to take out some of the attackers to maintain the lead in player count, right? But also on this map being full, you do got to think about all of the amazing nade lineups that they can work out here, right? The crazy early nades coming out towards headshot, or nades onto Jenny or hop up. I mean, all those nades really make or break the space for the site takes, especially on A site is very dominantly controlled by grenades and smokes. I mean, you got to think, if you can't maintain positive control with your proper utility usage, you're going to be seeing one of those absolute slam outs from one of either teams if they don't, you know, maintain that proper utility usage.
Let's have a look at the two rosters and sort of run through those alongside that wonderful graphic that's got put together thanks to the efforts in the background from the Vanguard's Proving Ground squad. New Dawn's roster: Slaughter, Guy Aiden, Steezy, Pug, Not Mr. Kevin, and Resin in the substitute section there. Epic Fails the roster today, coming together to the table: Captain Spritian, Mr. Decoy, Buperino, Angle, Andy, and Scooby. So before, if you got to see the squad from Epic Fails that took table on the LCQ stage, you will have seen that CCGN and Roscoe are playing. Roscoe's actually taken some time away from the game for the time being, just gone on a little bit of travels, enjoying himself in his personal life, and CCGN currently taking a seat on the bench to allow the two new members to show out on the table. You've got Buperino, like I mentioned, and Angle Andy, another one. There'll be two members to look out for on this Epic Fails squad today, as they fit very well into this new meta, where aggression brings a lot of strength to the table. That being said, New Dawn's roster itself, well, we're going to look at a couple of dad puns, chat. Sorry, you're all going to groan in pain at this one, but the table is going to be decided today, and it's either going to be a New Dawn, or for New Dawn, it's going to be an epic fail. One of the two is going to happen and come true, and we're going to get to watch it live here on screen, thanks to Vanguard Gaming.
Oh boy, and the dad puns ring out as just like a bell. Everything rings around the rosy as we send our way into this next match, and we're going to be seeing some wonderful, wonderful games today. After this match, even after all that's said and done, you can always come back and rewatch this tournament if you wanted to from the view of the spectator cam on this channel. Like we said earlier, make sure you give this channel a follow if you want to keep up to date with all of the Proving Grounds tournament information. Especially follow them on Twitter. If we can get that Twitter link in the chat, that would be awesome. And from there, we're going to be seeing this game kicking off here rather soon. I can't wait. Honestly, I don't even know what to predict here, because both teams are very, very good teams. Both teams know a lot of information on how to play out this map, but this is a very tough map, right? This is one of those maps where utility is what matters. It's king. Utility absolutely dominates the entire map. So honestly, it's going to come down to who has the better utility and who knows how to swing when the timing is correct.
Timing is going to be a big thing. Not just that, but there's a couple of things to talk about on this New Dawn roster, all right, that a lot of people at home might not necessarily know about. If you're familiar with the NA scene and you play a lot in the ranked queues for the pub games and whatnot, you'll have been familiar with the name Pug. It's somebody that people run into, and I mean, almost a bit like the Walker of the EU scene. A couple of accusations get thrown every now and again, because Pug is an exceptional player, very good with the gun skill, all right? So that's going to be a highlight member to look out for on that New Dawn roster. Pug, one, definitely not cheating, let me clarify, but exceptionally good with the crosshair placement in particular, and movement looks exceptional too. Like you said, Kevin, on that Balti, opening picks, the first blood for New Dawn is going to be looking at Kevin or probably Guy Aiden, the other one to normally frag out on there. Slaughter normally tends to sort of run the squad, keep them under wraps. A very out there player is Slaughter, a little bit of a crazy child in the scene, one of the more wild individuals, I think you could say. So it's kind of like a loose cannon being ridden by a crazy, insane driver, Austin, right? It's like chaos meets insanity, and the two kind of come well together. So we're going to see whether the cart's got the wheels fully bolted on today or whether it's going to career chaotically off course. One thing you can say, flaming ball of fire does burn through doors very quickly, but it also doesn't know when to stop sometimes. So are Epic Fails going to put up a brick wall, or are they're going to build themselves a wooden house to be burnt down? We're going to see.
I mean, honestly, let's think for a second, right? In what order do you think that they should try and take their sites, right? Like, because A honestly is the predominant site of this map, right? And it's tough to take that site. Even with the proper utility usage, that is one of the tougher sites to take. Whereas B, if you get that opening pick, usually they only put like 1 or 2 players at B at most, and it's just an easy pickings if you can get the proper smoke placement to get into the site coming from that yellow van lane. I mean,
I think it's going to be telegraphed. I think we're going to know very easily from the commentary booth and from the spectator stands due to the minimap which way it's going to go. Not just because we can see where the bomb's going, but these two teams know each other relatively well. Not Mr. Kevin running that Balti is going to be matched by the likes of Scooby on the Epic Fails roster, who is that dedicated marksman player ready to match up against Not Mr. Kevin. And I mean, we know from a defending perspective on Bowl that marksman normally plays the split position, the very malleable spot where you can both support the A site or the B site from that range because of how powerful your weapon is, the one-shot capability over distance. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether it's going to be Mr. Kevin or whether it's going to be Scooby that's going to set the tone, because that's going to be the big talking point from Bowl, regardless of attacking defending, right, Austin? Is Mr. Kevin going to find from the attacking side that opening pick and then New Dawn are going to be able to hit a site, or is Scooby going to be able to pick one of the members off before that approach gets leveraged, and then the Epic Fails squad are going to find themselves with numbers and confidence being able to defend well?
Right. It's gonna be something for sure. I think if the opening picks are made by either side, it's gonna be one of those where it's gonna be absolute detriment to the other team, because like Scooby, I know Scooby likes to play flank a lot, and he likes to run around with that bolt action and be an absolute little goblin, moving his way around the map in bunny hop fashion, just being a menace. And he does that really, really well to the point where he can get into your head. Like, you might think he's going to come this way, but in all reality, he might not even be there at all. He might just be out of nowhere, just, chilling at the other site now, just doing whatever he wants to do.
The ability to take risks in this aggressive meta that we're in right now, and to do it successfully, is what is setting some of the top teams apart. These players on the very heavy lethal weaponry, like the TRG, the Seiko M10 Balti, or even the AXMC, same weapon, different skin, I guess you could call it, but similar weapon, different look. Either way, the Baltis and the shotguns, and this is something I'm interested to see. Look at the New Dawn lineup. 2 scout, 2 assault, 1 marksman, no shotgun. The Epic Fails lineup: 2 scout, 2 assault, 1 marksman. It is an exact mirror matchup, and the bomb's going A.
And there we are, the harder take of the maps. Grenade's going to come out. Nothing's going to quite connect, and it looks like it's been red on the early grenade here. Slaughter and Steezy working this A-plat area with Pug, watching for the push. Not Mr. Kevin working his way up here, and the nade lineups are coming out. It looks like we're about to see some early lineups coming out of these players here. The nade for the A site. Not quite going to pick up the player because the player is actually lurked up on the tight left. Pug, though, going to pick up Mr. Decoy through the smoke.
That's the Gen player going down. That's a good pickup from the first member from New Dawn, Pug. We mentioned this, a player to watch out for. Probably going to be the one that's picking up some of the more aggressive kills from the New Dawn side. That's what they excel in. As the smoke fades away from Curtin, Scoob's going to get a great pick onto not Mr. Kevin. That's Balti versus Balti, but Pug then takes one back to Sprit. Easy. Angle Andy's got one back, though. Steezy then puts Scoob down. We've got Plaid, Stripes in the kill feed. Guy Aiden with one back, though, then levels another one for New Dawn. 3 versus 1. Angle Andy left last on site. He can pull as many angles and cut as many shapes as he likes with the dance moves, but Steezy's going to put him down. New Dawn take the first.
Oh, it started out strong, and then it started to all collapse very quickly for Easy there as multiple players started getting traded out very, very quickly down to that 1v3. That's a tough situation to be in, especially since you're stuck on the site and you have to fight how many, like who knows how many angles actually, like probably what, like 7 different angles that you have to fight up against. And there's one head spotted, but it's not going to be quite enough to collect. Another nade lineup going to be coming out here for the deep pocket of site this time. Trying to see if they can pick up Andy, but he is going to go down to that nade from Slaughter, and it's down to a 5v3. Easy picking up decoy on that generator there. Another nade coming out for headshot. Is Sprit going to go down to this nade? Nope, not quite yet. Guy Aiden going to take out Booperino on the flank there. And they're going to start their rotate. Bomb's going to make its way over to the B site. And we're going to be seeing some action pack coming out of here. Sprit, though, taking out one. And the site has been retaken. Scooby's trying to get this long angle snipe coming off here. But it's just looking tough. They might not be able to reclaim this with so many players on that sandbag position. Yep, the shots are going to come in. Steezy's going to take down both Sprit and Scooby. That's going to end out the round. 2-0 for New Dawn.
We've spoken about the meta and this favored pick on maps, or favored pick on attacking or defending first, especially attacking and defending first, given the way that the pace of the game has changed. Aggression being the tempo sees the attacking side being favored more than defending side now, because you're put under so much pressure by a team just deciding to slam a certain site with good weaponry. Now, as we can see that there's no kit mismatches here. This is purely down to a skill versus skill matchup now, and how each of these two teams play it out. And this is, I mean, this is one of the best, most pure forms of Escape from Tarkov Arena, right? Everybody's following exactly the same set of rules, other than how they play the game. So this really is going to be down to which team executes better. At this moment in time, New Dawn are playing the attacking side as well as they need to pull it off. The first from Guy Aiden, I mean, it's New Dawn at the opening of every single one of the 3 rounds so far. Scooby, one person that's able to pick up the highlight pick in the first round to stop that being a consistent 3-0. But that's all that the Epic Fail squad can speak of for now. Smoke on split. Bomb down with 40 on the clock. And a really deep defensive player near spawn's going to catch this 2-man rotation in a second. Uh-oh, trigger discipline, and Guy Aiden plays it like an absolute treat.
Oh no. You gotta clear your corners. You gotta clear your corners. And with that puts them 3-0. And New Dawn is looking strong. Easy's really got to start putting their nose to the grindstone here and start working away at this attack, or they're gonna get so many rounds put down on them by New Dawn from the attacking side. I mean, that's what a defense heavy map like this can be. Right, this is going to be really tough for them if they can't lock in their defense here and at least claim 4 more rounds.
Attacking side is definitely something that feels stronger if you've brought strategies to the table. We talked about preparation earlier, multiple times now. We've spoken about preparation, and it is a big factor in the current state of the game. If your smokes are built to diffuse pressure that a team relies very heavily upon, you can counteract a squad's approach very quickly. This time, the Balti of Scooby is going to go down, but it's Steezy that picks it up. And Steezy and Guy Aiden right now, neither of them have taken an L when it comes to dying. Exceptionally strong performance from New Dawn so far. 2 up strong on Gen angle. Andy's going to find himself caught from behind if he's not careful. Pug just trying to slice the angle as safely as possible. Sprit doing a good job to keep himself tucked on site and hidden, though.
Oh, no. Not Mr. Kevin's pushed up in a very powerful position here. I don't know what else they can do. It's a 4v5 right now, and it's going to look pretty tough at Angle. Andy's going to pick up one, but not Mr. Kevin there for the trade. Steezy going to take out Angle Andy, and it's now open for the site to be taken. Booperino is going to claim Slaughter on the flank here, and it's all left up to a 2v3. The situation is looking dire, but the bomb is down. Boop on this headshot position, waiting to find Steezy in the depths. Gonna find one. Is he gonna be to reload in time? No, not Mr. Kevin. Gonna pick up Booperino, and that was a quick trade there. 2 players going down so quickly, I couldn't even get the cast out in time for us to be able to set the die and get us into place. But
Decoy is going to feel a little bit hard done by on this one here. He's being held hostage of his defending position on the B site. Decoy for the Epic Fails squad, normally that sort of mobile lurking playmaker, able to pop up in the middle of the chaos and get picks from behind and work his way into the back line. But New Dawn have done an exceptional job of just keeping good tabs on where that lurking player is, as well as leaving a player out there to deal with them, not giving their life up versus Decoy, who's going to be fishing for that pick, but also just stopping him from being able to affect the gameplay towards that A site at all. One thing that New Dawn has done is they've telegraphed that they like this A site, and Epic Fails are still keeping that third member towards Split to make sure that they don't get switched up on. But I mean, you could argue that an A stack at this moment in time might be a smart play. You see Epic Fail starting to consider this now as 2 members stack up onto site and Scooby does rotate in. Smart play from the Epic Fail squad, but as you notice the bomb faking to try and run away from that site, they're almost looking to try and confuse this. Actually, Epic Fail's looking to try and take a risk here. You can see them positioning players on Curtain. Ooh, how is this going to play out? Slaughter gets a great nade onto Booperino. That's one down. Shots to Jen as Angle Andy does take one back though. Pub dissuaded. Bomb away to A flat.
little underhand flashbang trying to claim this site control here, but Sprit gonna take out Steezy, and it's down to a 4v3. Is this gonna be the first round taken up? But not Mr. Kevin says, no, this is my side. I'm gonna start taking control of this right now. And Scooby waiting for the enemy to push into his sight line to try and gain this control here. 3-on-3, and it's all full HP and ready to rock and roll. The bomb still waiting at Curtain, Jiggle peeking around, and Angle Andy still on the site. Gets a sight line on him, but not quite fast enough on the trigger pull to gain that discipline there. But the bomb is finally going to go down. It is stuck on this Curtain position. Not Mr. Kevin on the generator by himself. Guy Aiden all the way already pushed up on the flank. Scooby whipping a crucial shot there. Not Mr. Kevin, though, going to take out Angle Andy, but Decoy with the reverse flank going to pick up the remaining player. We have all that's left here, Scooby versus not Mr. Kevin and Decoy, but that's going to be it. Decoy is going to pick up their first round here. Easy, 1-4.
They're on the board. Decoy manages to put himself on the board as well, currently on a donut to that point, 0-4 before the first round. He gets one and then manages to make it back for the second, but honestly, the work was done. And the kill goes down on Curtain in the 3v3 to turn it into a 3v2. Not Mr. Kevin, like you said, heavily overextended into a tough spot, and this is the flip side of that strong anchor hold on the flank. If Decoy makes his way past Guy Aiden and gets involved in the action from a different angle, and Guy Aiden is left out there to try and keep him busy and doesn't realize that Decoy has slipped the net and gotten away from him, then Guy Aiden is left in a similar scenario as Decoy has been held to so far, and that's what's going to encourage this B push now. Decoy, reading it well, has stepped back towards the ramp position to try and get the first pick. Guy Aiden's about to show those legs. Decoy gets a quick pre-fire off, but doesn't land any damage. Going to keep the life. Playing the health bars is crucial at this point in time. The strong swing back from the Epic Fails squad. From the spawn to green, gets 1 for 1. Boop for 1. Pug for the second. Down goes Boop as Pug gets 2.
Oh, and the bomb is down in a tight spot here with a player remaining in green. Andy going to be able to catch this swing if it happens. Oh no, he almost had 2 of them. Backs turned. Sprit though on the site waiting for the players to peek in here. He knows the trigger discipline is good. Bomb is picked up and it's down to a 2v2. Guy Aiden trying to work Sprit here, but no, Sprit's going to be the one to take that kill, and it's all left up to the remaining member, not Mr. Kevin on Aztec, pushing to this site to get this bomb control, but bomb is down in a very, very strong spot for Sprit right now. This is a very powerful position for him to play into. And oh, look at that. The APM's coming out. He's going to start trying to let that thing sing.
I mean, Sprit knows full well, though, that with 25 seconds on the clock, this could just be a team fight moment. He's got to give the bomb to not Mr. Kevin, and he's going to try and fake off the rotation. Sprit just needs to put pressure down because Kevin is going to have to try and get away from this and plant, but he's not going to have enough time to fully rotate out. He's going to fake off to the A site with 15. Surely he gets onto site with about 8 seconds left. 10, 9, on site with 8, 7. You can't cheese right now, Kevin. Oh, man, he almost cooked that with the heel. Bomb is down. Sprit is in position from Ambo. Keeps himself safe. Just has the 1v1 on site, as does Kevin. This is literally all down to it. The Balti. The Balti. Oh, Sprit with the shot. It's not even close. It's not even difficult. Brushed off the site like dirt off a shoulder. Sprit slams the last member of New Dawn and pulls the site. Like, I can't believe we're back to 2 and 4. That looked not Mr. Kevin all day long. What is that?
Absolute play coming out of Sprit there, claiming 3 kills to help round out another round for his team here, 2-4. I mean, if they can bring this back, put another 2 rounds on the board here, tied up 4-4, it might actually look like it might go in their favor if they have a stronger attacking side. Like you said, the attack side can be very strong as long as the strategies are pulled out here, but it's going to be tough. They have to battle their way through this. Each round matters in the moment, and you can't let it get past that in your head more than any other round.
That's it. And a big 3-piece from the captain. Sprit there from Epic Fails Esports is going to claim them a little bit more life in this first half of the round. We've seen very close halves from all of the games so far, actually, going into the swapping of sides, Austin. 4-4, 5-3. Matches being very, very close. Now, New Dawn have gotten a chance and a 2-round buffer to take the most commanding lead into the half at 6-2. Big Fails have in the last couple of rounds, though, however, restabilized a little bit and given themselves a chance to pull some more back.
That cheeky angle off Scoob, trying to pre-fire through the smoke here. Guy Aiden trying to work this flank decoy, all left up to him to try and maintain presence over here, but Pug gonna take out Boop in the smoke. Pug doing a little quick jump peek, trying to gain site control here. Slaughter faking a run out here, distracting Sprit just long enough for him to get a peek from top med, and Scooby's left on his lonesome on the site as the fight continues between the 2 flank players. Oh, Scooby's in a very tight spot right now.
Let's say shot swing out from either Balti as we see an aggressive push coming around the right-hand side. Pug finds Mr. Decoy, and it's just Scooby left alive. He hits 1 from the headshot box, though, as he's getting pressure from behind him, too. Needs to crouch and deal with the Balti first. Puts the shot off the pressure to try and relieve some tanks. One as the split comes, but the double swing at the same time from New Dawn is enough to close it out.
That's one of those glorious bolt action moments there where the the hit comes in, but it doesn't quite connect. Doesn't
Hit
quite connect. Yeah.
It's once in a while, and this is the thing, is the Balti is not meant to be used up close and personal, and I think that's, although sometimes the bullet does just turn into a marshmallow and seem to not do as much damage as it's intended to, it is a exceptionally strong weapon when used at mid to long range distance. Even sometimes at shotgun point damage, it can be devastating, but it has a little less consistency in performance with that close quarters battle, so...
These are some interesting jump peaks. They don't peak directly over the metal because that's how you get your head taken off very, very quickly. Oh, there's Scooby trying to do the thing that he does as he got put on the flank position, but now it's all left up to the flank. Now has open space to roam here, but Mr. Decoy under the Apps position here. Trying to regain control of the space. Slaughter's going to take out Boop with a quick nade here, and it's down to a 5v3. Bomb on that top med position. Pug and Mr. Kevin working generator here, gonna claim Andy off the site, and it's left with the Sprit and Mr. Decoy, but Guy Aiden on the flank gonna go ahead and claim out Mr. Decoy, and we've seen Sprit waiting for Guy Aiden to push around this corner here. Has to do the reload. Guy Aiden's already on the hold here. Is he gonna be able to pick up this kill on Guy Aiden, or is it just gonna go get slammed out 6-2 here?
I feel like 6-2 is most likely. Sprit, if he makes a smart choice, is going to try and take on one person at a time, but with 4 members left alive, that is not the easiest thing to do. So we're going to go into the half 6-2. Sprit's not going to be finding anything on the back end of this. It's down to some good work out of New Dawn. You've got to look at the bottom of the scoreboard for New Dawn at Slaughter at 4-4 and say that at 4-4 is actually probably a 6-4 or an 8-4 at this moment in time. I mean, it's not necessarily down to some exceptional mechanical skill, but just a little bit of brain play. Running at the curtain, nothing too crazy, all right, but simple and successful. Make an audio cue, give chance to the teammates with a better aim to be able to swing and pick the member off a site. The good grenade usage out of Slaughter as well. I mean, that first pick off from the utility is a big part of that access on site for New Dawn. And actually, Slaughter stepping up where not Mr. Kevin hadn't been able to be so successful on the Balti as we'd looked at going into the game. Scooby doing a good job of repelling it. 2 and 7. Scoreline says, though, that those 2 rounds are the 2 rounds that Epic Fails have taken. And that really does demonstrate that tempo on this map is designated by the Baltis if they're able to get into the action or quick pace. 1 for 1. Guy Aiden, one of the top fraggers from New Dawn. Currently, right now, the top fragger takes out 1, but Sprit has the response.
Oh, man, down to a 4v4 already, and there's half HP on Sprit, and he has to make his way onto the site, but Boop's going to claim Steezy, and now he has full control of the site here. The time is ticking, and the bomb is down. 45 seconds left on the clock, and it is all left up to the remaining 2 members of New Dawn to pick up this round here. Slaughter and not Mr. Kevin. Not Mr. Kevin, just quick on the jiggle peak. Gonna pick up 1. Can he find the remaining players here? Boop crouched, looking through the crack. Look at this. This is such a cheeky angle.
It certainly
Not
is.
visible to anybody.
Battle of Altis goes the way of Kevin, but the 2 on site from Boop through the smoke. The double dome crushing kills. Austin, what's he doing?
Slammed through the smoke as Boop's favorite little thing to do every
That's
time
so
he comes
true,
into
by
the
the way.
Discord.
That's so true. That's so true. I've got to say they escaped with their lives there, though. That was not a clean round from Epic Fails, okay? That is New Dawn kind of dropping the ball a little bit, trying to get too over-aggressive, pushing through the smoke. I have to give it to Kevin. We did say that the Baltis weren't being as impactful as they had needed to be. And then Kevin steps up and starts to put his authority down on the pitch. And the Battle of Baltis, Kevin versus Scoob, is going very much the way of New Dawn. And speaking of which, Guy Aiden is having his way with the aggression. Angle Andy's got 1 on to Slaughter. Steezy does, however, respond to Scoob. Shots out of the top of apps are a little bit messy from Guy Aiden into the response. The Sprit does manage to pick him up. A rare, lacking amount of damage. Does immediately get returned, though.
I think he just got shot through the wall. I think he
did.
got taken out on audio cues right there.
He absolutely did. You're absolutely right. Hit the nail on the head as he hit the man's bullet through the wood.
This is looking tough. Angle Andy has to pull out all the wiggle steps that he's got in his arsenal to get through this 3-piece here that he needs to gather in order to claim this round victory for themselves. Or it's going to be a quick night and shutout. Steezy going to be there waiting for the push.
The bullet looked like the hit fire there hit the pillar. Did you see that one ricochet off halfway through the middle? The white spark as it didn't quite go to model. Oh my word.
Peekaboo says Pug, and there he goes. The wily dog shutting down Angle Andy as the angle was just not his friend, quickly peeked by the Puggerito himself.
Yeah, there's an acute angle, nice and small, good looking, and then you've got the obtuse angle, which is simply ignorant to any thoughts of a 1v. That was the one that came through. Swings out, Pug claims the kill, but I'm going to be honest with you, that was a little bit of a nightmare fuel scenario there, as the Balti slams a bullet through the scenery, dead in front of his eyes before Pug peeks out, and I mean, you want to see foreshadowing, that's it right there.
They must have worked a lot on some wall bangs here. I mean, to be able to claim a player through that setup there, through the wall, is pretty tough. I mean, that's one of those like things where you have to spend a lot of time theory crafting and like playing out the audio for your team and trying to figure out exactly where the enemy is. Like, that's a very tough shot to hit. Mr. Decoy gonna get taken out by Pug, and it's down to a 3v5 already as Sprit tries to make their way through to the site. Slaughter on that headshot position, and 2 on the site, tucked in very, very deep, waiting for the enemy to come into their paws. Slaughter, though, prone, looking under the smoke, gonna claim another life. Going prone again to try and see if he can gather another one. The bomb is down. It's gonna get picked up and revived, and it looks like they're gonna try and swing their way on around to the B site, but there is a player lurking on the B site waiting, and it looks like they've already been sussed out and called. 3 remaining members from the A site moving quickly onto this to make this piece here, but Guy Aiden's gonna pick up Scooby, and it's down to a 1v5, and it's all left up to Andy, but Guy Aiden's just gonna slam it home. 3-8.
this is the exact performance that New Dawn were looking to come to the table and provide today. So fair play to the New Dawn squad. They did put in the preparation that they have been speaking about across socials and in about everybody's DMs for the last week. Slaughter, a very enthusiastic young individual, likes to tout about their successes. And, you know, when they've got a performance like this that they can put on the table, rightly so. Good on them for being proud of achieving and reaching greater heights, because the New Dawn squad that performed in HPL Season 1 did not place as highly as I think they were expecting to. So to see them coming back even stronger is an exceptional showing from New Dawn on day one. Scooby, Boop, combined together for the first 2 picks, though, on the attacking side from Epic Fails, and Slaughter's the only member to have a response for now. So it looks like the tables may potentially be turning to give us a much more closer match than the initial start to it. We're 3-8. But Epic Fails have come alive a little bit. Bomb is on site to be planted. Slaughter sucking in on split. Does not find the killers. Boop and Decoy now combined together. Boop, the catalyst. Teammates ready to swing on his back. Andy putting pressure down to the last member of Guy Aiden. Can he get it done? 1v4? I don't know, man.
If anyone could do it, I think it's definitely Guy Aiden here. 16-4, absolutely showing a dominating force here. How strong he really can be. He is the guy, the one with the aid. I don't know how much more of a dad pun I can put on this name, but we're gonna try. He's coming out saying that he's the man, the myth, the legend, but the shots are not too clean there. Mr. Decoy gonna take out Guy Aiden. That's gonna be another round picked up for easy, 4-8.
Yeah, no disrespect to a team that I coach as being attached to them. They'll all roast me later for this, but if they were able to lose that one out in the 1v, that would have been an epic fail. That would have absolutely been an epic fail, and they would have had nothing to argue against that one. So good to see them close it out in the numbers there. Epic Fails Esports able to pull another one back to 4-8. Respectable scoreline, but if you're going to talk about the tale of the day, it's New Dawn showing dominance and authority, both on their attacking side and then able to convert on the defending. I mean, 6-2. That's what we talked about, isn't it, Austin? 6-2 is that top tier scoreline to go into the half with. They give yourself a big enough cushion to convert home regardless of how good your opponent's attacking half is. Now Epic Fails have to do the unthinkable and get 4 rounds in a row without a loss to be able to push it to overtime.
And with that, we see Scooby on the flank now, watching for this flank player to be pushing up. And there's actually 2 of them set up here on the flank. Guy Aiden's going to probably find Scooby here. No, he's just quick with the schmoves. He's a movement player of and in of itself, but shot's not going to quite connect here. Guy Aiden still trying to work this flank. Oh, Scooby, so close, but no dice. Got to pop that ETG to regain some of that health here, and we're going to be seeing Guy Aiden slowly pushing up, clearing his corners here. Going to get some pre-fires out of him. Is he going to be able to bait the shot out of Scooby here?
Seen 3 shots out of Scooby so far, and the 4th doesn't find a home, but not Mr. Kevin on the other side of the map. Did pick one up in the meanwhile. On-site Sprit, however, has got the strength onto Jen. Back to back on Jen, not Mr. Kevin swings, and that should be picked up immediately with a response. Doesn't quite find it, not Mr. Kevin. Uses the Volty like a shotgun, and the one on Jen goes down. Decoy, though, from the top shelf, does find himself 2-piece.
Sneaky Decoy. The bomb was the decoy there, and Mr. Decoy up on top of that med flat there, really putting in the work for his team, claiming that next round victory. I mean, like you said, they got to put now 3 rounds to tie it up, and this is going to be tough, but it looks like they were in the mindset to do it. They know how to do it, and they're just executing flawlessly at this moment. With that, we're moving on to the next round. Another heavy A play. Lots of players already pushed over to this A site. One player jump peeking to see about a cross here before the enemy has the time to smoke out their aces. I think they might have flubbed that smoke a little bit, but 2 players on the site waiting for enemies to make contact here. Slaughter in that position, rotated off from Y here, and the player is still lurking. Look at how out in the open this player is, waiting over here on the B site towards nose. He is just slowly creeping up, trying to make his way into this like flank position here, and he might actually catch somebody off guard if they try to do a quick rotate, but it's down to a 3v4, and the tide can turn very quickly here.
Good call from New Dawn. Says don't rotate too hard to that B player because the smoke over curtain might just cover that rotation off instead. Epic Fails decides to commit to this A site. Jumping in, Scoop gets taken out by the Balti. Slaughter takes up the challenge from Buparino, and it's left to Angle Andy with no legs. And only his chicken wings to be able to try and fly. Slaughter goes down. Guy Aiden comes round the corner to claim the final killing blow. And New Dawn are going to deactivate the device and claim a 9-5 victory in their first map in the Vanguard Proving Grounds tournament.
Not a bad half at all. Both teams playing to their ability that they could. I mean, honestly, it came to show that they, New Dawn was the one that was more well prepared. Guy Aiden absolutely coming out and slamming it home. 18 kills with 13 headshots. A big headshot percentage there coming out of that player. I mean, what else can you ask of this team other than to put everything that they had on the line? And they surely did that today. I mean, cracked. What an absolute banger of a game we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, New Dawn being the first of the teams today, not allowing a game to be put to a close match all the way down to the wire. They're deciding they want to get the job done and dusted quickly and get themselves out into their next match. And 9-5 is a very convincing way to do so. We give the credit, absolutely, like you said, to the headshots being hit from Guy Aiden. It's 13 out of 18 kills that are on point. Not just picking up the member, crucially, picking up that member in quick fashion. The thing that can be said about headshots is you don't use too many bullets to headshot somebody. Normally 1 or 2 and they go down, which means you have more left in the magazine to kill extra people, meaning you're able to get those crucial 1 for 2s, 1 for 3s that make the big differences in these games. Now, it's down to the New Dawn squad to continue to do that throughout the rest of their progression in the Proving Grounds tournament to see if they've got what it takes to be able to knock down one of the other 2 Titans from made the way through for the first 2 games. Your likes of maybe the Vanguard squad or the Epic Fails squad that you might see coming back up from their losers bracket endeavors in the future. But for now, that is our first 3 matches done. And with that being said, I believe, Austin, it's time for everybody to take a stretch of their legs so we can get some refreshments under our belts.
Oh, yes, and indeed, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here, and we're going to be coming into the next match. After that, Redacted Society versus Aquila. Very much so a grudge match up against 2 teams that were formerly, part of each other. I can't wait to see this matchup. But for right now, we're going to go to that quick break, and we'll be right back with you after the break.
Hello, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first day of 4 from a brand new tournament. This is the Vanguard Proving Grounds. My name is Cracked Wisdom. I'm joined here on the Vanguard Gaming channel. Alongside me in the casting booth with a new face, maybe for some of you, but a man that is also another legendary shoutcaster for this Escape from Tarkov arena game that we get to yap about. It's Discount Austin Powers, and we've been, well, graced with 3 amazing games so far, haven't we, Austin? And we've got 3 more exceptional games before our next break, and then a further 3 to top them off with.
Yeah, baby. And we're here for that action and all the action-packed stuff that will be happening today. I cannot wait to see this next lineup here. Redacted Society versus Aquila. This is going to be an awesome game. Honestly, with the lineup that they have here, as soon as I get it pulled up. And we're going to be seeing lots of impactful plays coming out from all the various players on their teams. Right now for Redacted Society, we have Clarity, Clean, Mr. J Jones, Ray Zizzy, and Trevi FPS. And on Aquila, we have Corium Operator, the No Technique, Schmitty B, Shelby KB, and Smirk. Should be an interesting lineup. Definitely going to be one of those great games to see here. I cannot wait to see what kind of action-packed information we're going to be seeing. Cracked, what do you think is going to happen in this game? How well do you think these teams are about to play against each other, especially seeing as, you know, Trevi FPS, formerly being on Aquila, started his own team and has made it his mission to be one of the best teams in NA?
Well, it's looking to help the scene grow. I'm not sure that you know. Many a time do I bump into the Aquila guys on the various late nights that we don't go to bed as the degenerate gamer that we love to be. We end up bumping into playing with Shelby or No Technique, and Trevi's normally also passing by still, so separating on good terms, you know. Trevi stepping away, I think initially with no intention of actually playing Arena, and then the bug just bit again, right, Austin? You don't really ever walk away from Tarkov because it still comes a knocking at some point in the future. So Trevi's back. He's with a Mean, Clean, Clarity, Ray, Sizzy, and Buzz team today. That'll be the names that'll be on the table for people that match up that lineup. But like you said, it's going to be Corium, No Technique, Schmitty B, Shelby KB2, and Schmirk. Sorry, Schmitty, Shelby KB2, and Smirk. I keep getting my Schmitties mixed up, man. I'm so confused. There's too many Schmitties. We've got to fix this, guys. Like, you Schmitties out there, you've got to find some way to differentiate yourself, okay? Because I'm not getting Schmitty with it right now. It's a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, and with the in-game name like what he's got now, it's a creative one for sure. Mr. Pillow Fluffer himself coming out, Schmitty B coming out from the from the throws here. Actually, you know, one of those really good mechanical players coming out from main game. He's gonna be definitely a tough one to beat here.
Who's your money on? All right, we did this. We had a very good bet for the last game, and it came out to not be either of the two, but it was still exceptional to watch either way. So, what do you reckon? Are we going to say Aquila, or do you think that this newer roster has what it takes to upset them? I don't. Right, look. Redacted Society, by the way, folks, a little bit of background here. Okay, Redacted Society is an esports organization that has their fingers in other pots, all right? They are involved in other teams and in other titles where this is a new step for them. They've joined forces with Trevi to produce this team. So this is like a good test for the Redacted Society squad regarding the matchup versus Aquila, because this Aquila roster has been tested, right, Austin? This is Aquila that took 3rd place in the NAHPL, so a very strong squad, but that was with Redacted Society's Trevi FPS on their team. So, you know, is it gonna be the new form, or is Aquila's upgraded roster gonna outperform Redacted Society?
I mean, honestly, I'm biased, right? I am very, very good friends with both Shelby and Mr. No Technique and Corium. So I want them to do exceedingly well. I want them to come out on top and show out. And unfortunately, my bias is probably going to stick here because I want them to just absolutely slam home. I think the prediction will probably be like a 9-6 in favor of Aquila.
Interesting. I'm going to be honest with you. I know that this Redacted Society squad has been performing very well in their scrims. So I'm going to go the other way with it. I think Redacted Society might push us to an overtime minimum here, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we see a mirror to our previous match and that this might be a 9-5 Redacted Society.
Ooh, 9-5. That's a tough ask. I mean, both
I'm
these
gonna get
teams are
slammed
very,
for
very
that
good.
later, by the way. I'm gonna get absolutely slammed for that later.
Yep.
Yep. I tell you now, if Corey gets a whiff of me saying that out loud, Corey's gonna be in my DMs tonight, be like, what do you mean you're dropping the ball on me, bro? Why are you dropping the ball on me, man? Like, this is crazy. Well, here we go. Round number 1. Redacted Society, Aquila, Bay 5.
Lots of pressure being applied here on this A site. We're going to be seeing a lot of movement here. And with all of that being said, we're getting into this game ever so swiftly. Clean, Trevi, Ray, Zizzy, Buzz, and Clarity all on this A side here, slowly making the play, trying to get the bomb into this A site. We're going to be seeing a lot of action here shortly with a minute and 15 seconds on the clock. The clock is ticking down. I mean, smokes are going out. They're setting up for this A play. Bomb slowly making its way towards the site. Shots coming out. Nothing's going to connect. Nothing quite yet, but there's Gumpin. Corium himself claiming 1 life, and oh no, a quick pickup on the trade there. Shelby's going to take out one of the members of the team.
Also, bomb down. They're in. They're out. Back and forth. Trevi for 1. Shelby for 2. No technique for the 3rd. Clarity gets 1 back, though. The shotgun to the knees, though. Oh, it's Clarity. It's not Clarity, it's Calamity as knees fold and ankles get ripped to shreds.
Clarity with a quick 3-piece there. I mean, that's pretty good for him to start the round off. And I mean, I don't actually know in Redacted Society who is their IGL, because I know Clarity has the potential to be an IGL. He is one of those very strong-minded players. He knows how to play around with the enemy and toy with them. So I don't know who their IGL is, other than it's either Trevi or Clarity in this situation.
I think you hit the nail on the head. From what I'm aware of, it's almost a dual held role where one player rolls 80% of the comms, but the other one works with them, alongside them, and off the back of them whilst they're needing to perform. Full Blatant's going to find the first one to clean, and that one's going to be Corey under the Full Blatant name. Raze finds Corey in the trade, though. We've got Pillow Fluffer, Grumpin, no technique, and Shelby left alive, but no techniques, now got no life. Ray taking him out. Bomb is being planted. 4v3, Aquila are going to have to do something about the retake.
Trevi lurking in the top mid position here. Gonna get some shots down on the Pillow Fluffer, but that's not gonna be quite enough. Barely ticks some of the damage down. Trevi gonna take out Corium here, and it's down to a 1v3 with that bolt action in hand. What can the man Schmitty do other than try and 1v3 this and get the bomb defused in 25 seconds? There's one. Can he find a second and a third here? Time is ticking. 15 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like it might be in favor of Redacted Society here. 10 seconds on it, and Trevi is going to take down Pillow Fluffer, and that's going to be the round towards Redacted Society. This is looking like it might actually be in Redacted Society's favor.
It is definitely attacking side favored, though, and we said this, Austin, and we're going to continue to say it throughout the majority of this tournament. The meta and the play style at the moment in time that favors the bold, favors the brave. Push forward with aggression, take the heat to your enemies, and there's not too much stopping it right now. Gonna look at the Aquila squadron running 2 scouts, 2 assaults and a marksman, where Redacted Society have brought 2 assaults, 2 scouts, and an enforcer to the table on Bay 5. That shotgun swings strong so far. Gap cover from Shelby's actually just watching a load of red members run left and right across the screen. Jump from Clarity!
Oh my goodness, that is intense. No technique, picking up 2 on the back end, though, taking out Clarity and Buzz, and it's down to a 2v3 situation here. What can we do? Tech getting a little bit of healing done here, and the bomb is down, and it's in Tech's hands right now to do something about this, to maintain this control clean. Gonna find the flank here. The sprays come out, but nothing's quite ready to connect. Ray and Trevi both gonna pick up 2 kills to close out the round. 3-0, Redacted Society versus Aquila.
Yeah, no technique looked like he was going to make a meal of that there, actually. I can understand we both, in the casting booth, I think, felt the tone go up a little bit as we got a slightly excited But excitement did not convert into ecstatic applause in the amphitheater. Instead, no. No Technique finds two and then has too many targets to deal with on his own plat to the A site and is unable to find either of them. Time Redacted Society close out another confident third.
And with all that being said, we do have the setup coming out here. A nade looking to make its way onto the Tetris, but oh, it does find Trevi. And the back alley, though, has been claimed by Ray, and it looks like it's going to be another full push onto the A site. Bomb is going to go down, and it's left down to No Technique in a 1v4 situation. Can he pull out the technique, or is he still going to be known as the man with no technique?
Well, Razor's got one in response, and it is just No Tech left in the 1v. Clarity almost leading that head into the angle that No Tech's got the crosshair placed for. First, it's just the elbow off. It's going to swing on the right-hand side. Doesn't quite manage to manage the shots onto the Rat player to transfer for the spray. And Redacted close out the fourth. It's a 4-0 flawless half start so far. 4 more rounds on the attacking side to double it up with.
I might have to eat my words. I might have caster cursed Aquila. It might be fairly possible here that I've given them the caster curse. Oh man, we're going to be starting into another round, and we're going to be seeing another strong A push here. Another strong A push indeed, and it will be, looks like the bomb is going to sit up towards mid. Clarity waiting for his teammate to get into position, and we're going to be seeing some nades come out. Nothing quite connecting. No damage done just yet. It looks like they're going for a boost. Look at this. What is this?
This is dirty is what this is. So this is an advantageous boost peak that allows you to get information towards the alley so you can see without them being able to see you back, because the front window of that vehicle, it's very dark from the alley. It's actually a one-way boost peak that works in favor of Redacted Society. Now, the thing that kind of works slightly weaker on that peak is that Aquila can keep that A-site member in the alley defensively positioned, and there's no information gained. They just see it looking empty. This almost telegraphs to Redacted Society that they've understacked the site in a very interesting fashion. Pillow Fluffer holding this defensive spot could capitalize on this now and catch them on an over-aggressive play. Clarity on the front door, though, takes that aggression to bear, and 1-2 go down as the heels and the ankles show all at the same time, and it's going to be a third from Clean. Oh, Corey, however, takes out one on the back. It is, sir.
Okay. It just didn't sound like the full auto one, but Full Blatant going to be there to trade out Trevi very quickly, and that will be it. Ray going to pick up Full Blatant, and that's going to be another round for Redacted Society.
Interesting to see today that a lot of the NA teams are showing a lot of these very creative boost peak spots where you can leverage a level of information better than your opponents, and it's the information gathering that's making the difference, because it's one of the hardest things to do on attack is to go into a site without knowledge of where people are holding from and be able to be that aggressive force. You can't just kind of swing in hoping that the spray is going to find someone in a common position of defense, because if everybody plays an off angle, you just end up shooting walls and corners, which doesn't really get you anything. So it's a very macro style of gameplay where it requires a lot of things to go right all at the same time, but if you practice the execution of it time and time again, it becomes a lot less down to probability, more down to execution. Clarity's going to drop one towards top mid, try and search out for information. Shows that there's no parkour box control for the time being. They're reading an overstack towards the A, and they're going to push that pressure down mid. Look at Redacted Society. Read the textbook of the play. They forced the A site to force stack. And now with mid strength by 5 and support from Hell, the bomb's going to go around the outside. Full Blatant and Corey is going to find one in a 1v5 pressure, but there's just too many members swarming around. 2 blue. Aquila lives get taken. And on site 4v3. Redacted Society have B control.
And the pressure is on. No Technique going to get taken down by Clean and Mean, and he's definitely mean with that spear. And look at the bomb placement. The bomb's placed onto the fuel container here. Definitely in a tight spot, and it has to be diffused from an angle which can be shot from pretty much anywhere on the map, especially if you're in that connector side or if you're playing around the forklift area. But it's a 4v1, and it's all left up to the bolt action. Schmitty B working every corner that he can. He has to clear so many angles and get onto the site, but there's only 15 seconds remaining, and it looks like it might go into the favor of Redacted Society here, and it looks like that is going to be the case. 10 seconds left on the clock, and all he's got left to do is save that op.
I am not just a little concerned, I am fearful. Is this going to be the first 9-0 of the Proving Grounds? There's no way that the Aquila squad that is this strong gets put away this comfortably. No disrespect to Redacted Society, but from the way that they have come to the table with this again, this is absolutely textbook, almost as good as what we saw out of Unknown earlier on today. Maybe even better. No technique, however. He's going to pick up a utility kill to open up. Corey, again, good for the first in his area. Is going to get one of the top mid, gets the second. Clarity has one back on the shotgun, but Corey is able to step no further. Stepping was the wrong word, I guess, and we're cursing him from the casting booth. Two come through. Buzz gets one of their own. Jump in. Wow.
This is looking very tight for them right now. Oh, half HP on Buzz, and it's a 1v2. Can he come out and clean this one up? I mean, flashes are going to come out. They're going to try and make their way onto the site. Buzz is going to try and go for the plant here. Fake. See if he can get somebody off guard. He really has to, but there's still a minute left. But Shveddy B, with that bolt action, going to claim their first round for Aquila.
Boom. No way,
Boom.
Jose, he says. You're not getting out
Off
of that
goes the
door frame.
Weasel.
Yep, absolutely. And the Weasel was carrying a bomb too. Very dangerous piece of equipment and clothing there, that, Austin. No bombs allowed on the B site today.
I can't believe they were able to wrap that around and get control again that quickly, even though they fully stacked the A site that time.
Yep. I mean, Redacted Society pulled the play perfectly. They pulled the defending squad all the way to the A site for the overstack and then re-swung it, and it was exceptional to see, but it didn't convert. This time it's Thunder from down under. They're coming all the way through hell, and they're coming quick through the forklift door. The first goes down, and no technique gets one. Down on the floor goes Clarity. The Dolphin dive for the ankles.
So quick to reassess.
Out of the water, it's ridiculous. Oh my, well, hold up a minute, wait a second. Someone ain't right here. Grumpin slams one. Shelby's got two from Cornets going the other way.
And that's going to be the round. AQ's finally got their feet. They found their pressure here. They're making it work, and they're doing what they got to do right now, right in this very moment, picking up another crucial round for themselves here, 6-2. Wow.
Austin, do you remember the Aquila episode on the podcast? Do you remember the one thing that Shelby said made him crash out so much? It's people prone on the floor. Guys, they just might have dropped the one mistake that Redacted Society might have not wanted to do. And if you want to really wind this Aquila squad up and motivate them to really try hard, do a dolphin dive on them and see where it gets you. Because oh boy, did that turn blue very quickly. Shelby with a fat three-piece, and Aquila have finally risen from the graves.
This is incredible. Honestly, one of those things to see. It's just how quickly the tides can turn, how quickly they can make all this effort come up from the stomach, just boiling over the top all the way to the head, and making it apparent that they are going to be making this game theirs. And if they can bring this back just even a little bit to make it even more convincing in this next round here, I can't wait to see it. And look at how slowly Thorium and the Bomb are just creeping their way. They're cooking. They have two players on the site already. One player sitting in that smoke, gonna get a claim here on A, but it looks like Clarity is just gonna be wreaking havoc on the A site, and they're gonna be making their push quickly onto this B here with the Bomb. Player gonna make his way into the connector, and we're gonna be seeing a lot of action coming out here now from our friend Gumpin or Corium Operator. This is tight. This is tight. They got the bomb down, and all they got to do is play for time.
Red's full pressure though. Falcon through. The big pick on mid actually levels it to a 3v3. Pillar Fluffer doing the best work they can for Aquila and cuts off that rotation now. Pressure from Shelby as he's going to swing strong and true as Ray claims the floor. And a seat on the bench out of the round. One back from Clean, though, as Shelby closes him out. Clean does get the second, and it's Grumpin versus Clean. Clean on the bomb, taps for pressure. 25 on the clock. Grumpy gets third position. Clean swings. Oh, Grumpin's got an absolute deletion on the site. What is that?
That right there is Corium. That is how Corium plays the game. He is now locked in and ready to go. Those quick 2 taps, all it takes from Corium, straight to the noggin.
Uh-oh. Can you feel it, Austin?
I can feel it.
I can feel the air of
coming.
something coming, yeah, and it's we're about 2 rounds away from an Aquila straight up 5-0 flawless round with aggression if this keeps falling the way it's going right now. The gunfights were going the way of Aquila. Redacted Society had a little bit of surge at the back end of the last round. A great dodge of the flash to seeing Grumpin still going to be losing a little bit of that vision. Pro member on site. The pro member on site. Can Corey find this kill?
Oh, no. Look at how tight he's playing in onto the site. And that's going to not be enough, though. Shelby's going to pick up clarity. And the names are just flying right now. Buzz trading out for the Schmitty B man himself. There's one player lurking in the back alley, one player in Silver, but that's not going to be enough. Silver is going to go down so quickly. And there's the shots coming out, 2 to 3. Shelby with a very sliver of HP coming out here. And all they got to do is get the bomb down and start that timer ticking down.
Look at the mini-map, look at them go, look at them read the play, and look at them go, look at the flow. Every single member on the map is now starting to flood towards this B site. Aquila positions one top mid and full blatant, and Corey finds a crucial pick to completely open up the rotation. Now, one member left alive from Redacted Society, and the Aquila squad have decided that they are not going to go into the night without a shout. They are going to fight tooth and nail for these rounds and force Redacted Society to claw their way over the line, if it's even possible. Trevi has to show the Titanic mustache that we've known him so familiarly for, and it's not going to come true as full blatant is going to be full denial for this round. Aquila 6 to 4, they close the gap to 2.
Oh man, and as the train keeps on chugging, it keeps rolling on down to the station. We're going to be seeing a lot of crazy plays coming out of these players here. Oh my goodness. They are tightening it up and getting into the zone right now. Clarity, though, on 14 kills, absolutely carrying with that shotgun right now. Doing a whole lot of work and a whole lot of pressure.
It certainly is, but Aquila reacted to that on the A site, though. They didn't manage to give both sides of it, actually. It gets 1 for 1, 1 for 2, and fair play. Really crazy, really crazy showing out of both of these teams here. This is what we paid for, though, right? This is what you turn up in the stands to see. You give your time to watch this epic entertainment. And look at the oh, come on, Clarity. It's the Walker spot. We know this one from before. There's a very famous clip about this, isn't there?
Gotta check your corners.
Gotta check your corners.
Tech is actually on an enforcer now himself with an Ash 12 instead of the shotgun.
Oh no. Oh no. Austin. Oh no. It's a nightmare, and Shelby's back is exposed. The first LA slow down, and the shotgun's ringing. Rat-a-tat-tat. He does only get 2 as the third he runs out of bullets to be able to claim the life of, but it's probably going to be enough to claim some form of site access. It is only 2. The bomb's actually reclaimed as Trevi plays too defensively to be able to keep pressure down, and it's gone. No technique. Oh, he might find his back exposed, though. Now he knows he has to run. Unfortunate timing. It is 2v3. Tech's going to try and fight a really tough angle into Trevi there. Is he going to come back with it? Do they know about the gap member? Because this is where this all comes down to now, is because they can team up for green. Top pressure is there.
Oh, shots are coming out from the spawn, and it looks like it's down to this 2v3 here. And with that being said, we're going to see the bomb go down. Buzz going to claim 1, and now it's looking like it's going to be a 7 to 4, but no. Schmitty says no.
We're back in it again.
Bomb is going to get planted.
It has to be planted, but he does not go. It's gone up in time. Ray's going to be there before he can. That's an insanely good timing read on Ray. Immediate disposal of the member, knowing that he doesn't need to challenge the plant. He just needs to get there in time to stop him getting his gun up after he's finished doing so. Redacted Society survive in this one, Austin.
Oh, this is... we need AQ to really, show up Like they need to do exactly what they were doing in the previous like 4 rounds where they came back and were just shutting it down. If they can't, do that, it's just going to be a closeout here from uh RS. It's going to be an absolute slam.
Redacted Society have done a good thing in aggressing against the tempo. They've gotten way smarter about not dropping ones, and the big first picks out of Redacted Society on good tempoed peaks have earned them first blood twice in a row now as Grumpin pays with his life. And we've seen Grumpin pull off some great shots for Aquila that have closed the round out. So it's a big pick for Redacted Society here in a crucial round. Moving from 7 to 8 as Raze finds one onto Shelby. Could be it.
Otech taking some damage here. Oof. All left up to the no technique man with the with the Ash 12 and that PS12A letting it sing, and the bomb is down, and it's all left up to him on his lonesome here. He is in a 1v3. Can he bring this back and take the round for his team? Ooh, quick little shot on the Trevi.
Out he goes. Clean's pressured off at least, but the damage onto No-Tech is more than enough to be done. The magazine, and Clean is going to claim the round. Redacted Society move on to 4 match points.
I'm literally on the edge of my seat here. I mean, this is going to be tough. If they cannot get the pressure back on like they've had it, this is going to be it. This is the closeout round right here. This is going to be what Redacted Society is going to put it all on the line.
This is where I would expect Redacted Society to play a rather aggressive hold as soon as they get information. They've spread completely across the map, which allows Aquila to find a first pick onto Forklift. Clean goes down.
But that's not quite enough just yet. Still 4v5, and any number of players could be traded out in this very moment. Player working their way through Harbor, though.
2 stack over there to Hell from Aquila is where the initial pick has allowed that member Harbor access. They're now just kind of looking for a stranglehold on the B side. But notice that Redacted Society have this one extremely deep player still in the spawn box, holding the Harbor player hostage almost. What's very interesting to note is where the bomb is in regards to this play. And now that first member goes down on the B site, you have to think Aquila are going to have to kick the A site team into action very shortly. Shelby over there with his teammate have a 2v1 right now if they push the go button. The fight on top mid actually comes through first, and that's big.
That's big presence being picked up there, and Clarity still, though, on the site. Oh, the turnaround wasn't quick enough. Ray, though, with the final bits of his mag, going to claim the life here, but Full Blatant going to pick up Ray, and now it's down to Clarity and Buzz. Oh, no, Shelby. It's all left up to Buzz, and the bomb is down.
How does he win that? On site, he's going to find himself a ridiculous pick. I mean, Clarity should have had him dead to rights. He only had to go round the box, but Clarity tries to get too complex with it and goes over the top, gets put down for it. Buzz has a great pick on entry, but Buzz is left in a 1v3 after, respectfully, Clarity makes the first misplay I think we've seen for Redacted Society at all. I really do strongly think that just walking around the boxes there would have had Shelby dead to rights instead of trying to go over the top. Elsewise, leaves a 2v2 and a fair chance at being able to fight that out, but Redacted Society lose one of their match points to a little bit of overconfidence, I would say.
Yeah, that early pre-swing that they did coming out of Harbor kind of shut down their efforts to hold down B, and they got full mid control there, and that's an early nade going to come out from Trevi, taking down one of their strong players, Corium.
That is
another
huge.
nade going
Clarity
in.
as well gets one too.
Oh God, Clarity on the floor. Sneaky Snake. Trying to see under this smoke here. Re-aggro onto mid, it looks like. It looks like they're trying to make a play for the B through mid as the bomb makes its rotation down towards Hell.
Clean's in a great position. He's sat there on the B site in this anchor just in front of Hell for info. And the reason the position is so strong is because he knows 10 seconds early when these people are coming. There's one. Second does get traded out as Shelby's there for the Battle Buddy system. But the bomb's going to be called out, and it's just Shelby and Pillow Fluffer left alive. And, I mean, Shelby, wisely so, is going to immediately counter-rotate. But Redacted Society have had enough of these back-and-forth games, and instead of committing to either of the two sites, they're instead looking to try and confirm and secure up the top of this midsection of the map. I mean, they only need to split 2 players per site at this point in time, and they have full control of a 2v2 at least. Oh, no.
The bomb is
And it's
just making all kinds of crazy rotations right now, and it looks like Schmidt's trying to take control of parkour, so it looks like they are going to aggress on to B.
He's done it. He's absolutely done it. The big brain madman play, the double, triple fake. There's so many fakes that I can't believe that this man's not playing any game of anything else other than poker at this point in time, because his poker face is about to... Prone on site's interesting. It's going to win them a duel, though. The Prone actually baits the aggressive push out of Raze. Some huge brain plays out of Shelby coming out. Almost down, 2v3. Clarity's going to aggressively swing his Pillow Fluffer. The shotgun is most likely going to win that duel, absolutely. One. Shelby for a 1v2. 35 seconds and he's giving himself space. Immediate defuse though, and Trevi's going to pressure this.
Oh no, is he going to stick onto it? No,
I don't think he's
no
holding it. I
stick.
think he's just chilling.
Sticking the bomb now. Buzz not quite going to go down. Not a whole lot of bullets left in the mag, but that's going to be the round. RS.
You've got to give it.
Redacted Society.
You've got to give it Redacted Society. It's an exceptionally well-played game. And when it comes down to the crucial moment, Austin, Redacted Society don't drop the ball a second round in a row. They leave it to a 2v1, and Trevi calls Buzz out, does not rush defusing the bomb either. Trevi sits on site, tells Buzz to hold him in an aggressive position, so that when the challenge comes in, Shelby is not given space to be able to isolate 2-1s. He forces the first fight. Shelby has to go for a small pre-fire spray and then immediately get out of the angle because he can't afford to lose much health. Buzz does his job, returns pressure, forces Shelby into the 2v1 angle over the site, and closes the round out. Redacted Society start with exceptionally textbook gameplay. Then they get knocked a little bit as overconfidence rocks them, and Aquila push them for the mistakes. But Redacted Society retain that mentality and go back to where they started and close out with a clean final round.
And with that, I mean, Clarity showed an absolute beast of a performance with that Enforcer on the shotgun. That was, oh, just textbook shotgun gameplay coming out of Clarity there. I mean, he controlled pretty much every site that he was on and rarely lost a gunfight with that setup.
This is an exceptional set of games so far for what's fixing up to be a potentially extremely explosive tournament. I mean, our matches 7, 8, and 9, our third set of 3 matches that you're going to get today, will feature every single one of the 6 victorious teams from the previous 6 matches you get to see today. So this here match number 4 decides our 4th victor. Redacted Society step up to the table, and they will be facing New Dawn, I believe it was, from the previous match.
Yep.
On top of that, our victorious 2 from the beginning of the day, Panderic X and Unknown, will be facing each other as our match number 7 of the day. And then our following 2 matches in the middle section of today's broadcast. So our next one up, and then the one following that will decide our next 2 victors. They will face off in match number 9. Austin, has anybody really surprised you so far today? Has there been any one of the victorious teams, or maybe even the teams that haven't won today, that have surprised you with how close a match they forced?
I mean, the Redacted Society versus Aquila match, what I thought would be a very close matchup. In all honesty, it's got to be, it's tough that turned the way that it did, but at the end of the day, both teams played as best as they could, and I mean that's all you can really ask from them. They just need to take what they learned from this experience and take it into the next match they play, whether it's at the losers bracket or into the finals for the upcoming days. I just hope that everyone at home watching has really enjoyed every single bit of this action as much as I have. And that if you do enjoy it, please hit the follow button down below and show some love and support this wonderful community, because without this community, we wouldn't be having these awesome games that we're having today.
Absolutely, and the numbers have not stopped climbing for the folks that have showed out in strength to come and show their support. All right, every single one of you is popping up from each of the different regions. We've even had, members of the EU scene dropping in and paying their respects to the amazing battles going down inside of the arena today. Vanguard's Proving Grounds again. Shout out to Luke Goblin, Blake Dahlia. Some appreciation from myself. Reached out to me and said, very early on in the stages of its concept, what do you think about this correct? Would you like to be on board helping us out? Would you have time to come and cast for it? I'm like, absolutely. I'd be honored to be able to join you guys to do this. So I thank you from myself, allowing me to jump on board and help out with making sure that the Proving Grounds is another, another representation of what this amazing community can bring to the table when it comes to events. I liked the idea that Luke brought to me, where the Proving Grounds was not just an environment for the top tier teams to be able to show up in, but allowing the Div 2 teams also a chance to showcase the development stages and the academic levels of the NA scene that is growing. And growing is the right word, Austin. We've, many a teams are popping up day after day after day, and we're going to get to feature a couple of those two newer teams in our next match, Vanguard Academy and Phoenix, our next two.
Right.
Those two
Okay.
teams
And
coming
with
up on
this,
screen for you.
yeah, we have VGA and Phoenix, Vanguard Academy and Phoenix. And in those, we're going to be seeing the matchup between those two teams. On Phoenix, we're going to see Sausage the Beast, Zombieland, Maddie, and Eggs. And on the VGA Academy team, we're going to be seeing Folksta, Rudel, Tonester, Unreal Dragon, Big Sky, Normie, and Whiplash. Uh, right now, we're probably only going to be seeing Big Sky, Unreal Dragon, Tonester, Rudel, and Folksta. So it should be a wonderful matchup to see. Definitely going to be a tough one.
I think both of these teams are very new to the scene. PX took part in the LCQ as well. A good showing from them there. Probably a little bit unfortunate not to be as successful as I think they would have liked to in the LCQ. So for Vanguard Academy, this is going to be an extremely tough test for them. But the Vanguard Academy squad is littered with talent in itself. The likes of Falster, Big Sky TV. It's going to be Dragon, Normie, and I believe it's Whiplash who is going to be making it to the table today to start for the Vanguard Academy lineup. So that's the listed five at the moment. And PX, the names you're going to be featuring on screen from the Phoenix squad, it's going to be Matty, Sausage, the Beast, Zombieland, and not Stojo. I am being informed, actually, we were slightly incorrect on the lineup for the Vanguard Academy squad. Whiplash is not here, and it's Rudel, sorry, and Whiplash that are not going to be taking part. The other five will be the starting members for the day. But again, look, the reason that we spoke about the development, Austin, in the scene and the growth in these scenes, even the Vanguard Academy squad extends to 7 deep now, 7 members that are very interested in, trying to get involved in this competitive environment that continues to grow. I mean, we got an exceptional showcase thanks to the Hunt Premier and the Battle State Games combo from the ACS recently, where we were
Yep.
delighted with some great screenshots of that new map. Talk to me, Austin, about the thoughts on the new map, because Iceberg looks really cool, and I'm excited to feature that in some new tournaments.
Um, I think it looks really cool. My only concern is that it might be one of those maps where the angles might not play too well in a um I actually didn't catch much of the map either. So I don't really know a whole lot about the map, but I think that it does look like a cool map, and I can't wait to see it in some competitive play here in the future.
It's looking like one of those ones. You're right. The angles are going to be very crucial. It's going to be, but I'm going to be honest with you. Where that does frustrate a lot of players, for me as a commentator, that's something I'm really excited for. We've gotten to see a little bit of it today, right? Some of these new boost peaks that players are trying to cook up and create, so that information gathering is better, or angle of opportunity favors the attacking side, where normally it's defending side favored. Some of these cool little advantageous flip flops that people are pulling out. That's the creativity in a competitive scene that I personally really like to see out of these teams. So I'm hoping that Iceberg just brings some more of that, where players get to get really creative and techie with how they're setting up from defending sides and offending sides from the Blast Gang perspective. Also suggested as a team fight map too, something to be excited about. So lots on the horizon, and it's thanks to the likes of Hunt Premier that places like Vanguard, places like the stuff that was going on for the LCQ and the APS scene, the OAL for the APAC region. All of these different tournaments are popping up uh, after following through from what the Hunt has essentially started. So, it's a scene that I'm really, really grateful to be a part of, and I wouldn't have had an opportunity without the likes of the Hunt. But then it takes the time to say a thank you to Luke Goblin, who's spent a lot of work in this as well, folks. Whilst we've got a couple of minutes and these teams are loading into this match, I think we've got to get some appreciation in the chat for Luke, right, Austin? The man's he's been very excited to put this on for people. Normally, tournament organizers stress. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure Luke is very stressed, but the one thing that has shown throughout organizing this is Luke has been very, very enthused by putting this on. Like, this is a big passion project for him as much as it is a pressure one, too.
Right. And honestly, I can't thank him enough for giving me this opportunity to be here today, especially with all of the wonderful people in chat. I just, I'm truly blessed to be alongside such casters as yourself, Cracked, and to be able to put in this work and effort and really bring things together for the entirety of the community. It's all about community at the end of the day. And if we can build a huge community around this type of mindset, right, where competitiveness is of the top priority, but not the only priority, right, where you have, these teams that are family friendly in a sense, where everything can be brought together in a way where everything meshes perfectly together and you have this wonderful cohesion of teammates and players and everyone shaking hands at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, they're going to be rivals from the matches. I'm sure they've played many a time on the evening. I'm sure they've bumped into each other in the practices and so on. And I'm sure they've probably thrown a few scrims together actually going into this kind of a tournament too. I'm looking forward to both of these two teams facing off and seeing which one of them is going to be victorious. But when it comes down to the predictions, chat, it's up there for you. You get to pop your channel points out there and bet on who you think is going to be victorious on the day. Me personally, I really do think this is a 50-50 split game. This could go either way. Both of these rosters are relatively untested. Phoenix, arguably more so, have seen more experience in a competitive environment than the Vanguard Academy squad. But it's going to come down to which team of five shows up in the match. Are they able to perform as a five-man squad? Or is one individual person going to stand out? And we've said this about many competitive matches, Austin. One person standing out does not always carry a game scoreline.
No, and especially on a game on a match like this one where it's going to be on bowl, it is solely on the utility usage and how well they perform with their utility usage to maintain control of a site or to gain control of a site. And with Phoenix being on attack, they have a lot of amperage here in order to get into the site and take it with all that utility that they have.
Interesting that you mentioned utility. We did see a lot of that being used last match, and something that was very strong. Uh, Nades being traded back and forth, actually, from both teams on Bay 5. Bowl, another one that utility is very heavily looked towards for strength. So it's going to be another one. There's a lot of grumbles in the chat that people not big fans of Bowl. Well, that's probably because there's not enough close quarters corners for you to shift W down. Sorry. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of constructive gameplay involved in Arena. You can't just be all about a couple of buttons and good APM. You have to have brains too. That's why squads are made up of killers and then calculators, right, Austin? You've got people that are able to slam and people that are able to produce the method behind the slam. You have to have both of these two factors to be able to really succeed and excel. I'm going to look to Zombieland, Sausage, and the Beast. All three of them very, very exceptional in this one. Very, very, very keen to see what Folkster and Big Sky have got to bring to the table, as well as Normie. So Normie was inside of ranked games nice and early today. I know they've been preparing. Folkster and Big Sky were sat in a voice channel in the Discord nice and early before stuff was getting started as well as part of the Vanguard, background crew. And I know they'll have got their mental locked in ready for this. So this is set out to be a real blockbuster match.
Blockbuster match indeed, and a slam we might see coming out of one of these teams, and I hope to see it definitely going into this matchup here. Phoenix versus Vanguard Academy, fifth match of the day, and the game is getting underway now. As we wait patiently here, I'd like to talk about the fact that I'm grateful for being here. But after this match, you're going to get to see the great Kirk on the lurk coming to take my spot as I go in to go play for Easy's Div 2. And hopefully, we'll put on a good show for you guys in that next matchup.
Looking forward to it. We're rolling into the server now. Both teams are cooked up and ready to go. Just need to level out the playing field for both of the teams so they can get themselves set up on their respective attacking and defending sides as we go on into the game. Remember, folks, this is game number too many at this point in time. All right. 5, if you've been keeping track of it in the maths. All right. But we've already gotten 5 maps worth of games down, and this is the halfway point. Okay. We are just past the middle marker with the 9 total games to go today. You're going to get to see so much more action, and you're going to get to see your victorious 6 teams facing off against each other to decide which are the theoretically 3 top favored team to take home the tournament by the end of the 2-weekend stint.
Oh, man, cracked. Like, I can't believe that this is real. This is actually insane. These matches have been some of the best matches I've seen for NA, other than when I did APS's uh, seeding cup. It's
Yep.
been wonderful to see, honestly, and I can't begin to fathom how much more action we're going to see over the course of the next, what is it, 3 days of this weekend and next weekend.
Absolutely. And the Proving Grounds tournament the Vanguard's putting on here, the likes of, like you said, the APS and the LCQs that are going on, the seeding cups that are out there, this is helping the HPL and other environments like that at the top tiers of the scene be able to reach out and invite, really the best of the best teams. Each of these teams playing off against each other and putting results on record. So there is a proper seeding and understanding for not just the games, but also the people in the chat to be able to keep up to date with what's going on inside of the tier lists. Like, who is the team to watch? Whose members are you looking forward to trying to get a hold of in your gameplay when you're trying to improve your own individual performance? The Beast, however, is going to improve his team's scoreline by dropping a bomb on top of that hop-up player. The Beast for another.
That's going to be quick successive kills. Maddie going to pick up another one here, and it's down to a 2v5. It's all left up to Normie in a 1v5 situation. Not much he can do here other than get his back absolutely blown out by Stojo on the site here. That's a tough one to have to fight into, especially when you're fighting from behind and in front of you.
Quick. Sorry, I blinked away from my monitor and I missed it. Phoenix have a round on the board. That's exactly what happens when you come into this kind of meta with a slow pace and tempo, though, is a fast team is going to steamroll their way through the first. That being said, ball can be very snowball on this A site. Now, the minutes that VGA get a hold on how to repel this push, Phoenix are going to have to start getting more malleable about their attack, and then the challenge will be drawn for them to respond to of their own. For now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I expect they'll try a similar approach the next round, but with a slightly different take.
Oh, man, and we're going to get into this one here. Set up for another A-take. Bomb is on that curtain position. We're going to be seeing all these players converging onto the A site here. Oh, a little bit of a head and a shadow spotted out from Tone here. Shots are going to come out, but not quite going to connect. We're going to be seeing a little bit of damage going down, but Zombieland's not quite going to get that kill just yet. Tone, though, going to trade for Maddie. Sausage picking up Big Sky. It's down to a 4v4. The shots come ringing as the Beast takes out Tone, and now the A site is looking like it's theirs to take. Bomb, though, however, is going to start to rotate to B as there's 3 players, 1 split, and 2 on site. And it looks like the bomb is going to make its way over to the B site to get planted here. And it looks like they might be actually a little slow on the retake here. The shots coming out from Sausage on that shotgun, going to take down 1. Is he going to be able to pick up another here on the corner of Split? But it looks like both the remaining 2 players are rotating through green here, and Zombieland in his prone position, gonna take out 1. Is he gonna be able to get the other?
Zombie's in a great spot to be able to repel the last memo. It's Folkster on the shotgun's going to find his one true nemesis, which is distance, holding him back.
Oh, Folk's a quarter of HP left and 20 seconds left on the clock. There's not a whole lot you can do in this situation. Is that double enforcer I see, or just one?
I think
enforcer?
so. It might even be the no, single. But if you notice, the assault is built like a brick house. Yeah, man is built with the full airframe chops combo. So,
and a face shield on top of that. I think.
I mean, it's yeah. Oh yeah, no, 100%. He's got the whole 9 yards and the extra protection, including the flashbang protection of the goggles too. Like, that is about as tanky as you can get on an assault. There's 2 versions of it, right? You run the airframe with the full combo, or you run yourself the Cayman, which now has access to the chin strap, the top plate, and the face glasses. That gives you a full all-round cover. So, you know, assault very, very bruiser on the tanky side right now. But the one thing that the community has discussed a lot about is that it doesn't do so much when it comes to damage.
Looks like PX is going to be picking up another round here. Normie, though, going to pick up the Beast. Sausage with a quick pick on another player, and Normie left on this lonesome in a 1v3, now 1v2. Can they pick up the round here and secure it for themselves? Oh,
It's a tight little peek he's got there. That's going to be dangerous as Normie's going to actually swing straight on into him. You can see him teasing it as Normie walks away to almost bait it out. Trying for the isolated one. Somebody, look at that. Zombieland gets the call. Says, no, you are 2v1. You play your time and you kite him out. Sausage swings round. Normie's on site. He gets the first kill, but he's given Sausage time to turn up. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, Normie's got nothing left to do other than just get on this bomb and defuse. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Sausage is there in time, and that's going to be another Phoenix round. Normie does full commit with the pros don't fake, but you can't fake Flechette.
With the way that round bursts out damage so quickly and takes you down to no health very, very fast. I mean, no, that's Piranha, not even Flechette. That's Piranha that he's absolutely pounding it down the range with. You know, I thought they lowered the price of Flechette so that it was more usable. Didn't they lower it down to like 80 meta points or something like that? It was like 140, I'm pretty sure. But with that, we're going into the next round. Gonna be seeing Tone on this generator here, trying to stop the push. But Zombieland taking out Tone. Quick successions, the rounds are going.
Folks is going to take a deep one as the smoke goes off for Gen. And I'm a little confused with the basis that smoke goes off there. Oh, no, he's going to get it from it as well. Matt is going to swing on to hop up. He's going to get the kill, but Folks then gets up off a site, and he's about ready to do it. But the steps catch him with his gun down. Oh, wow, Normie finds a great shot onto a pro Zombieland, though. That's going to be a first, but Normie is then going to get obliterated through the smoke by the rest of the team. Phoenix absolutely clatter their way onto the A site for the 4th point.
And Phoenix rising from the ashes, they are trying to show that they know, that they want to take this one home for themselves to move on to the next bracket here. DGA really desperately need to claw their way back into this to control the site a little better. as these team members are still fully committing to the A site. I mean, Zombieland trying to get some early peak advantage, and early nade going to come out. Not quite going to connect though. A little too much onto the site, not so much in the position of the other enemy player. Nade on to hop up, but nobody's playing there, and it looks like all the smokes are lined up, and that's going to be one. He's not going to look down though. Two gets picked up. Big Sky going to pick it up. Stojo and Normie going to pick up another. Oh my goodness, this is going to be their first round. VGA is about to pick up their first round. Sausage
really
left
well
all on his lonesome.
Honestly, give it to the members on site. Big Sky, the reason he doesn't look down from top med is because Big Sky's double stacked on site and is told to hold that low angle, although they do have to trade 1-for-1 for it. I mean, the job's done from both angles. Bomb is denied. Big Sky gets the refrag. Sausage is left in a 1v4 after a good fight on Jen, and I mean, Sausage really isn't left with anything other than hopes and dreams to be able to try and get out the round. VGA do put a very good, convincing round on the board. That one actually makes up for 4 very excessively strong rounds out of Phoenix, and it looks like they've woken up a little bit of VGA, but they need to put another one of those together back to back if they're really going to get some confidence in this game.
I think there was a TK in between that somewhere that I completely missed. Because I only saw 4 kills up on the board for VGA.
Pressure brings out unforced errors, and that's one thing that happens as VGA put that pressure onto Phoenix for the first time on the site entry. And it caused an unforced error. And the other thing is as well, when you're playing in smokes, you are dancing with the dice of death.
Oh yeah, with that, the one-way client-sided smokes, they can actually be the cause of a lot of havoc to be had on the sites. Lots of pressure being applied onto generator here. Some nades coming out. Nade on to hop up, but not quite going to do the job or hit its mark. Tone with a quick spray. The Beast gonna get taken down by Dragon, and it's down to a 5-on-4. Maddie going for a quick spray, but gonna get quickly taken out by Tone, who's waiting on this generator, lurking up close. The bomb trying to make its way into this position here on Aces. 3v5.
Fox loses a lot of his HP there. Does not lose his life, and it's another crucial pointer. Is that the Enforcer absorbing some of that aggression does its job. He is going to get closed out though as Sausage slams him with a shotgun of his own. The one way to get through that Enforcer is to not aim for the armored areas. Zombie on the plat is going to get deleted by the Dragon's Breath though. Sausage slams one back as the shotgun sings, but Big Sky has big dreams and short endings for the life of the second last Phoenix member.
Left on the clock. There's no shot that they make that onto site and plant. Now at this point, it's going to be... Oh!
Yeah, he gets done. 100% just. Oh, no, he doesn't.
No.
Wait. Wait. Hold up a minute. Hold up a minute. How did he plant the bomb after the timer went out? Like, let's talk about the real elephant in the room. How did the bomb still go down? That's insane.
I think you can still plant the bomb no matter if you're alive, as long as it's, but like it doesn't do anything.
Well, that's wild. They've got one. I guess that's an undefeatable win. How do you ever defuse a bomb if the round's already ended? I'm lost. That's crazy conundrum.
You never seen that in Counter-Strike before? That happens in Counter-Strike a lot.
Honestly, I've never played a single game of Counter-Strike in my life. Wow, Tone, however, he's played a few games of bombs, though.
We gotta get you on that. We gotta get you on some of that here in the future.
Oh, no. That'd be the end of my career immediately.
Gotta have one started before you can end.
Oh, shots fired in the casting booth. There's not so many in the arena. Quiet, I say that though, and that's the encouragement for the action to go down. Matty for one, Sky for the response. Zombieland and the Beast have 2 of their own though back. The bomb is down on site. Normie does pick up one back onto Beast. And numbers are level 2v2. There's a very odd dropping of the settling of the sands after the chaos has gone through. Normie's in a good spot to repel this, and the pincers actually going to end up having itself a 2-pronged attack from Split and potentially Tower. This could be really good for the VGA squad if Folkster manages to get himself into the heat. Still got that Enforcer on board. Oh no.
So the flash comes out. Is anyone blind by it, though? That's the question. Lots of pressure being applied by one player, but nothing quite yet going to make its mark as they dance around the sight box, and another player is tucked onto the site, and that's going to be a wrap for that round. Phoenix going to pick up their 5th round here on round number 7.
Tone has really been trying to do the best for the Vanguard Academy squad. Trying to set the tone with a couple of crucial kills here and there. But it definitely seems that the one thing this Vanguard Academy squad has been missing so far to the other teams we've seen today is that collapse upon a good kill. Getting an initial pick and then seeing the numbers fall in their favor afterwards. Phoenix have played exceptionally well at keeping control of their areas, of holding their space and winning those gunfights. Vanguard Academy are going to find Folkster under pressure. Oh, brother. He's just going to stay prone here, isn't he? He's just going to call it out info-wise. Big Sky's going to find one of the rotations. The team is already ready for the heat that's coming their way. Folkster is actually going to make it back towards this challenge. He's not, because Zombieland's picking him off the top. That's a good adjustment for Phoenix, but the bomb goes down before Zombieland's hit the ground. The body drops to the floor as Tone's got one as well. Sausage on the shotgun's going to find himself out of ammo, though. And VGA close out a very good round on the B side.
That was a mouthful of words and a whole lot going on, but as we close out that round, that puts us into the swapping sides, and we're going to see if VGA has what it takes on the attacker side to bring in a victory for themselves here.
It's a good 3rd round victory on the board for the VGA squad, and that's got to give them a bit of confidence, actually. They played that one really well. The B site was pushed whilst it was understacked, but Folkster plays the discipline, actually. Doesn't get too greedy with trying to get opening picks. Instead, just plays his life really well and calls out the info. And the Academy squad are actually able to respond exceptionally quick. Now, this is where the newer teams and the Div 2 teams, the Academy teams and the development teams are going to be tested harder. His attacking side is very difficult when you're a new team starting out. Utility and good defensive smokes can just flatten and make you feel very deflated as to where you have any pressure. But good utility like that from Big Sky, gonna find a big opening.
Generator control is completely theirs right now as they're working through this plot here. I mean, look at that. That nade almost claiming another life.
This is really good utility setup. Austin, this is going to go into Zombieland. Oh, for 2.
Maddie going to pick up another one. Oh, no. The bomb's down, and it's all left up to Dragon in a 1v3. And this is where that defense, that attacking side, if you're not fully prepped, it comes down to the wire here.
It's a good approach. The open from the VGA squad and the setup with the utility is very well played. Dragon does manage to discipline, find the angle. He's going to get the men on the side, and he's going to spot the member over towards B-Split. He actually gets time to go and get that bomb, knowing that he's going to rotate. Do you know what? For a second, I thought that was going to be a grenade, not a Salowa that he pulled out of his pocket, and I was about to lose my mind. Do you imagine he's got an underarm nade for Zoff's position on Split right now? He's not even going to care. Dragon, breathing fire, playing with fire. Shotgun with the return. Oh, the shotgun is just too strong, man.
Yeah, I think we might need a nerf here. We might need to go back to Magnum Buck only.
I'm gonna say one thing. And this is really controversial from me because I love the TRG and I do love the TRG gameplay. But in competitive, I prefer the shotguns to the TRG. I prefer the faster moving pace. I prefer teams being aggressive and having to hit the shots and chaotic fights for site control. The slower gunplay that the marksman rifles bring, as much as entertaining as it is, the maps we have right now don't play well into the weaponry. That's all it is. It's just a case that there aren't the longer line sights without pressure being a better choice. That's all. Meanwhile, artillery inbound as the Beast is somehow managing to dodge his way through everything, living inside the Matrix Oh my word. VGA still managed to find Tone though. Caught Beast on popping the stim. Second shot back, no trades. Big Sky has the response.
Player left on the site to defend. Can Phoenix pull this one together in a 3v4 situation? There is a player on their flank, but Sausage has made their rotation all the way from the B site. Might be able to pick up this player with this Piranha. Shots are clean, and they're in. Stormy going to go down to Sausage, and it's down to a 3v3. The bomb is making its rotation over to the B site, though, and I think it's being called now. Members have been spotted.
Good jump.
But only one player rotating.
He's going to make this here in time, though. Bomb's going to go down, but he might actually be able to catch Folkster as he gets off this bomb. No, he's going to be about 2 seconds too late for this. Good clear. Very careful of his angles. Oh, Stojo goes down, though. Big Sky's watching the split.
Oh, big pick. Not close enough, though, Maddie. Left on his lonesome. Getting shot in his legs. His little toesies being shown on the floor. 25 seconds left, and all he has to do is get this one kill with this sliver of HP, but...
15 left on the clock. 4 seconds. He's got to defuse it as well. Oh, Big Sky. Matty gets off. Big Sky runs out of bullets. Matty gets off in time. Is he on the bomb? He's done it!
On it! No! How did you get that? He had no HP!
Big Sky with the bullets, Austin. He runs out of bullets.
Oh, that's tough to see. That was tough. Literally, one bullet would have toppled PX. One singular bullet, but that wasn't the case here. The dodge was... He was just in the Matrix, Matty was. Able to dodge all the bullets.
We've actually seen about some of the craziest things today. I'm not gonna lie to you. We've seen some real revelations of things like tight bomb plants. Snowlax messaged in the chat a while back. Guys, can we stop defusing and planting within 2 seconds of the timer? I'm gonna have a heart attack. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But my blood pressure is slowly increasing round by round. Shots everywhere across both sides.
Oh, Beast perfectly avoided that nade by pushing forward to the generator here. It looks like we're going to be seeing a convergence of players pushing onto generator. One player going to go down. Oh, he's going to go for a left-hand peek.
Second out. Sky has one back. Stojo looking to try and keep site control, though. Site member now backed up. Zombieland playing in that off angle. Game of Sleeping Lions being a back and forth battle between both Vanguard Academy and Phoenix. Zombieland does find one from that prone spot, and 4v2, Vanguard Academy have got themselves in a pretty rough one. There is a lone anchor towards this B site, and as Vanguard Academy do rotate smartly, it's going to be none other than Sausage. Down goes Folkster. Dragon finds a good one onto Matty. That's a great splitting of the dome.
Bomb is down, and there's not too much time to work with here. 30 seconds. Has to gather the bomb and get it on the site and plant, or kill the remaining 3 members of Phoenix. This is going to be a tough one. Player lurking on this ramp, but they don't know it just yet. The shots come in, and the Piranha sings as it eats away at the legs of the opponent, just like in the Amazon. Wow.
8-3, match point. Phoenix have done a great job to put themselves in this position.
I mean, they put themselves in a very good position here. Just have to consider any possible outcomes and maintain this site control just like they have been. Early nades coming out, but not quite gonna make their mark. It looks like it's a heavy B play with one player remaining on the site, but the old B player is gonna pick up a player trying to push the nose. Sausage gonna pick up 2. All the shots ringing out. Sausage finally gonna go down. VGA Tone gonna pick up Sausage, and now it's down to a 2v4. Can they pull this one together here? Tone on the quick swing. Gonna go down to Maddie, and there's one player left alive with the bomb, and that's gonna close out the game here if Folsta cannot clutch up and gather all the enemy players into one location. Zombieland going for the aggressive push, gonna go ahead and try and make their way around to the front of the nose. Oh man, they're getting very aggressive here. Folsta gonna take down Stojo.
3v1. I mean, Phoenix have put themselves on the precipice of success with the match point, and now with the numbers leveraged in their advantage, his only hopes for a miracle from Folkster, and instead, he's going to be folded. That is going to be Phoenix sealing the envelope closed on their first docket for the day with a 9-3 victory. Phoenix do a great job. It's an absolutely good showing from the Vanguard Academy squad for their first time on the big screen. And we're going to look forward to seeing what they've got in the future when they develop further forward and continue to improve with challenges further down the line. This is not goodbye, remember, for those of you at home in the chat just joining us. Every team featured here today that does not succeed will find themselves playing again next weekend for their second chance at survival, as this is a double elimination tournament. Losing once is okay this time. Losing twice will, however, see you out of the tournament. Today is Winners' Day. All right, so we're going to get to feature 6 games and declare 6 winners. And then we're going to pit them all against each other to close the day out in 3 blockbuster closing matches. Next weekend, we will visit the losers bracket and all the bits and bobs in between. And then we'll crown yourselves the Vanguard Proving Grounds champion. With that being said as well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are going to get a little bit of a swap into the casting booth, if I am not wrong. We are going to swapping out, yeah?
Yes. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate everybody for coming by, and thank you all for this wonderful opportunity. And I will catch you guys the next time.
Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure having Austin here with us on the bench for the time being. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we are going to take ourselves a small break. We're going to go to an interval so we can swap out our casters and get ourselves set up for the rest of the day. So thank you for joining us so far. Bear with us. We will be back with you in about 5 to 10 minutes. Don't go too far. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It looks like we have managed to swap our casters over. Not that we did any foreshadowing before we went to the break on that side of things, but we just wanted to give you a little insight into what happens into the casting scene when we're not quite on screen, but we're preparing to come and join you for the broadcast. That's right, I'm Cracked Wisdom here for the Vanguard Proving Grounds, joined by another legend in the casting scene, one you're all very familiar with. Kirk, how are we doing? And welcome in.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Unfortunately, the surprise was spoiled a bit early. I don't worry, guys. I'm here now. Everyone can calm down. I'm here to save the day. So, yeah, unfortunate little mishap earlier, but that was funny. I was watching it back, and I was pretty locked in on that game there. I was watching, so it was a good one too. So, there's still plenty more games to go today. We still have 4 more going. And if you are, maybe upset that your team didn't quite make it, there's still an opportunity for them next weekend to continue playing and continue in this best of 1 tournament. So, still with 4 games left to go today, but we do have one important game that's coming up first, and that will determine how the rest of the bracket looks going forward.
I'm really excited to see what the final team is going to be that's going to make it into our last 3 matches that we're going to get to feature after this, which is going to be every single one of our victorious teams from the first 6 matches today fighting it out to declare themselves as the top 3 teams favoured to win the tournament so far. That being said, it is a double elimination tournament, which means you have to lose twice to be binned out, so every one of the teams that is not successful today will have a chance to come back. On this one, Epic Fails Division 2 squad versus the Vibe Check squad that was featured, like we saw at the LCQ. Great performance out of them there. The Epic Fails Div 2 squad, this will be their first time stepping onto the stage and the first chance we get to see what they have got to bring to the table. We saw Vanguard's Academy roster doing a great job there in their first match. Tough opponent to face against, and I think it's a similar story here, Kirk, for the Epic Fails squad.
Yeah, so on this 4th game, so the reason we actually had that caster swap is because someone very familiar to us all will actually be playing in this next game coming up, and
Yes,
you'll have a little bit of a surprise to see who exactly that is, but it's not necessarily because of that. Within the next few days, we will have multiple caster swap outs just to make sure everyone's fresh and, everything's ready to go, except for, Cracked here, who has quite literally had the most experience out of anyone we ever know. His not, is no shy stranger to 8-hour long casts, 24-hour days of just yapology, the study of yap, if you will. So, the casters will be swapped out. And actually, there'll be a brand new face, which is really exciting to bring her on. She has yet to ever be inside the casting booth, so we're really excited to have her on here at Vanguard Gaming to be able to debut herself and her skills coming next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely something to look forward to there. And speaking of something to look forward to, let's have a look forward at the lineups that we're going to get to see on the screen as this one smoothly slides onto your screens there, folks. We're going to get the 2 team lineups for you here today. The Epic Fails Division 2 squad will be starting off with Bunny X Paco, Sub-Certified, Klus, Jacqueline Hoff, and Venom. They will be going up on the day against the Vibe Check team that took to the table and showed how strong they were in the LCQ, and that's going to be Vibe Check's Nismo, Index, Workerant, Dominic, and Boa. A little bit of an adjustment to the Vibe Check team that we saw in the previous iteration to the one that we've got on the table today, but Index, well, that's not changed. And Index is definitely one of the demons to be looking out for on that squad. Have you got any favourites inside of this here, Kirk? And I mean, let's remind the folks at home a little bit of that surprise in the lineup. For your Epic Fails Jacqueline Hoff, that is none other than Discount Austin Powers. So the man from the casting booth, now able to get his hands on some of the weaponry instead of the microphone and see what damage he can get done.
Yeah, so me and Austin actually did a cast recently, somewhat recently, for APS, where I did get to watch Vibe Check for the very first time. They're definitely a new team to me, but wow, they smashed it out of the park. It was actually a really impressive feat of confidence from them to just go in there and just kind of walk a lot of these teams, even though they didn't come out on top. The team that did come out on top is in this tournament, by the way, and we're going to see how far they go. But, Vibe Check was absolutely astonishing with how they were playing. Big names like Evasion were even, they were on their knees and praying to this team to not beat them too bad. It was actually really surprising. So I'm definitely looking out for that Vibe Check team. And like you said, there has been some roster changes. And I do notice that here looking at that roster, right? There's definitely some new names here. But with that being said, Division 2 of Epic Fails is something I haven't seen yet myself. Of course, if I did see it, I wouldn't have been casting with Austin Powers himself, the big man, on that team. So, Epic Fails, the Div 1 team, I did get to see them. They were very good. However, they weren't up to the skill level of Vibe Check at that current time. However, many changes have been made since then.
Well, changes made, but are the changes going to reap rewards? VibeCheck did good in the LCQ today. They are going to have to overcome their first challenge, and I think the way that Vanguard has tried to set this up is that the Div 2 teams, although nobody is expecting them to absolutely wipe the floor with one of the top tier Div 1 teams, or even the mid tier Div 1 teams at this moment in time, with them being relatively new to the comp scene. I like the fact that it's double elimination, and I like the fact that both of the Div 2 teams, were they not to be successful in their first outing, are likely to meet up against each other in that losers bracket avenue in the second weekend to be able to have another shot, and one of those two teams is going to earn another shot of being able to take down one of the tougher teams in the tournament there after what would be a Div 2 derby, which is a good thing. And I like the idea of encouraging the Div 2 teams to take a step onto the scene here and fight off against some of the tougher teams, because it helps condition them. It helps encourage them to understand the environment and the kind of pressure that does come with playing on screen in a competitive environment. I mean, some of the players that they're going up against, I mean, you look at some of the titans of the different teams so far: Scratch, Killer, your Clarities, your Trevies, your Shelbys, your Techniques. The list could go on and on and on. I mean, I'm not even including the first two matches of the day, which all four teams in the first two matches of the day were filled with titans. All five members of each of those lineups could be considered absolutely dominating. So there's just too much to talk about, and there are some unknown names in some of these teams that are equally as good, if not a little bit better. They just aren't surrounded with the right team right now that might find themselves getting scouted or invited to play for a top tier team after playing exceptionally well on a Division 2 roster. That's how we help the environment grow. So it's great to see, a couple of different Div 2 rosters being showcased here throughout the Proving Grounds.
Yeah, Div 2 rosters aren't even that big of a, uncommon thing. Even Vanguard Gaming has their own Div 2 roster. And before in HPL EU, we saw those other friendly guys coming in representing the friendly guy, the group as a Div 2 type of team. So it is nice to be able to have those communities that are so large, right? You have so many players that are ready to go, ready to play on the highest competitive level possible. And, that just brings a whole new level of, different types of skill and strategies that we can see going on in these tournaments, which is awesome. And speaking of people that are ready to go, right, if you're in the community, right, and you maybe don't have a lot of teammates commonly, you can join the Vanguard Gaming Discord. They've been a huge part of the community for many years now, right? They've always been supportive of new people coming in or supporting groups for arena and base game, right? So if you need a little bit of extra help or need to find a nice team, come join the Vanguard Gaming Discord and make sure to, accept the proper roles. People know your regions, and everyone's super friendly around here, right? And a lot of the people are in the chat that can help guide you there. So it's really nice to be able to come out and have the opportunity here to be a part of a Vanguard Gaming cast, which the last cast was almost 2 years ago, and that is actually where I met Hot Sauce, the other famous caster around here. He is an awesome guy to be with, and yeah, that's exactly where I met him. And it was an awesome cast I had with him. So I'm glad that the Vanguard gaming community is continuing to grow even further, and now we've expanded into Arena. So we're only going up from here, right? And there's still plans for other tournaments in the future. So make sure you mark your calendars and be ready for that.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we've come back from a story time with Kirk on the history of the background of Kirk and his endeavors in the casting scene, a wonderful insight into what goes on in the background of the mind behind that beautiful hairline. That being said, folks, we do have to raise an honourable mention. We did miss out the mention of a substitute on a previous team, so an honourable shout out and an apology from Cracked goes out to Dover. Dover_TV, my friend. You may have been missed, but you are not forgotten. All right, so we'll get some L's and some RIPs, some F's in the chat for Dover, who was not called out as a substitute on his team previously. But Dover, you are gone but not forgotten, all right? We salute you, and next time we get to see you, we will make sure to read your name out on the screen. Don't you worry about that. Not only to mention that, we do need to talk about the substitutes for both of these two rosters today. The Epic Fails D2 squad does have Goth Mummies backing up that starting five lineup. The roster there on screen, not quite the same as what we were expecting to start with from Epic Fails. Has been adjusted ever so slightly. And same thing for VibeCheck. They come to the table with two subs, Amesy and AG, listed on screen for the guys at home there as well. There are tons and tons of players trying to get involved in the scene right now. And these newer Div 2 teams are constantly changing until they find their best form, so that they can move on to really challenge some of these top tier teams. And as we load into the game, Kirk, well, who's your money on? I'm going to be honest with you. If you say anything other than vibe check, I think you're cooked.
Yeah, I haven't seen Easy Div 2 play, so right, like I really don't have much to go on based off that, but just based on how much Vibe Check has punished these big teams and even almost came close to defeating New Dawn in that last chance qualifier tournament, that I have no doubt that they are going to propel themselves forward in this game here on Bull, which seems to be a pretty hot map of the day here. Saw a couple games on, or saw a game on Fort, which was really exciting. It was actually, you know, action-packed, which, you know, around this North American scene is usually what you kind of notice compared to the EU scene, right? I don't know, I wouldn't say it's impatience, but a lot of these North American players, it's just I think it's just a strat, really. Like, being so fully aggressive, it's just how the NA guys play. So as we speak about that and go into this game, we're going to see if that truly plays out here on Bull.
Absolutely, here we go. Off into the action, down into the depths, further into the deep. We shall drown, 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 or rise, rise, rise. And depending on which of the two teams you're looking at from the perspective, it may be seen both ways. Index, however, is going to rise above his adversary. Incluse Venom, however, has the refrag, and Index goes down 1-for-1 so far. The Epic Fails Div 2 team managed to hold their strength against the aggression from Vibe Check.
This is pretty uncommon here, like a push through B plat where, you know, all of a sudden you have sight within the first 45 seconds, right? And we can already see a member of Vibe Check trying to challenge that, but hasn't really moved yet. But there's no reason for him to move, right? Because Bunny here with the bomb hasn't made a sound yet. There's no reason for this VC member to even try to challenge when there's no real threat online currently at the moment. So Bunny's just kind of, I'd assume, waiting for a little bit of backup from a teammate, because you know, this situation is currently quite in the hands of Vibe Check, where they want to keep control of it.
Interesting that the rotations come in, though. You look at this, and as crazy as it seems, despite having pressure on both sides, Vibe Check have decided to give the B site. Bunny is going to get the call out from Jacqueline Hoff, our caster Austin, in a short moment, that there's nobody here. There's nobody home. Come a knock in. And the site's empty. There is going to be one member on Triple Kirk that's going to hold it, but there's no way they get into this. The workaround works hard, but can he work hard enough?
I didn't understand the name at first, but now I get it, man. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, with bomb planted in a very tight space for these two members to work for the Easy Squad.
Austin.
But, oh, that's Austin. He's not going to be too shy. He's going to full aggressive.
Well.
Bunny with a double, and check that out, right? All of a sudden, you know, it's in a tough situation, and now it's looking a little bit more bright. But with Dominic, with the Piranha Shells, the very famous ones at that we've been seeing all day, even in solo queue, you'll be seeing these Piranha Shells. They're dangerous, and, you know, even though you're trying to be protected behind that metal grade fence, man, penetration on that, you're still going to get smoked. You're still going to get shredded. Piranha is a beast to deal with.
It's a good round out of both squads there. Epic Fails managed to find something out of nothing when a 2v looked really, really bad. And then Vibe Check managed to close it out after the 2v got turned on its head for a second, and some strength in the backbone for Vibe Check closes out the first round. This is set to be a good one, though. Hold up a minute. We've got another one of these Enforcer kits here as well, Kirk. I'm a little not surprised, but I mean, I'm glad to see a little bit of variation. But this is the Ash 12 Enforcer with the PS12A. It's another variant of the Enforcer that people like to choose from. So you have the RPK that works very much like an assault weapon. You've got your shotgun, which does shotgun things. You've got the Ash 12 Enforcer with PS12A that does leg metal things. And you've still got your M60 and your PKP to a various extent, depending on how you use it. So, interesting this is the choice. Shotgun does not find too much damage through the smoke and curtain.
Enforcer kit, allowing the 20-round Ash 12 mags that the beloved Scout does not get. Utilizing that. The full potential towards the legs of the enemies. What we're probably going to be seeing here. Venom grabbing one with the uncommon AKS, actually, which is very strange. And there's that PS12A, which is somehow destroying Dominic when his legs weren't even exposed, right? And that's going to signal the Easy Squad to just head right on his sight, and the last one remaining, Index. What is going on here? Do you think that this is the meta? Let's find out.
I mean, no is the answer. No. Sub-certified not going to be put down with memes like that. I think that's an interesting choice.
It's
from
not an
Index.
MP7.
There is. Well, look, it's the same logic, right? It is an
Yeah.
MP7 front sight. It's exactly the same principle. It is the MP7 iron sight. It's just not on an MP7. I'm not sure that it works as consistently when not used on an MP7. Obviously, the iron sight designed for that platform. That's why it's called an MP7 iron sight. But I'm going to assume Index has used it enough to prove that it's worth its weight. I will be very interested to see how many more gunfights Index does lose at distance with that being the choice, though.
Is a nice little change up of kits though. Last time we saw Boulder, wasn't a single enforcer being picked, but now we have a little change. Nice to see. However, the Ash 12 somehow still prevailed in a position where legs weren't even exposed at all. Boa with a kill from, I assume,
Uh-oh.
like I don't even know where the hell that was from. Was that through the smoke or something?
Yeah,
What's going on here?
Well, Bunny looks to the left and watches as his teammate falls over and goes, uh-oh, it's not good. And then Dominic comes through with a shotgun and says, no, it's not, and I'm going to take 2 more of my own. So, Austin, feeling a little more isolated than he was in the caster booth. He almost hits the jump shots. He's going to make Index drop. He is going to make him dance, but he's also going to make him fall into the ground. Shots onto Nismo are ridiculous,
That's
though, as
right.
Austin takes out 2. Hold up. Wait a minute.
He's been cooking up the mental all morning. He's been watching these teams.
Uh-huh.
He's firing. He's ready to go. He's on full force, 5th gear with Turbo and Nos.
Dominic plays it really well. He steps out, but Austin has got the better shots. That's the 3rd. He's in a 1v5, and he's got 2 problems left to deal with. The bomb is in his favor. 30 seconds on the clock. There's no way, surely, right? He picks up a spear.
I mean, he's got
He's
30
going to
seconds
rotate.
here,
He's got open sight. If he manages to find the person on split, he's going to give himself time to plan. He's struggling for time as 20 seconds counts down. He needs to find that kill. Bo's going to cross, and Bo just needs to hide. He can't get to sight in time. Bo's just going to play his time and not give him the one. He doesn't care. Austin's going for it. Oh, and he runs out of bullets.
Yeah, it was tough. 3 bullets left in the spear. You know, you gotta take your chances where they're available to you. If he got that kill there, that would have been a huge lead. It would have gave him enough time to get the plant down, and the member of VC wouldn't have been able to rotate in time to stop him. So, you know, it very well could have went the other way, but shots don't connect sometimes. Longer range, it's tough with the 1Xs, you know, but you do what you can, and we gotta say that I don't think Austin did anything bad there. He probably played that. I don't think he could have played that any better. It's just not connecting the bullet.
I mean, if I'd have realised that watching 6 games before you played a game made you this good, then I think I'd have watched a few more games before my match yesterday after Austin's popping off like he is so far. I got to give the man his props. He's been sat casting for half the day, and he's still firing on all cylinders. Apparently so.
He's like, man, I got to get into a game right now, man. I need my Tarkov Arena fixed, dude. Oh, let me in.
I mean, that, and it was the only time we could get him out. He did manage to cast 5 full games before he had to go in for his 6th, but he was ready, and he is ready at this moment in time. The only thing stopping him is Boa popping a phenomenal 5-1 scoreline so far. Is Klus going to find... Go on, Klus. He's looking, he's searching. Nismo's not giving it to him, though. Really well played from Nismo as he holds himself back from the peak off top med. Knows the timing very well. Vibe check, play it smart. Klus doesn't give him the kill either, though. Doesn't overexpose or try to greed for a second peek. Div 2 easy. Klus does fall down, though, as Boa starts to work his magic.
Oh, that's another one for Boa. Up top, Mad is going to have multiple adversaries taking a couple shots, but none of them connecting. Venom being the victor of the... I was going to say,
oh my
you know,
days.
I was going to say, he has the high ground. Nobody should challenge him. You'll ever listen to Obi-Wan? But never mind.
I think Dominic skipped the lesson the Jedi Masters today. He decides that rocks fall from high places very quickly due to gravity, and that was the option that he took. He hit the top of the head of poor member on the top of Med as Bunny probes from Curtain, trying to fight into the shotgun. It's not going to find her any success as Dominic's just going to continue to peek over and over again and slam the shotgun home.
Tough for Bunny, right? She really didn't have another choice there. There was somebody coming up A plat right behind her, so you got to make a decision quick, and unfortunately that led into being peeked into a very dangerous man with a very dangerous round in his shotgun. So still plenty of rounds left to be played. 4th Fourth just concluded, going into the fifth. So this will be being played as every tournament, not like solo queue. So first to 9.
Now, what we're going to watch this time around, Kirk, is we're going to have a look at the setup, which is going to be
I'm watching that.
instantly diffused because Boa is blowing the legs out from underneath Bunny. Bunnies can't hop if they haven't got the legs to kick with. Animal cruelty aside, that is one member down from the Easy squad. Second smoke goes out towards site as the same setup comes through. What I want to look at right now is the fact that Epic Fails has this aggressive member on the B site towards Split, which has just won a kill, and of course it's Austin Powers. He's definitely not the discount version. The Wish.com version got left in the casting booth as the real Austin Powers has come to town, and he is absolutely shagadelic, baby, on side of that Split.
I love the phrase, you know, coaches don't play, and sometimes that can
Yeah,
be said
right.
also for the producers and all the other production staff. But this has just proven that wrong here today, right? The curse, not the curse, but the
Oh, my 3, and he's on a third as well,
Yeah,
Kirk. I'm
see?
sorry to interrupt you, but he's not even giving us a chance to talk about it. The bomb is planted on site, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, and Austin holding the prime position of pressure, is this going to be the full 5-piece? No, Boa is there to stop and diffuse that aggression, but sub from the Split. He gets
This
one.
is tough. Boa is the one with all the frags right now, actually, so he has potential here. However, with 20 seconds left, he better be able to heal fast. I don't think he has any stims available either. If that is, maybe it's just a Propital. He ain't healing quick, but he's got to get in there. 12 seconds left, and there's no reason for Clues to peek this, right? No reason. And Venom's up top. He can't be challenged if he doesn't want to.
That's it. He doesn't need to do anything. Venom's got the fight onto Boa there and does get the better of him there. Interesting one to point out as well. Venom running the scout on an AK. 545 BS being shot there. The one thing that BS does feel like in the current meta, I'm not saying necessarily on paper it plays out as it should, but BS feels very good into the current tier 3 soft armor meta. There's 1 to 2 tap, especially if you can get headshots, and it goes through the majority of the helmet wear that's in the current scene. So, interesting choice from Venom, and he does win that fight on his own. But like you said, he didn't need to do anything extra because Cluse was there to re-swing should it have gone awry.
Yeah, that AK is definitely really interesting. You know, the AK-12 is available, and just, I don't know. The slow fire rate sometimes, I feel like I'll shoot 2 bullets, and the slow fire rate, somebody will run past and put their head in the middle of those 2 bullets, and I just won't even connect. Like, it's crazy. Respect, though, for bringing out something new. That's something I really like to see, is always changing things up with the weapon picks.
Something to note about as well, and it's gonna. I don't even get time to say it before he's back on the scoreboard. Boa, an absolute demon with
such
the
a monster.
weapon, delivers a double killing blow, and backed up by Workaround also matching him in the same weaponry. It's 3 kills in the space of about as many seconds from just aggression and great gunplay out of Boa and Workaround.
Tough spot. Bomb goes down here from Venom, then Austin's gonna have, a large order to fill. He's gonna have to go the other side of the map with 35 seconds left, but with too many places to look, left, in, right, up, down, center. It's gonna be Dominic finishing that round off with 6th round.
Good adjustment
Going to vibe check.
from the good adjustment from the vibe check squad that's coming in there. Instead of understacking the B site, this time they took a player away on the B site, but they don't expose him in any way, shape, or form for the pick to come in. Austin had way too much control on the attacking side of that B half of the map the round before, due to them not applying enough pressure to a potential flank. That came through and won the Epic Fails. Oh my good lord,
Yes,
ladies
sir,
and
Austin!
gentlemen, it's hell from the sky. Watch 3 shrapnel shells fly as 3 models flop to the floor. The caster curse comes through threefold.
You know, regardless
the
of who
bodies!
did that,
Look at the
regardless
bodies!
of who did that, we would have been just as excited. But the fact that this man we were just hearing the wise words of about 30 minutes ago, it's such a blessing.
Oh my, and he's got
And
the
he
killing
ends it with another
finisher
one,
as well. Holy. 11 and 5. He's on a tear. The 4K, one shot of the ace, and he nearly had the entirety of them out of spawn, but a 3-piece on split. Nobody respecting the tempo nade catches Vibe Check in their tracks.
Vibe Check are going to be taking a second thought before they walk out of their spawn this round. Maybe taking a step back. But then again, if they do that, they're giving Epic Fails every opportunity to take site quicker.
This game's getting close. This game is getting really close. And this is the kind of exciting gameplay we're looking for out of one of the Div 2 teams to be able to challenge one of the tougher teams in the tournament. Vibe Checker, no slouch. I mean, they've arguably improved their roster since the LCQ. They're beginning given a good run for the money, but this time around, nades are not allowed to make their play before the guns from Vibe Check do. Dominic, workaround, one apiece each. Great teamwork on the B site.
Three defenders on B site, pretty uncommon here, and I feel like I got a feeling that they know, right? They're not being too aggressive here, but then again, we have seen Bunny in a similar position before, where Clues is right now actually, and hasn't made a move off of that. So maybe it's just a strategy that they're doing, but it's probably good that they're taking it slow because man, they have a lot to run into if they decide to go forward here. And Dominic decides to challenge on an angle like that. Bunny going in to try to get some revenge. Index falls to the hands of Bunny. Hopping around, trying to grab another one though, but there's still going to be a couple more to deal with as Boa comes around the outside through the spawn. And Bunny's just kind of throwing them around right now, right?
You know,
Going back, back and forth. Change the audio of the footsteps. Try to confuse them, but Dominic's locked in and ready to go. He's been in that position before. Side swap, not too bad. Looking so far. See if the kits decide to change. Maybe they weren't feeling those Enforcer kits. Haven't been something that's been super popular so far in this tournament. And no, it looks pretty much about the same to me. We still have the two Enforcers, but the biggest change looks like is that AKS 74 is currently out of the hands, and has been replaced by, looks like a spear.
Yeah.
Or an MCX.
He's gone on to the MCX. Yeah, he's on the MCX for now, but I mean, equally and arguably both do the similar job. The AK seem to be slightly better over the mid to longer range than the MCX and consistency, but definitely trades off a lot of close quarter speed and ergo, I think, in comparison, and stability. MCX fire rate also just insanely strong. That great nade from Boa is going to open up close, and Index has got one to match it onto Venom. 2 kills on the attacking side from Vibe Check. He's going to see them swing through. Austin, though, has one from sight as Boa goes down.
Austin's actually clean with it. Like, I'll give it to him, man. Like, this guy's kind of scary. Putting up numbers 1 away from Boa, who is currently the leader in the game with 14. Austin falls in the hands of Index, but Bunny's ready to grab one for herself as Sub-Certified grabs the second one, and working with Nidzmo. They can link up together and use the buddy system off of this bomb plant. It'll be huge to get Bunny off. But, you know, Bunny's going to have to be doing a little bit of waiting and healing on her own. She's not looking too hot in the health department.
Smoke fades out as Nismo is left in a very good position on site to hold off Bunny's angle of aggression. Slow stepping towards site. Bunny's going to look across and not expect the prone peak, and that's going to be the end of the Bunny. And the beginning of the 6th round on the scoreboard for Vibe Check. They are 3 in the lead now. And it is attacking side, and they're going to have to continue to bring the same form if they're going to be able to close this one out.
I know you were saying earlier about one of the players who really, really disliked that prone, the prone sit and wait type of thing. There was somebody that, it was their pet peeve. Was it Shelby? Shelby the one that gets pretty upset about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Do you know what? I don't know why my brain stopped for that. For some reason, just immediately broke as you asked me that question there, but Workaround hasn't broken anything other than the back of Austin. That's the first Div 2 Easy member down. 5 versus 4. Vibecheck are going to push on towards
Oh,
Generator Clues with the
PS12A.
PS12A. He's going to delete Dominic's legs out from underneath him, and that's a crucial Enforcer versus Enforcer victory. That, however, is Boa obliterating sub on site. Bunny has the response, though, as Nismo goes down. Index is going to take out Venom, and Bunny is left on her own and Gen to try and cover this off. No longer with a teammate to help her out with either, actually, as it wasn't Bunny on Gen, it was Clues that goes down first, and Bunny gets taken out from A flat.
If you see consistently that a player is constantly the last one alive, in a place that they can't really challenge somebody, I think it kind of signals to, not putting yourself in spots where you may not be comfortable, but that spot is a place where you can have a better impact in helping your team and get you more opportunities to get those kills, right? Because yeah, Bunny, she may be the last one alive and good at keeping her life, but it's not really keeping up with the kills. So I don't know. I hope she can get a little bit more aggressive here. I think that would help her improve. You just put yourself in positions where you may not be comfortable, and sometimes it can work out. Once you get comfortable with them, it's like brushing your teeth every morning.
And you got to give it to Vibecheck. I mean, this is a good performance out of the Epic Fails secondary squad, the Div 2 squad, the second team to be put together. Not necessarily secondary in anything other than they were formed second. Going up against this Vibecheck squad that has placed in LCQ. They have qualified for the APS in the NA scene from performances previously, so they have shown they are a very strong side. The fact that the Epic Fails squad have managed to take 3 rounds off of them so far is an attribute to their tournament bout nonetheless. Workaround, however, is going to catch Austin with that smoke in his hand. Clues has, however, DC'd, and therefore we are going to be... Oh, never mind, actually. Insta reconnect, and the team is going to continue it on. W Epic Fails Esports squad just going to decide that the DC is not going to hamper the round. They're just going to continue on from where they played from. That's a quick reconnect as well. I want that man's PC connection speed. Right. Okay, so we are getting it informed that, sorry for the confusion, chat, but it was apparent that the disconnect did affect the numbers before the round, so it looks like we are going to be fixing that for you. Hang fire, chat. 7-3, maybe 8-3. We're just getting confirmation on making sure what's happening with that there. One member was disconnected and the kill did go down without it. Just figuring out what they're doing with it right now. I'm going to be honest with you, it does look like the Epic Fails Div 2 squad are cracking on. But the information we are being given is that we are going to back out and remake the lobby. So the scoreboard was 7-3 before we ended up having the disconnect there. And we will just be quickly remaking that lobby for you, and we will put the scoreboard back to 7-3, where we will continue on from there forward. However, for the time being, you're back with us on the casting desk. Kirk, how have you felt so far?
The way I kind of look at it so far is that it seems like Vibecheck's better at putting themselves in positions where they have opportunities to help each other out and get those crucial kills to be able to advance the round in their favor, right? When I look back at how Epic Fails has been doing it, it seems like a lot of those members, right, they don't really have the kills to match up with the positions that they should be playing in. So it's tough to say, but it all comes down to what your strategy is and how that strategy kind of levels up against the opposite team's strategy, right? Because their strategy might just counter yours outright, and all of a sudden you're kind of left around wondering what to do. But I feel like some of the members of Epic Fails could put themselves a little bit further up the line. Always be ready to help that teammate, right? Have someone to your right or to your left that needs a hand at some point and will benefit from you swinging with them or after they die to be able to trade them out, right? Because there's been too many times where bomb goes down and the members left alive, they just, so far with the kills on the board, it seems like they're not really going to be able to clutch this out. So they need help with the aggressive players on their team. The ones that are more defensive, I think, need to play a little bit more up with the more offensive players.
I think you can see the difference between a team that's had a bit of time to practice and work with the utility versus, a team that's relatively fresh to playing together as a constructed team here. I mean, Vibecheck has delivered some exceptional utility so far. Multiple grenades, the back-to-back first attacking round, Index, and Nismo. I mean, you can't It's okay. You can't take it away from Vibe Check because that's good prep on their part, right? They have to work
Hmm.
those grenades, you have to cook them, you have to put them out on the table on the day. But and it's not to take away from the skill they put to that, but most new teams are going to get caught out by standard default nades. Okay, when you know
Hmm.
specifically to nade hop up, when you know specifically to nade headshot or generator or sight, but uh, seasoned and well experienced teams will know those grenades are coming and will be able to either bait them out or run around them before losing a fight to them first. Okay, it's not like the grenade comes through, they get the kill, and then they adjust to it. Teams are like already actively trying to avoid that happening off the rip. So, and I think that's where that shows the experience difference there that's coming into it. That could be said again. We saw a similar level of it. We're not saying that Vibe Check is like a top tier level team right now that they're up there going to be able to fight with the likes of Unknown. We saw 2 rounds that they also faltered in their defending positioning. They had nobody covering the B site. Austin got a free flank and a four-piece really out of the middle of nowhere. They didn't respect a tempo grenade out of spawn that cost them a three-piece. So, there are mistakes being made on both sides here. And that's kind of why the Proving Grounds is proving to be a really good testing table for all of the teams, is because, some of these less familiar teams will catch you off guard if your fundamentals are not good.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, right? Because this isn't like the highest tournament. This isn't the the finals of a massive bracketed tournament that has come down to this day, right? This is just where these teams kind of show off what they've been working on in the background. And like you said, Epic Fails Div 2, they haven't been around that long, and maybe they don't have the experience that Vibe Check has. And this is the perfect place to be able to show off what they can do and especially to show off what they need to work on, right? Because those VODs are available. They can go in at any time to check it out and be like, hey, maybe we need to work on this next time we practice, or maybe our comms aren't up to par currently. So there's still plenty of time to be able to change that. And with a whole week up ahead, a whole 5 days before, actually rather 6 days going off a Saturday, have so much time to VOD review and completely change it. So that amount of time can transform one team into an unrecognizable powerhouse that you've not even expected to come from them, right? So maybe this is just they're warming up, right? And especially in a best of one, you're not going to get a true grasp on what a team's capable of when they only play once in a day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for the two teams to get loaded back into this so that we can crack on with the game. I can see 9 out of 10 of the players currently sitting in the right spot in the lobby. Just one of those 10 currently holding off for the time being. So just trying to get that final player harangued into where they should be. Once we've figured out that the unassigned column's not going to help the defending team out, they'll smoothly slide on into that one. But slander aside, banter and jokes in the box, we are going to close out this bout. It was 7-3 to the Vibe Check squad so far. Vibe Check were on the attacking side, and therefore will be finding themselves closing out on the attacking side. It's on the Epic Fails Div 2 squad to be able to pull 4 back, which, given the way that Vibe Check have been playing, is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where it gets real scary here for the Epic Fails lineup, because it's only one round away for Vibe Check to be able to secure a minimum overtime push, and that's when that Epic Fails really need to work hard. And even when they do, you know, work hard and get there to that tied up game at an 8-8, they still have overtime to play, right? So sometimes it could be a demotivator. And but the snowball has been rolling, right? It's been rolling because we haven't had any stoppages in this game, but now perhaps this could allow them to recollect themselves as the Epic Fails group, and possibly try something new, maybe a strategy they've had in the back pocket. But Vibe Check, that snowball has been stopped currently, and the momentum may not be able to go forward. But as we're gonna have to see what goes on here. But I know that those nade lineups, both teams have been working on those. I'm back in the new Dawn game. I saw a couple of those players in that ambulance area getting some really nice lineups onto site, onto A site, right? And back and looking at Epic Fails, right? They were doing the same thing. I saw Bunny had a couple ones ready to go lined up. So it's not totally the end of the world. They have the knowledge they need to be able to upset here and take Vibe Check out, but it's going to be a tough ask. And nothing can be changed, right? We're trying to keep the competitive integrity of this tournament. All of the kits will remain the same. They will absolutely make sure that they need to pick the kits that they picked before the disconnect. So, it's going to be playing out exactly how it was before. However, there is time to think now.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting lower bracket set as well, because obviously everybody that's not been victorious in their matches today will play next weekend for another chance to fight on. So Invictus going down to unknown. We'll see Vanguard Gaming in their losers bracket match. Epic Fails. We'll see Aquila after both of them two unable to be victorious in their first match. Vanguard Academy and now the Epic Fails Div 2 team will also find themselves in this scenario with a match where we said that we would be looking forward to seeing those two Division 2 teams testing themselves against each other if this match plays out as it is set to at the moment, with VibeCheck in the lead. If not, then it would be VibeCheck that would go and see the Vanguard Academy Div 2 team in their lower bracket match, which will start off next weekend's action with the losers bracket. So very interesting to see which of the two teams ends up going there. And the other one from these two here is going to be interesting to watch out for is when those matches conclude, obviously with it being a lower bracket contest, if, let's say, Epic Fails Div 1 upsets Aquila in that bracket, and they go through, for example, let's say Epic Fails Div 2 beats Vanguard Academy, we could see an in-house derby where the Epic Fails Div 1 team takes on the Div 2 team for their final match to get up out of the loser bracket, and so on and so forth. There's also the potential that the Vanguard Gaming squad goes up against Invictus and gets a potential upset in that match there, in the same sense that Vanguard Academy could beat the Easy Div 2 squad and then go forward and end up meeting themselves in an in-house derby. So there's a couple of other stories in the background there that could potentially come to light through the lower bracket in this double elimination tournament, which is great to look forward to, because that brings a little bit more rivalry, right? It's cool when you fight against people that are considered your close rivals in tournament standings, but when it's an in-house rivalry, when it's your friends, I think the sledging gets just that little bit more ruthless, shall we say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Right. And I think that'd be really exciting to see some of the academy teams go up against their main roster, which that would be, I think the chat would be going wild, right? Because all of a sudden you have these fans from one side, but all of a sudden you can't just go up against your academy team and start booing them, right? So it's just kind of I wouldn't say it's a for fun game. It really is for um, achievement. It's for the bragging rights or whatever you may say. But it would be really fun to see those two teams, and you kind of consider that the Div 2 team should be not as good as the main team, but if something comes out where the Div 2 team or a couple of the players really shine and can push forward and stop the main roster, all of a sudden you might see some swap ups in the roster coming next tournament where all of a sudden the Div 2 people become the Div 1 people, right? Or a couple of roster changes come up where it's like, wow, we can see how this person really shines with the main roster, and so we'll move them up and see how they perform next time. So it'd be really exciting to see. But I would imagine that they scrim enough off stream because they're part of the same community, right? They probably have communication and connections with each other on the fly, right? So if they did that,
Well, oh,
it wouldn't surprise me at all. They're trading for rounds.
I don't care if they're
They're
trading for
trading for
rounds. I
rounds.
just saw another triple nade kill.
Yeah, I saw that too for a second. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here?
You can't deny me my enjoyment, Kirk, all right? I don't care whether it's in a regulation round or not. A triple nade is a great nade. It's what we love to see. Shout out the Walker. Good night, my friend. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate you bringing your support to the scene. I know it's getting a little bit late in the UK for old man Walker. 11 p.m. it is here in the UK, folks. It's a late night for the old man. He needs to rest and get his beauty sleep. Can't keep our bald heads shining without our good shut eye. So, yeah, long live the bald head.
I wonder if that joke will ever go away. Something about Cracked needing to pay $14.99 for the hair DLC.
I was kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. There's been some good ones, honestly. There's been some really good ones. We had some. I had to go on the socials the night actually because we played yesterday for the ASPL, and Trevi, darn him, Trevi. All right, hit me with the Cracked old and just woke up, as well as the Cracked. This is Sneaks' Cracked recently hard-boiled head gonna hamper his performance. Will he crack under the pressure?
Okay.
I've got to say it to you folks. All right, you guys in the chat. When it comes to top tier dad jokes and corny commentary, you guys have definitely got the wit about you for sure. There's some great W's coming out of the commentary from the chat.
Well, rounds still being traded. Making sure everything is as it was beforehand. No big deal at all. As we continue forward, as we wait, maybe let's give a shout out to Battlestate Games, who have graciously provided us with the map, right? Because it'd be a lot different. It really enhances the viewing experience. The mini map and the X-ray vision. We've been blessed by BSG to be able to receive access to that. So it's not really a tournament without that, and we thank them very much for being able to provide that for us. And again, we can also give a shout out to the Discord channel. You need some arena teams, hop in the Vanguard Gaming Discord and make sure that everything is good with your team. Grab a new team, find a community here. All super nice people, and they're all willing to help you at any time. Cracked, you've been around this community for a long time, right? We got different communities. We got Sicario, they've had their own community for a long time. Vanguard, of course. What can you say that maybe changes the Vanguard Gaming squad in terms of a community? What makes them different? What differentiates them than all other Tarkov communities?
Many things. Sorry. I'm watching the rounds reset on the left hand of my screen,
Yeah.
and I've just watched Austin fail to kill himself twice with a grenade and spawn. The man might be cracked out of his mind when the game plays in competitive mode, but when it's in downtime mode, I
We
mean,
usually
fair
don't
play.
have access to this camera.
Do you know what?
Whoa,
I
did
don't
you
even
see
mind.
that?
I think it's great. Yeah, I don't even mind.
Did you
Wait,
see that
hold
one?
on a minute.
He just turned into the Flash. All right, so if anybody could have saw that, that was actually one of the. There was some sort of issue where the player was running so fast that they had a trace of their own body behind them 10 different times. It was like the Flash was running, and you could just see like the. Whoosh. That was almost
honestly,
as weird as the remember the ragdoll on Bay
I know
5?
I know it's maybe not so professional because it's resetting rounds and stuff, but unpopular opinion, I wouldn't mind seeing them resetting the rounds like this because some of the failures, honestly, some of the failures to reset the rounds, like failed grenades and stuff like that, it's actually funny to watch. Like I I don't know. I get
Yeah.
it's just killing each other, but I in game it's kind of funny to see they're all just like making a pyramid of players and then just putting a grenade in the pyramid of players and seeing how many people can get killed at once. So
You know that bug that happens when sometimes you kill somebody and their body just goes to the moon?
yeah,
I want to see that here. But do you know
to
what
the
causes that?
moon.
Because that's one of those bugs that should stay in the game. That's hilarious.
Sheesh, that shotgun is terrifying. I mean, it's not called Piranha
Look, he's
for
doing it
nothing.
again. It's the Flash.
It is the Flash, yeah. So I think this is part of the new. The new Nvidia settings you can put for your graphics. There's like a number 4. Well, I don't remember the name of the setting off the top of my head, but one of them has a list, and there was a new DLSS setting that has
Oh, that's right.
a feature that allows you to ray trace better and stuff like that. And it does this kind of thing with faster moving objects where you do leave a bit of a trace behind you. You'll notice it if you put it on yourself in game, you throw a grenade, it leaves a trail behind now, so you can see the trajectory a little bit better, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it'd be funny if they got one of those like the golf tracers, right? On like professional golf, you'll see someone take a swing and then there's like a trail behind the ball, and it tracks it perfectly.
And
That'd be
ladies and
hilarious to have
gentlemen,
for the grenades.
that's it. We've sorted it out. 3-7. We're back in the game. Everybody's shaking their heads in spawn and realizing now is the time to cook. And Kirk, take us away.
3-7. That's where we currently stand in the 11th round of the game. More grenades. We're going to see if these connect. We know how dangerous Austin's grenades can be. Nothing connects this time, however. Still with a minimum of 2 rounds to be played. It's only, a more explosive... Uh-oh. We have Michael Jackson in the game. He's currently doing the moonwalk. We're going to ignore him. Unfortunately...
It's a workaround.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see what we're going to do off of that. May have to go to a short intermission break, but with no problems at all, of course. It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as the game's competitive integrity is kept at the highest level possible. So whatever it takes to be able to get back to where we were should be an issue at all. But so far, it doesn't seem like anything is moving. Everyone's kind of holding their positions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, with the slight technical issue in play, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to reset that lobby and get it fixed up for you. So, bear with us. What we're going to do is we are going to send you to a short interval. So, whilst we give the guys on the keys a moment to set us up for our smooth transition, ladies and gentlemen, this is your cue to do multiple things. First things first, go get yourself some snacks, some hydration, and those all important seatbelts, because we're set to have the end of this game, and the final 3 games are set to be absolute slammers to finish off the first day of action. But secondly, take a moment to drop through the socials, all right? Swing by some of these teams, follow them on Twitter, follow them on Twitch. Make sure you've got yourselves locked in with the scene, because it's continuing to expand and grow. And the Vanguard Gaming Proving Grounds tournament is just one of the amazing environments within which we're able to host these kind of things. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with you very shortly. But for now, we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the technical issues here at the Vanguard Gaming headquarters. You know, it's such a big building with so much technical, different types of things going on in the background that somebody actually slipped on a banana peel and pulled out the wrong cord. And yeah, that led to another disconnect, which is all right. You know, we're back here. We're fine here on the 10th round. Or sorry, 10th round has already been commenced, but on the 11th round, you know, we could go continue forward, and we're going to see how exactly this team of the Epic Fails Div 2 will be able to hold up against the vicious onslaught that has been VibeCheck so far.
I had to stifle a smile. That was good. I like that. Prove that. 10 out of 10. Speaking of approving that, Sub-Certified has decided to take some aggression of his own. And, well, at a certified and approved demolition. One member down as Nismo's going to respond back. It's Venom that pays the price. We do see Amesy stepping up in place of that member that was unable to reconnect as Bunny X, Paco, and Sub-Certified come together in combo for 2 apiece. But it's Yak and Hoff that's unfortunately knocking his teammate over. Leveling to a 2v2. Boa with great shots, then picks off Austin as Sub-Certified is left 1v2 to defend this site.
Hello, Mr. Sub-Certified. See what you're made out of here today. 2 kills on the board so far. Not too bad. Making a name for yourself already, but with Dominic and Boa ready to go at a moment's notice, you know, Sub-Certified can easily push a 1v1 here if he decides to go in at the right time once the bomb's being planted. However, he actually doesn't have the audio on that, which is quite surprising. He's got a headset. I'm really surprised he doesn't know Dominic's there. This is really good. Really good read, though. Boa's gonna be about to get his head taken off, but he's aiming just a little bit too high, and Boa ends up being the victor of that one, only due to a few millimeters of space.
Damage dealt and delivered. It's Boa, and it is the one thing that Boa has done exceptionally well throughout this game is put multiple members down back to back on that MCX. Boa, a name that people will be familiar with, played across a couple of different teams, looking to find himself the right home to play with. Great human being. Great vibe inside of a Discord channel as well. Good to hang out with and play casual games with as Boa. Cool, calm and collected customer, honestly.
Before this round goes any further, we're going to give a huge shout out to Miss Fia the Gemini. Did I pronounce that right? I think that's so, but a huge raid of over 100 viewers. Thank you very much for that support.
Oh, the shotgun's ringing out again as Nismo gets one. Dominic's found another one as Venom goes down. We've got Kloos and Jacqueline Hoff, the last 2 left alive. Down goes the bomb. Device is planted. 4 members of VibeCheck to close this out. It is match point as well, Kirk. This is it for the close. Dominic finds a great set of shots. We're on board with Boa, but the killing blow comes to the shotgun. Austin, however, has a response, and Boa's going to go down. But it's half of Austin versus 3 members of VibeCheck, and that's going to be all said and done for Nismo. Finds the final killing blow, and VibeCheck close it out 9-3.
If I can make a decent assumption, we could probably say that it's Boa that was on top there for the team, even though Dominic is being showed currently on the screen. But yeah, Boa, I think he would have ended with around 18 kills, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds accurate. That would put him on top of the game above everybody else. Austin Powers, of course, our friendly neighborhood caster, has proven himself to be quite a menace in the battlegrounds, in the Coliseum, if you will. So he has some nice competition out there, and he's got a bright future.
Certainly has. Looking forward to seeing more of what that team has to give later on throughout the tournament. As we said, it is a double elimination bracket, so every team that hasn't been successful here today will get a second chance to play next weekend. However, we've got 3 more amazing matches for you today. Those 3 matches are going to be the ones to close out today's action. It's going to be every single successful team you've seen so far going up against each other to fight for the spot classified as, I don't know what you call it, maybe best team on day 1, maybe the 3 favored teams to take the tournament, Kirk. Which way we look at it, it's going to be Unknown taking on Panderic, New Dawn taking on Redacted Society, and now Phoenix going up against VibeCheck. So first on the docket, Unknown, HPL champions, take on Panderic X, previously Aspect, now signed by the Pandas, and another top team in that HPL NA season.
It's always nice to see the Panderic roster come up within any single region because they've been making a lot of moves lately, right? They've had huge changes with their rosters. They picked up recently the Oil Rig roster in the EU region, and now all of a sudden they have the Aspect roster. And it is unfortunate to see that Pandaric was usually in kind of near that bottom in most tournaments, but now with the huge changes that have been made, all of a sudden the Pandas are skyrocketing to the top, and it's a huge win for that community and for the organization as a whole, being able to put themselves on these top level brackets near the top of the list. So with Pandaric X currently, which is the North American region of Pandaric, they will be going up against Unknown, which is what we will be seeing next. So this, I believe, we've seen in the last NAHPL, right? But of course, it
Okay.
was Unknown versus Aspect at the time.
Yeah, we absolutely have. Just got to pull something up really quickly here. And this is great. I love getting to see cool things like this as we're getting prepared for the game. But in the warm up section or in the lobby where Pandaric X are getting ready to load up into this match, Head Eyes Doctor is currently screen sharing some Guitar Hero. So that's one heck of a way to warm up for the game, I guess, is playing some Guitar Hero
1,
on the
2,
PC
3, 4,
whilst you're
5, 6.
awaiting. I mean, talk about actions per minute, but if you actually hover, you'll be able to see it yourself, Kirk. I can confirm this man is literally
I see it.
tapping away to his heart's content before he crocs on into the lobby. So that's a cool little insight into what the pro players do to keep those muscles warm and to keep themselves awake, as the game does stretch on long and far, with us being a whole 9 games worth of gameplay to play and only 6 games deep.
Who
GG's
is
Head Eyes
that?
Doctor. That's insane. That's such a cool little thing to be playing at this point in time. And
Is he the coach? Oh,
I,
no, I see it. I
no,
see it. I
it's
see
Head
it. He's a
Eyes. It's
player.
Head Eyes.
Yeah,
Head
yeah,
Eyes.
yeah.
Yeah. It's head underscore underscore
C
underscore
head. Yeah.
underscore underscore underscore
Yeah, yeah,
underscore
yeah, yeah,
underscore
yeah,
eyes.
yeah.
I think that is because it has to be 15 characters, right? So it can only ever be
Yeah.
15, 12, 9. It has to be 9 underscores, right?
Yeah. So the list of names that we have for the rosters, they kind of go on more of a simple term of what they would normally go off of. So the in-game names could be slightly different, so that's why I didn't really recognize that immediately. But yeah, they have 7 members in there currently watching Guitar Hero, which is probably the first time in the world that has ever happened.
I think
I
that's
mean,
great. It's great to see. I mean, talk about keeping your actions up, right? You keep the fingers warm on guitar. It makes sense.
yeah, get the blood flowing and whatnot. I mean, sometimes when you sit there on your computer all day, those hands and feet start to get a little cold. So you got to stand up, and some people's standing up is jamming out Guitar
I
Hero.
rate it.
So,
Honestly, I rate it. That's kind of cool.
well, fair enough. Sometimes it just happens.
Oh, brother. The question I'm going to ask is, as we go into the team card, does this Pandaric X team have what it takes, plus the Guitar Hero buff, to be able to knock down the Unknown roster? I mean, Pandaric, they've got such a crazy squad that they're going in with today. It's Zachrix, it's Oberstorm, it's Europe, it's Head Eyes, and it's the fifth to follow that's going to be coming on screen very shortly when they lock into this lobby. But it's, I mean, it's unknown. Okay. There's both a gift and a curse of being a caster in the scene, right, Kirk? You get so familiar with seeing teams and you know the strength of some of these teams that when you see other teams step up to try and challenge Titans, like the likes of Unknown, it's hard to argue against them. Barbaric today looked like he was playing out of his mind earlier on to be able to pull through. And I mean, it's Barb, it's Cruising, it's Watchful, it's Sleek, it's Strix. I don't know, man. This is going to be a really tough game for Pandaric X. They have what it takes to be able to beat them. I mean, for Christ's sake, the Apollo, who is the 5th member that we're waiting on hopping into the lobby, sorry. Apollo was, 23-11 in his first game today, by the way, Kirk?
Yeah.
There's Titans. There's Titans on both sides of the pitch. Who do you bet on?
Yeah. So when I take a look at the rosters, they have a couple of different ones than what I recognize from the previous HPL, right? Because on reserve previously they had Blue and they had Zanika, which I do remember one of them summing in at one time. Ghost of Customs is a new name to me. That one does not come up on the radar. I have the document here for the previous HPL where they submitted their roster and he wasn't there. So perhaps a new pickup here. But the way I look at it is that Unknown has been a team for a while that really hasn't made a lot of changes to their roster. And now that of course, Undead is currently off to the side in the more of a coaching role, but he is backup, of course. But now that there has been somebody that has been brought up, I believe it's Sleek. Previously, Sleek was the reserve player, but we all know how dangerous he could be. I've unfortunately had to meet him a couple times in solo queue, and I wasn't having a great time with that one. So he's just as skilled as Undead, right? And with the wise wisdom of Undead in the background at a moment's notice, ready to give some thoughtful insights, may be able to propel Unknown to really smash out this performance here. But it is Pandaric we're talking about, previously Aspect, who have a number of achievements on their own.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my money's on Unknown here. I'm not gonna
You're
cook
normally
myself.
Pandaric. Like, you
Yeah, I
normally
am.
always go for the
I
pandas, so
so am. I'm such a Panda fan. Don't get me wrong. Ski Master Timmy's done a lot to work alongside me with trying to help this industry grow, including supporting the podcast. The Pandas have got behind the Correct Wisdom brand as much as they can, both in opening opportunities for me to cast and helping, you know, provide me a way to support myself whilst bringing the content that we want to help see the community grow. So I can't stop shouting about the Pandas because they've done nothing but respect and help me grow. I've no reason not to, but I have to be respectful to the scene, to the players, and to the skill on the table. This will be an extremely difficult match for the Pandaric X squad if they are going to challenge to take this match off of Unknown. It's not just favored. This is an Unknown dominant game at the moment. They play extremely well. The one thing that did show, Invictus proved that there are ways to cook into Unknown that can leave them struck a little bit caught off guard on times.
yeah, right. And being able to put up 6 points against Unknown is quite an achievement, right? You got to be proud of that. So just because they're out now doesn't mean they're going to give them a possible run for their money in the future coming next weekend. But Unknown so far have been top in their seed for HPL, the highest level of NA tournaments, and pushing forward. So far, they look like they haven't really changed much in terms of where they're going to end up on that scoreboard near the end of the tournament. So, you know, Unknown is who they are. They've always been a scary team, and going forward, I think probably probably Pandaric or New Dawn. Maybe no, Pandaric or Aquila is probably your best chance at knocking out Unknown here. That's what I
I
kind of see.
I kind of agree with you, but I've got to say Invictus did very good today. Invictus earlier on
Yeah,
really impressed me.
I just
I
don't
I
know them
think
enough.
yeah, I mean that's understandable. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's Invictus is the squad that has Jez, IFP.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
they
do
had a
know
different
them. You
name,
just
didn't
don't
they?
recognize the name
I
exactly.
know
That's what I
that.
was gonna
Yeah,
say.
I
Yeah,
know the
yeah.
players. Yeah, no,
I
they're
figured,
dangerous.
chat. We had to just get Kirk on the fishing line for a second there. We had to just like sort of throw that one out and reel him back. He was almost walking off into the sunset as if he'd forgotten the team from before. But Jez and IFP, just two of that Invictus lineup, okay, that very quickly bring fond memories to mind for Kirk. Because myself and Kirk spent our time on the ACS and on the NAHPL recently, shouting about many different names, right, Kirk? And that was the first day I think it was
Yeah.
from the NAHPL that we were very, very impressed with IFP and Jez's performance in
Mhm.
that specific instance.
Yeah. So it is three of the members from the previous Master X team,
Yep,
previous NA team, right? And then
correct.
we have we have Dev, Nuclear, Tippy, Murder. So I those were so they were Eclipse. So we have a combination of Eclipse and the old Master X lineup. So that's interesting to get a little put together. And of course, previously Eclipse had Winter, and now Winter's gone. We saw him go up against his previous team earlier in that. Um, they went up against each other earlier, didn't they?
They did, yes. Now, I want to sort of pull us back from our segue for a second because we do have a very important match about to take place in front of our eyes. And before we get into Invictus and anything else from the rest of the team that is going to come through later on in the tournament, I want to focus in a little bit on the match we're about to feature. So, These two rosters here that we've got on screen, Kirk, I'm going to look at balancing these players against each other in where I think that the ties fight, sort of based off of what player plays what role, okay? So you look at the likes of Apollo, leading frag from the Panderic squad, that dropped that 23 and 11, very lurking style play style, very good at playmaking or being an initiator of action, okay? That matches with the likes of Barbaric from Unknown, who we saw in his first game today, able to step up multiple times and go better than a 1-for-1, get 1-for-2, taking risks, taking advantage, and being proactive on the play. That's going to be a duel to look out for. Barb or Apollo, whether they fight each other, who's going to succeed more? Second to be said to that, the next follow-up fragger on the team. You've got the likes of Europe or Zacharix on either side that are both able to show and display strength. Today, Europe has been the one that's been showing out on that shotgun. You go to Unknown, Watchful would be the next one I'm looking up to step up into that place. Or the likes of Sleek, like you mentioned. Me personally, I'm a Cruising fan. I think that guy is exceptional inside
Yeah.
of the game and has a really good gun for fighting. So personally, my eyes are going to be on Cruising to back up Barbaric, especially in Fort here, with the help of Watchful, Sleek, and Strix to solidify the back end of the round. In the side of Panderic, you've got Oberstom, who is piloting that team. And Oberstom is extremely familiar with the environment and how to play it, as well as the likes of Zacharix, who's been around for a long time. And then we've got Head Eyes Doctor, who earlier on today, Kirk, in the game that they were playing first of all, was the one player in the team that looked like they were going to potentially confidently pull off a 1v4 on multiple occasions. It didn't happen, but the gameplay that was exuding from that player just asserted confidence. And that gives me hope that the thought process you're behind, Panderic X might have a chance to unsettle Unknown here.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up some of the history of these players, right? Because speaking of a couple of them, I know that if anyone's watched the, I mean, who wouldn't? Who could have missed it? But the Cracked Wisdom podcast, right? When we had Barbaric and Undead on, right? They spoke
Yep.
nothing but high things about Cruisin, even before that they
Yes.
were on a team together. They said that Cruisin is probably the player that gives them the most trouble and is probably undoubtedly one of the best players in North America, hands down. And they also claim that not only do they think that, but many other players in the scene agree with that. He's just a monster. He's always got something in his back pocket ready to throw at you that you're not ready for. But moving on um, to Panderic, of course, you're talking about Oberst Tom. This is a guy that's been around in Arena since day number one. Ever since back when it was just team fight, I remember day one, they had a massive team. It was Tom, Cryo. I remember it was like Baked Jake, right? There was these insane guys, and it was probably the only team that my
Yep.
personal 5 stack couldn't take down, that we consistently went up against. We just couldn't do it, right? And there was one game where I killed Tom like twice. Man, I was so proud of myself. I was so happy because I couldn't kill that guy. And then all
I
of a sudden,
can't
having enough games against them where I can kind of learn him, I killed him twice, and I was like, yeah, my career's done. Like I've peaked.
I can't wait to see the NA ASPL scene that's looking to be coming up on the horizon in the near future after that partnership with Panderic and the aspect roster that is here. Obviously, Oberstom now working side by side with the Pandas and alongside Timmy. The NA ASPL is going to be an amazing little scene to look forward to, and I'm wondering whether yourself and your personal 5 stack might be tempted to take a dip in the waters there, because I certainly know,
Oh
chat. I've
god, no,
played
I
with
don't know
Kirk a
about all
couple of
that.
times. All
I
right,
don't know about all that.
Kirk's a bit like me, chat. Okay, he likes to profess he's not really that good at the game, but I'm going to be honest with you. Kirk is a little demon too, just as much as Austin has displayed today. I don't mind not being me being a little bit of an old boomer, but the two casters that I get sit next to me, actually, I say the Saper Hort, right? You guys really do need to go and check out the casters for this game when they're playing the standard gameplay. Okay, Hort Source plays Marvel Rivals to a level which is unreal in skill, alongside a lot of other games. Kirk is exceptional at both his base game and his arena gameplay, as are Austin and many others that cast in the booth. So don't forget to spread your love and the support, folks. Okay, I know there's amazing teams on the table today as well, but some of the casters that help join me in the booth, they're also taking time out of their personal endeavors to get involved with this stuff as well. So if you get a second to be able to do so, it is a great way to be able to spread that support and show some love. Check in on these guys when they're streaming in their day-to-day lives and check out what they're getting good at, because I know me personally, I don't know about you, Kirk, but I like to spend a moment to swing by a Hot Sauce stream every now and again and watch him play some Marvel Rivals, because that's scary. He is
Man,
very good at that game.
he's always sleeping when I'm on Twitch. Like he's always like, because he does his damn reruns where it's just like a playthrough of like his old stream. And every single time he's live, when I personally have the time to do whatever on Twitch,
Mhm.
I can't talk to him and like live. He's sleeping, right? Because he runs the stream all the time because he's a busy fellow, right? So
Yep. Yep, got to get the brand out there. I mean, the only reason he's not able to join us here for the Vanguard stuff, and let me just put this out there, folks. Hot was interested in this and did express interest when we spoke out to him about reaching out to do this, but he's busy doing Counter-Strike gigs. Okay, the man does not stop casting. He's just too in demand everywhere when it comes to his skills. Yapping on a mic, okay, Kirk. So I mean, fair play to the man. He's a busy man. He keeps it cooking, and we've all got to keep doing the same. So these what it is. I'm looking forward to getting into this, and I think, Kirk, I think. Did we just hear the click of success? Are we
I
are
don't
we
know.
slowly, smoothly sliding on into fort
I
here?
don't know. I know. I know that this next match will be played on Fort, which will be pretty exciting. Because one thing about Fort is that I've noticed is in that kitchen kind of area, right? That's where all the action kind of starts out at the very, very start of the match. If there will be a push towards that side of the map, there will be a slaughterhouse of kills in the kitchen immediately, right? And we can kind of notice that
Yeah.
in the NA scene where they are slightly more aggressive than the EU scene. However, in the EU scene, that same thing happens every single time there's a push towards that side of the map. There's a fight in kitchen no matter what. I'm telling you, it will happen. And considering the fact that even the EU players do it when it's not normally their style.
Hmm.
It's exciting, but it kind of makes you wonder. It's like, how important is this position to where we need to fight over it immediately, right? How much control does this give you over this side of the map? There's 4 access points into that room. Based off of that, you can immediately think that this amount of control this room gives you is not worth giving up at any point, right? And I remember a few games ago when we were watching Fort, you mentioned that one member of one team did have that control of that the room that's past kitchen, but there was 3
So
members inside site, and you're saying this is
yes,
actually not a bad spot because
yep.
they have that control of that room because it's so important at
It's
getting access to
such
site.
it's such a tough box to fight around. You've hit the nail on the head, but there are many setups of where your players can be in that area that changes how favored it is to where you're standing. So normal flow of play from the attacking perspective is you come out of spawn, you go into the initial
Lobby.
garbage room. That we don't call lobby. That's just normally called like garage as the steps that go into it. You have the corridor to your right, which is called arch, and then you have the extension out to garden.
Yeah. No, sorry, lobby's just the one that I was trying to
Lobby's
think
the
of, but I
big
couldn't think
room.
of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lobby
that's the
is
one
the
I'm
that's
kind
the
of
one you're on
focusing on here.
about.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. So tempo goes like this as the nade comes through from the defending side through to arch. The attacking team has to wait out an aggressive tempo nade from arch. If they're not careful, it'll kill them. Then they challenge K1, which is the first opening closest to headshot on A, to lobby. And that's normally the first point of conflict. And teams fight over kitchen control and cult control from there. So that's
Yep.
exactly what you're talking about. Here we are on board with Sleek, makes entry into lobby, looking at kitchen as Barbaric moves for that
Ex-
cult control. Attacking team takes full lobby control and cult suppression, but a 2v1 retake from the blue defending side is going to claim that cult back.
Sleek's ready to rumble, but unfortunately takes more than half of his health and damage and is forced to back up, is not able to support his teammates. However, there is going to be a flank around from Europe. He grabs 2, but the second one, the third one does not get picked up, and Watchful is ready for that quick swing. So that's real dangerous right there, because now all of a sudden you have a bomb on a player that is currently seconds away from dying if he doesn't hit a heal.
And look at the difference though. Panderic choose to defend it differently. They give lobby space, but then they send 2 members cult for an aggressive retake on the defensive position that way around. It doesn't work out as they'd intended to with a full stifle of the attack, but they do suffocate the forward 3 members and gain themselves a 3 versus 2 retake onto the opposite site. Oberstorm puts pressure down onto Watchful as he's holding from Secret. That mid-rotation coming through. Now Head Eyes and Zacharix can battle buddy up together and try and work their way around to site. 3 versus 2, the numbers should come through eventually as this buddy pairing takes the fight correctly. They do. Head Eyes finds a kill onto Sleek, and now it's Watchful on his own. And Captain Tom comes on through. Tom and Jerry, cat and mouse, falls in the favor of the cat this time. And the bomb's going to be defused.
That's tough. I mean, it's good from Tom to recognize that position that the person he's trying to challenge in, and he goes around, right? Because otherwise, it's going to be difficult to peek him because he has a very, very fast right shoulder when he's standing in ramp there in the mini ramp. So, you know, it's good to go around. But, you know, when he's forced to run out on the left shoulder, that's when, you know, Tom has put himself in the best position that was possible for him at that time.
round and round they go. The bomb, however, is taking its time. Has changed its mind, actually.
Looks
It-
like
it-
he's doing it again.
Yeah. Except, look at the difference in positioning from the A site defender. The aggressive position comes up, and Europe is actually caught out on an island here. Big, interesting play, and this is something that Europe showed in the first game of the day today, playing that position quite commonly. This time it's been adjusted to. Unknown have already cooked the strat into a common position of predictability. Bomb is down.
That's scary.
4v4.
They're relying on smokes for cover, however. Of course, they can be shot through. There's 3 members of the Pandas there ready to fire through the smoke, but they opted in to save their ammo here, potentially going to back up and reclaim their thoughts and go for a retake instead of challenging the plant. Look at that jump. That was crazy. Head Eyes now in a position that he may not expect. I don't think Sleek's ready for that. Oh, Watchful got him, though. Watchful got him, and Apollo's going to grab another one, and then Sleek is ready to go, and there's Cruisin' ready to back up his teammate, and Sleek ends the round off with a first round win here for Unknown on Fort.
It looked really good as setup from Pandaric that time around, but Unknown kept the numbers really well in their favor for the retake. This, I'm going to be honest with you, Kirk, this is why I was looking forward to the third of the day. These last 3 matches are going to be extremely close, and all 3 sets of teams are going to have tough matches on their hands. This is not going to be an easy game either way, and Pandaric have turned up in the fashion we were hoping for to really challenge this Unknown squad, so we might even see another overtime on our hands.
It wouldn't be uncommon if me and Cracked in the booth saw overtime. It's happened
True.
enough times in the past. It's probably a 90% chance. Just
Wow, it doesn't matter,
PS12A
his
taking a
action's going
little
down.
bit longer. Yeah. PS12B would have killed him quick enough. He would have got back to cover.
Maybe not with the full
Barbaric ready for the
though.
flank.
Oh my, what a shot. Barb's nailing him. Kirk, when did
Now-
the rest of the blue team fall over?
I know Europe, I think, was over in Europe and was unavailable for this team at the current moment.
Oh no! Looks like he didn't pay for his train ticket either. Barbaric's put him back on the station. Nope.
Train from Europe to North America. I'd like to see that.
I mean, we've got one
Underground.
from the UK to France. Well, that's the got.
Yeah, it's crazy that that was built before anything like that was built for Ireland.
Longer distance to cover. Ponds are
Is it?
dangerous. I mean, if you've ever played any Destiny, you know water kills you at the instant touch, so, you know. Us gamers are allergic to grass. Destiny characters allergic to water. Head Eyes is allergic to nades, apparently. Poor Watchful
Yes,
puts
sir.
one into his pockets. Oof.
Grenades have been really, really good today. There's been
Agree.
You can tell they've been practicing these lineups. They've been proving that when you do practice them, man, they line up. They're gonna propel you even more forward. But so far, it started off with Unknown having the man advantage, but Barbaric's down now, and it's all even.
Look at this mini-map. This is absolute wildness.
Yeah, look at this.
Pandemic X have entire mid-central control, but Unknown have arguably both site access control and the bomb planted on A. But Pandemic are lost here. Unknown have completely and utterly thrown this so hard at them that they no idea what's going on. They don't even realize the bomb's been planted at this point, surely. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. When is somebody on Pandemic going to look up and realize that the bomb has been planted?
Yeah,
Guys, the bomb's down. Guys, the bomb is down.
They're over in Europe.
Oh my word, it's 20 seconds.
Saving the KDA, it's all right. You might as well just back off now. There's no possible way, right? It's literally impossible at this point.
I'm shook. In all my entire...
Maybe the comms were just so explosive they didn't hear it.
What is that?
I mean, okay, mid
What do you
control on
mean?
fort, mid control on fort. It's important. It's pretty friggin' important. But it's not gonna do you any good if bombs down on another site.
Help. Send help.
You know, once per tournament, you'll find one of those times where it's like, hey, we could probably offer a little bit of advice. Where you could probably say that pro players really are not interested and cannot benefit from anything that, the average Joe could say. But one of those rounds does come out one time where some advice would probably help them.
I mean, there's one thing having extreme mid control, and then there's only having mid control, and I'm not sure which of the two is more
Yeah.
comical. Right at this moment in time, comical is currently causing chaos as Europe almost wins a 1v2 over on the A side. Another 1v1 on the headshot goes down in the favor of Strix.
Oh,
2 from that
getting
Ash
pitched in.
12. The bomb planted on the B side.
Oh.
Actually sees a Watchful putting down Overstorm. Oh, what a reaction from Watchful.
Headeye, the first one to go down, he didn't even get a chance last round, but now all of a sudden he has a huge order to fill. And yeah, that's tough. In fact, Barbaric, I didn't even hear the audio on that, and I doubt Headeye did either. They did learn, though. You can tell that they learned, right? They stuck someone in the back in a defensive position on the site that they didn't expect them to go on. Unknown booked it straight for a B site, and they got the plant down fast. However, Headeyes was ready to go, but they didn't win their gunfights. But you can tell that they're learning, right? And they're adapting to that, and it's so fast, right? That's just the next round, so you know that's not going to happen again.
I'm still recovering, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm still shook. The one thing that has been exceptionally good from this attacking side is Sleek slams Overstorm with an opener with a great set of shots, actually. Zachrix responds with one onto Cruising. His lobby control has been consistent from this Unknown side over and over again on the A side. And I think they've stopped going with the crazy cool plays and just decided to take it forward. But saying that, there's a response. The Apollo Zachrix won a P-Siege for Strix for the 2-piece on the PS12A. Legs for days and kneecaps fall foes as the toes are taken away.
That was fast. All right. You know what? Going forward, I think the most important person to deal with here for the Pandas is Sleek, right? Sleek takes that same position every round. It does not change. He fast peeks that right shoulder. However, on the opposite side of it for the Pandas, they also have a right shoulder on it. And it's tough when you're getting trapped inside of Arch because you're afraid of that grenade. So maybe one of these times, right, you just kind of force your way through it. You get to that position before Sleek does. Just pre-fire it, right? Because he does the same thing every single round here. And we're going to see if they can recognize that. Well, they opt out of A this time, so it will be different. No! Was that through the window?
Oh no, it was through the window. Headeyes gets taken out by a Kinky nade, and after that, it's Europe that unfortunately has ended up being the victim of one of his own teammates' nades. That, however, is good victimology. Apollo finds the red man dead. Barbaric, the counterpart we said he'd have to fight against, is the one he gets the better of this time around. Strix, however, has the legs of Tom. Zachrix takes out Strix in response for the 1-for-1. 2 members left alive on Panderic. The 3 strong for Unknown.
You know, in that Fort game earlier I was watching, I did see that somebody attempted to throw a grenade in that window. I had 0 idea that that was even a thing, and my jaw dropped.
I don't know what to say, honestly. The thing that's getting me so much is Panderic have come out and they are playing extremely well too, but Unknown are throwing the textbook of plays at them right now. Like, it's just like, let's do this wild thing, and let's do this wild thing, and let's, just in case that wasn't spicy enough, let's just take some super strong ghost chili peppers ground up and sprinkle a little Salt Bay action over the top of it with that. Like, it's wild. And then we go back to the most default, watered down, bog straight up play towards the A site where it's just basic lobby control. And because Panderic is stretched so much by these odd plays, they're forced into an aggressive push into it because they can't play a default slow because Unknown are just tearing them apart by pulling them apart. And I mean, the chaos almost kind of falls even this time around, but it's 1 and a bit versus 2 and a bit as Unknown again have a single man advantage.
All right, this is big for Headeyes. All right, so this is Barbaric, the one that's holding one of the most crucial positions in defending this site, right? We've talked about this before. It's been taken up. However, Strix is ready to go and challenge him. Headeyes needs to find a way to be able to peek this without exposing his legs to that PS12A.
aggressive from Head Eyes. He turns his back at the wrong time, though. Strix is going to have the back of his heels for free. Sleek does then claim a round again by killing the final Pandemic member after some great timing. Out of Strix on that Ash 12. 9 and 3, Sleek 9 and 5. Strix both stepping up in this game to help carry the team towards a victory. 4 in the lead at the swapping of the sides.
I love the weapons picked here, right? How often have you seen a team full of Vals and AK-12s? Those are usually weapons that is a one-off, like maybe one player will pick it, but you know things have changed up currently for this round, and it's still quite unique. But like look, 2 Vals, an AK-12, an SA-58,
Yep.
and whatever Cruisin has, right? Which is probably a shotgun. This is a crazy in terms of the weapon statistics that we've seen from the EU and CIS region recently, where it was just spear on spear on spear.
Yep. I do think it's down to the way that the meta's gone with the armor. I think people are looking for what the most consistent choice is to get through this tier 3 soft armor meta and the tier 4 average to tier 5 on your enforcers. The way that helmets play out for both the assault and the enforcer class right now, it's very crucial to be able to melt quickly. Time to kill has been reduced across the platform, regardless of the weapon in hand, and therefore being able to kill people quickly and the weapon required to do that is huge. He is as well. Separately, Head Eye spawn. Cruisin gets the better of Tom.
Head Eye's trying to take advantage of an open cannons right now, but he is contested. He has to back off with the red Thorax. Paulo getting away. Does lose his leg, so he's gonna be getting some chip damage here as they move their way onto the A site for a rotation. And there is gonna be one member left all the way down in that large spiral to be able to distract and keep one of the members of Unknown occupied.
Cat and mouse and twos again. This time around the colours are changed. Apollo's going to catch Sleek on the rotation, and the lone last member from the Unknown squad's going to run directly into the awaiting arms of Barbaric.
Look at
Other way around, sorry. Barbaric running into the awaiting arms of Head Eyes. It's that was a cool little placement. Top of the statue. Someone back in the favour of the Pandas.
Yeah. And with these weapon picks, really, it is quite surprising that they're able to still push forward without, like, you know, your meta picks. You know, it's unheard of to not have at least one Spear or MCX on your current lineup for the half. So the fact they're still doing great with it is exceptional, especially with a 50-rounder SA-58, right? When's the last time you've seen that? In a competitive match like this, obviously. You'll see it all the time in solo queue, but it's quite a crutch.
It's a strong weapon. That's the thing with the meta right now, is it is exceptionally strong. That being said, though, what's stronger than a quick TTK? A one-bullet TTK? Being able to shoot somebody square in the head? But it puts them down. I think that's kind of the mentality between these SR3M, the AK-12s, the Vals as well, which you point out so wisely, the Scout classes that really need to get through people quickly as shots ring out from both sides. Oberstorm does put good bullets into Sleek. Apollo's going to take second to top up his health. Not for long, as Barbaric puts him and Zachrix down in a quick 2-piece. Back to 2-on-3. And Unknown have got a numbers advantage for the time being, but Europe is going to be able to claim the bomb. Pandemic have got the bomb in their hands, Kirk, but 2v3, they've got a lot of work to do, and I think we're going back to cat and mouse again.
Yeah, this is usually a strategy that we've been seeing out of Unknown, right? Rush one site and then head to the other one. Using their own tricks against them, but of course, Strix is ready to go because they've done this enough times that they can recognize it on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And as that bomb does go down, recognizing it on the fly is going to allow Oberstorm to elevate himself slightly further towards some aggression and pick up the first pick onto the one of the three that pushed down onto site. Strix currently having a little duel with them as I'm trying to waffle the words out longer for one of the two to get the kill. Oberstorm does close it out, but not before Barbaric has his way with the other member across the site. Now Oberstorm has to retreat out into long and force Barbaric into an off pig, but and the Barbaric doesn't care. He just swings and slams him down. Oberstorm had it all in his favor, but forces Barb to make the play, and make it he does.
It's so scary, I bet, for Tom, right? You hear just the footsteps piling towards you. They're just coming closer and closer. You know you got to finish that reload quick. Unfortunately, Barbaric did make it there in time, and wow, he's a little bit too fast.
I mean, a slight bit of hesitation there, Kirk, and he beats him to it. Oberstorm gets that magazine, and you know that's a tough fight to win for sure, but you're absolutely right. Where are they going to go this round? Two towards mid, two towards spiral, one out towards cannons, three strong B site hold, and two towards A for unknown. One from long starting to rotate as they hear that B has been telegraphed, but not pushed on too aggressively. Good shots from Barbaric's going to find a pick onto the bomb as Watchful gets one as well, and that's two for unknown in the favor. The third runs into Barb, and three goes down. Four is almost Barb manages to convert, but runs out of magazine before able to take down the member inside a bedroom. Europe has one back into Strix, but it's all looking a bit dangerous for the Pandas right now.
You know what? Barbaric got pretty lucky there. He did tank that headshot. However, we don't know exactly what bullet hit him. But, you know, he's very close to losing his life now. Now he's in a massive power position where he has such a good advantage. He has high ground, and he's able to challenge anyone to try to pick up the bomb.
It's also hidden away from the crucial, vital limbs on the body that shotgun is looking for. Piranha exceptionally good into flesh damage, but not looking for that center of mass or the head, really, if possible. Makes it exceptionally hard to try and fight from the ground up. Unknown claim the end of the round, and they do move themselves to match point, Kirk. 8-3, a very strong performance from Unknown on 4 after, I'm going to be honest with you, 3 responsive rounds from the Pandas looked like they were about to start swinging this back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of what Unknown's known for, right? Once they can grasp their victory and they can picture it in their mind, right? Nothing will stop them to be able to get there where they need to go. Now, one thing that's really surprising me is that Barbaric's able to get up here without them knowing, because the amount of time it takes you to vault and the noise it makes running on metal to get in here, it's so surprising that the member that's rushing mid on the Pandas isn't hearing that and communicating with his teammate. Of course, we saw Tom a little bit weary of that position, but that's just because of the dominance that Barbaric showed up there the last round.
Full send does not go in the favor of Unknown this time around. Those 2 quick kills get taken off, and Head Eyes has done everything he needs to. He might have spent a lot of their life for it, but that fraction of the life he's got left alive leaves him in a 5v now. A 5v2 was a 5v3 a second ago, and the bomb is 100% going down, and this looks like the Pandas might be able to stave off one of those match points. Sleek and Barbaric, though, this would be a way to close it out in a 2v5. Nearly takes off the head of his teammate there as Sleek is trying to work with minute angles, minute micro adjustments. Europe's going to find the first as Sleek does step over aggressively on the second peak, and it's just Barb left, last alive in a 1v4. Oh, wow. Never mind. He doesn't even get that far.
See, that's exactly where that buddy system comes into play. That I know Blue and Hot, they really love talking about that. They know how important it is to play off a teammate. But unfortunately, Barbaric either had to reload or heal up a little bit, and he wasn't able to support his teammate in time. A trade could have very well came out there, but at the very start where they first entered A main, you know,
yes,
they did play it well. They had the buddy system going, but unfortunately, Barbaric forced to have a reload or heal or whatever he needed to do.
Just real quickly, it makes a good shout out to the Loot Goblin. A great name. Alongside Blake Dahlia, chosen for the Proving Grounds. Not just for the newer teams to show what they've got to bring to the table, but to test the top tier teams and push them to the limits to allow them to display exactly why they're at the top of the game right now. And that kind of utility use from Watchful is merely another example of how Unknown is just built different at this moment in time.
He gets a free gun, though.
True. +1, card advantage gained, extra weaponry ensued.
Extra
and now,
donation.
Yeah, well, not only that, but the extra member control. This is where the game gets dicey, though. You get 1 pick, and it forces the attacking team to most likely squad up at least 3 or 4. The smart pick here is you telegraph to B, stack up to 3 as the A site should at least be held by 1 and most 2. They're going to try and give themselves a chance at a numbers advantage, even though they are down on the cards. It's a smart rotation from Panderic right now, but they're a little too slow to execute. It's going to be an even 3-on-3, 3v4 now. The member in Cult has got past the guy in mid. That mid rotation from Panderic needs to come in quickly, but the fight on site as Barb for 2 as Barb's killing people for breakfast. Oh, Cruising catches one. It's actually not even Cruising's kill. The credit goes to Strix as Slick. Swift moves from the 90 is merely a distraction. Head Eyes does get a consolidation prize, but it's all said and done for just about. I mean, Head Eyes needs 4 stacks of pancakes for his breakfast burrito, or he's going to be struggling to find his way out.
Look,
Oh, well, never mind.
I was gonna say, look at that map. There's 4 members just eyes wide on any position that he could have ran into. There was 4 different spots he could have peeked, and every single one of them would have resulted in a fast domage. And yeah, that's an unfortunate spot. Bomb was down in lobby, of course, and that is not a place that you want the bomb to be down, especially when you don't have control of it. So, unfortunate for the side of the Pandas. You know, there is another chance next weekend, but Unknown, with no surprise to any, have come out on top yet again.
You've got to give it to the Pandas for being able to put up such a good fight, but I don't know whether I'm glazing or whether I'm being realistic, but as an EU caster watching the EU scene, and for yourself as well, maybe you can give this some credit or you can nullify a myth, depending. But that kind of a performance out of Unknown, that level of preparation and being able to just put it home time after time again, that's the kind of thing that we saw from Sicario in Season 3 HBL EU, that they did week in, week out. That's the kind of level of top-tier gameplay that it wasn't just good, but it was a cut above the rest. And I mean, 9-4 is a strong performance. But, I mean, 9-4 is a strong performance from the Pandas with how well Unknown are playing right now. It wasn't just this game. Their first game today as well was another display of little highlights of just where they have gone that much further into the detail of preparation, the boost peaks, the setup, swaying from site to site and really pulling aggro off of audio cues. Like, their manipulation of a defending team right now is second to none in this scene. And I really don't mean to overglaze. I am genuinely just putting honest fact out there right now. Unknown are on fire in this current form. They really are showing up.
Yeah, that comparison.
It's hard, isn't it?
No, I think, to be honest, I think that Unknown does have the potential to possibly be NA's Sicario, but when I kind of look at previous matches, when you look at Sicario, right, they have multiple smash outs in tournaments. They have multiple times where they're winning 9-0, 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, right? Like, even up against Oil Rig, a team where it's probably their closest competition in the EU, now known as Pandaric in the EU. So they're still smashing at a team that's probably, I would expect, to be better than the Pandas in the NA. So I think Unknown has the potential to become an Ace Sicario, but so far where they are, I wouldn't put them there just yet, just because they've been challenged enough times to the point where they start to get a little shaky and they start to lose rounds that they probably shouldn't. So Sicario doesn't really have that problem. Of course, when you look at ACS, it's a whole different battlefield, right? Because that is basically bringing in the best teams from Europe and CIS, right? And those CIS teams are a menace to deal with, and they can't really scrim sometimes. It's hard, right? Speaking on strictly EU, Sicario's just, I think they're better. Unknown can get there if they continue to try harder.
It's a question I've asked in the podcast a couple of times. Is like, you know, especially from the NA teams, is which NA team right now do you think could potentially give the top EU team a run for their money? And the common answer has been that of Unknown, something like that. So
absolutely,
I can't not back it, but you know, it really does just give props to the Pandaric squad that turned up today. I mean, that's a really tough match to be playing, and they showed that they had a lot of ability to be able to do a similar level of things that Unknown were able to do. It was just kind of missing that little bit extra to just push it over the line. A couple of, like you said, slightly mistaken or mis-executed rounds, a couple of team kills that left them a little bit out of place once in a while that didn't go in their favor. And I mean, these rounds do eventually add up. You drop one here, you drop one there, you drop one there, suddenly it's 5, and that's a 9-4 round difference, which I've got to be honest with you. Like I say, I do give props to Pandas. They did a good job in that match there. They really did give them a good run for the money. But Unknown at this moment in time, like I say, they're in a form that looks unstoppable right now.
Yeah.
That's going to be put to bed, though. That game is absolutely one to watch if you've missed out on. If you just joined us here for the Vanguard's Proving Grounds, my name is Crack Wisdom. I'm joined with Kirk on the alert. We are now 7 games deep of our 9 for the day, but we have 2 more absolute stonkers for you today. And this one's set to be a fiery one. The previous history from this one, Kirk, I'll run through very quickly for you, and then I'm going to get your super wise opinion on what you think is going to happen and go down in this match. So, Epic Fails Div 1, so the first formed Epic Fails esports team took on New Dawn in the first. New Dawn took that one home 9-5. New Dawn now are going to face off against Redacted Society, who respectfully did absolutely dominant things to Aquila in that first match up until they were caught overconfident a little bit. Also ended 9-5 Redacted Society. So this sets the table for a very even fight between these two teams. New Dawn and Redacted Society both pulling 9-5s in their first matches. The different maps. Ball, played with the New Dawn and the Epic Fails squad. Phase 5 for Redacted Society and Aquila. These two will be fighting to find out which one of them will be facing Unknown or Panderic later on in the tournament.
If you look at it at face value, you could assume that both of these teams will probably push overtime if they both went 9-5, right? But if you look deeper into it, we know that some of these, one of the players in particular, Trevi from Redacted Society, who was a previous member of Aquila, which they defeated earlier, he's easy to, I feel like, I don't want to say this wrong because it could come out the wrong way. He's easy to read, but at the same time, he'll still get you, right? You know what Trevi does. You know how he plays on a team. You know his role. He's always waiting to catch you off guard when he's off by himself. He's sneaky. You won't hear him. You won't see him. You'll just fall over. However, being that he's been playing that way for so long, you should recognize by this point through VOD reviews and through scrimming how exactly he will play that. And you need to find a way to counter it. Once you do that, I can't speak on the rest of the Redacted Society team because out of all of these teams here that we have today, other than the Div 2 Epic Fails, I don't know any of the players other than Trevi.
So, all right. Other than Exposy, you know, point us towards like completely and utterly putting Trevi out on the table. Poor Trevi. R.I.P. Trevi. Courtesy Kirk. You know.
I'm not. No, that's why I said I don't want to say it wrong. All right. I need to say it in the right way. I'm not saying that he's bad or anything.
We got to roast you for it, Kirk. We just got to roast you for it. You're fine. It's all good. But no, you are right. But I think something, you know, you make a point that's good because it lends a reason as to why the playstyle works. Like you said, he should be predictable because you know he's off in the middle of nowhere, doing the middle of nowhere things, doing the middle of the worst timing in the world things because it's so unpredictable that it works. Now, being a master of that is knowing how to execute, is knowing how well read you can be by what you telegraph. And I think that's where Trevi comes in as being one of the best players of that play style. Yes, it can be played into, but I think the reason that he gets away with it so much is because of how well he manipulates that info that he gives out to people. Like he'll aggressively, intentionally play somewhere so that he can then be the other side of the map the next round, and that it keeps that keeping them guessing factor still in his favor. I think the minute that Trevi starts getting locked down as a player is that Trevi as a player as a whole starts to struggle in an environment competitively because he is just built like that. I don't think it's something he'll ever drop the ball on. He has a very good mind of being able to navigate the game like that. And I think that's the point you're making, right? Is that although he should be predictable, and catching a sneaky little snake is two very different things, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a perfect word actually to describe him as, is the manipulator, right?
Yes.
He's always making your team a little bit angry because you expect him to be one place, he's somewhere else.
He's playing the tempo.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
You expect him to be somewhere because he usually plays like that. However, that place that he is in can be 50 different places at once, right? And the fact that you need to check that many times, and usually where he shines the most is when his team gets a bomb plant and then the other team is forced to rotate when their guards are down, right? Because it's like, all right, we have however many seconds left, 35, 40 seconds to get to site and try to take it back, your guard is not up to 100% at that point because you're just focused on getting to the other site. However, that is when he strikes, when the defenders are running to the other site and their guards aren't fully up. So you need to be 100% aware at all times of your positioning and where possibly that little sneaky Trevi can be at.
I like it. I like it a lot. I don't think there's really any argument to be had with that there. I think that's about as good as it's going to get, honestly. New Dawn showed an exceptional level of aggression in their first game. Guy Aiden, standout performance. But there were a couple of parts of that the Epic Fails squad were able to navigate and then use to their advantage and take rounds off of them with. Redacted Society only had rounds taken off of them when they dropped the ball as a whole of the team, when they were playing overconfidently, when they didn't keep it disciplined, and when they dropped the ball. New Dawn, however, were punished when they dropped the ball. So at this moment in time, I'm a little favored for Redacted Society in this one. I think this is probably a Redacted Society favored match. I actually would even go out on a limb to say that this is probably a 9-6 Redacted Society. I think New Dawn probably do take a couple of rounds off of them here. But yes, I think this is a confident 9-6 Redacted Society. I mean, the one thing we've been good on all day, Kirk, is we've been close to the scorelines, all right? But the one scoreline I got right was a 9-5 Redacted Society the first time around, okay? So I'm going to stick to my guns, and I think 9-6 Redacted Society are going to continue to do me proud in the predictions, and that's where we're going with it. We'll clean up the lineups for the guys at home before we do fly on into the game, as they are going to start loading into the pitch. It's going to be Skybridge. It's Redacted Society. It's Trevi FPS. Clean is Mean, Mr. J. Jones, Clarity, Rays, and their sub, last but not least, and absolutely just as important as the rest, Mr. Dover TV. On the New Dawn side, Kirk, it's a different set of boys and girls. You've got your roster from New Dawn is Slaughter, Guy Aiden, Steezy Pug, not Mr. Kevin, and their sub also last but not least, it's Mr. Razin.
You need a radio voice for that one. That was pretty close. That was pretty close, right?
Yeah,
Maybe Hot. We can get some lessons from Hot, but maybe
Oof.
no, just
True.
on the deep voice radio. Something you want to fall asleep to.
There's a man with a powerful voice and a deep glance that has a mustache that matches it. Something like that, yeah?
Sure. I mean, that works. Just keep working on it.
That's fine. We don't do the deep gravelly tones. That's not quite our style. We do really bad, cheesy dad jokes and exclamations at pitches that really shouldn't be found from a male caster, I guess.
Yeah, you're no stranger to the dad jokes every once in a while, but I always got to make sure to throw in my thumbs down or my boo every time it happens.
That's what we love to hear. That's the response we love. The groans in chat that you can hear through the text is they're the priceless ones. We can physically hear the slam of the desk, like, oh damn, cracked. Why?
So
pain.
we are actually loading in currently. We're very, very close, probably about 10 seconds away. We still have to pick our kits, which is what we're currently waiting on. However, Skybridge will be the map of choice, and we don't know exactly where the coin flip went at this moment. Because of course they are best of one, so it is going to be one of the teams picking based off a coin flip. So that is tough to tell sometimes, especially when you can see teams that have quite a list of achievements on certain maps, but still smash it out on maps when it wasn't even their pick to begin with. So here we are,
It's
starting off.
I was going to say, it's interesting to see that with Skybridge, bearing in mind Bowl and Bay 5 were the maps that both of these two teams played, neither of them wanting to play on a field that they've both played on before. Interesting.
Have we seen Skybridge yet?
Not today.
No, I didn't think so.
Oh, Steezy! That was a great first pick with the headshot, but Buzzer's got one back as Steezy goes down. Hold up a minute. Is that an X16 on Buzz?
No, that was a voodoo.
No, an X16, the weapon. He's running a Scar. He's running a light Scar. That is 995 in a Scar this man's got. Buzz with a nade as well as Pug goes down.
Yeah, that is. You can tell by the magazine.
Interesting choice. Kevin on the TRG as well. Oh man, that's dangerous.
There's Trevi not in the place that he normally would be, and he's changing things up. He heard me say predictable, and now he's doing something different.
Trevi actually gave you some heat in the chat when you said that, by the way. He's calling you out for calling him out, I guess.
Like I said, man, I had to say it the right way, or people are gonna think I meant something else. So I don't think I said it the right way, but regardless.
No, I think you got it. I think Trevi's just trying to get you some salt back. Is absolutely right. Trevi, speaking of the man, the myth, the legend, he's putting one. Oh, never mind. Not Mr. Kevin says not Mr. Trevi. Clarity on the floor as Buzz claims the kill from not Mr. Kevin on the E-box, and it is going to be a Redacted Society first round after we got some fights. Then we got a moment to talk about it, and then people were sick of the casters yapping, so they started throwing bullets.
Yeah. Mark 16 for Buzz. I already got 3 kills on it with a 1 round, so, you know, it might be shaping the new meta here as we speak.
No, don't do that. No, not about it. No, you'll never convince me. You won't take me alive. No, no, no. Not even
like
an
Scar?
X17 fan.
Do you like? Is it because maybe you don't like the Lion King?
No, it's because I have bad aim. Oh, I see what you did there. Okay, fair enough. All right, I see you. No, I'm a Mufasa fan. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's
right.
for real. I actually have a blanket with Mufasa on it right across the desk from where I am right now. Pug with a great pickup onto
Pug
Trevi. 2! Oh no! Who let the door down?
Clarity, no! That is... Oh my god, that is my luck. That is exactly what happens to me every game, I swear to god. That makes me so furious.
Oh! Buzz kill, literally. Kevin, not Mr. Kevin. Yep, that's right. He's the imposter. And he stood there on the top of the box, ready to take out the last alive. New Dawn do claim one back, and we're tied 1 apiece. Very aptly named, Kevin, do you not think?
As in... He's not playing like himself?
No, who other? But not Mr. Kevin.
Oh,
Surely
okay.
not. Surely not.
The plays on literature, okay.
It's good, it's good, it's good. He's a wordsmith of his own. That's without the weapon in his hands. I mean, he's shown exceptional skill on the TRG.
Gosh darn it, that Kevin, he got me again. However,
Nope.
it's going to be Trevi getting Steezy to start it off with a V40. I would imagine that's probably back towards Philbo.
Poor Philbo. Having grenades thrown at him all the time. We do blame Philbo for a lot of things, don't we?
Yeah.
Gets the rough end of the stick.
But if anyone doesn't know at home, that is also a call-out. I don't know if it's universally used, but...
It definitely is. Speaking of call-outs, Slaughter's going to pick up that kill onto Clean. Pug calling out that there's 2 in KFC. He's also going to get taken down by the shotgun of Clarity. Guy Aiden and Slaughter together, though, are going to pick up 2-3 as the second comes through from Guy Aiden. That's going to be a very... Oh! It doesn't matter what it is, because not Mr. Kevin's there again to put the bullet stop at the end of the sentence.
You know, I noticed on Not Mr. Kevin, he has a backup weapon with the TRG, right? And usually you'll see that, whether it be an MP5, whether it be, you know, whatever you so choose. But so far, there's 2 weapons that this second one could be, right? You have the VPO 209, your 366, and then you have your Vepr KM, which is 762x39. So this is something I saw during ACS on that ace. He brought a VPO 209 because they claim that there is no quote-unquote best in slot secondary weapon to take with the TRG. So they are experimenting, but the fact that that has now pushed onto the NA scene is that this might be one of the best weapons to take with a backup for a TRG, because of course the AP ammo, it's a massive one-shot to the chest if you can hit it properly.
Buzz is going to try and peek out and pick up one of the 2 New Dawn members coming to heaven, but he's not going to succeed. 2 members go down as Clarity on the shotgun again is the one shining light from the Redacted Society defense. When it comes to the attack on site, it's not going to find success either. The bomb's not even planted. It's just been dropped on site as the New Dawn aggression comes through. Clean is clean and mean at the same time to pick up Guy Aiden on the back of it, though. And speaking of clean, gone. That's the rotation. Round the outside, round the outside.
2 light bleeds. Oh, he's definitely... Okay. You can obviously tell the second that he stops, he's going back. You have 0 time to waste if you're actually committing to A here. So, yeah.
Oh, that's rough because he's going to run straight into the line of sight of Steezy, and I think he's cooked himself there, Kirk. A little bit of overcooking the pot doesn't quite play out. I mean, look, it's one of those plays, right? That's a 50-50 dice roll. You roll the dice, sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. He chooses
Mhm.
not to go there, and both members stay on the site. You know, he doesn't choose to go there, and nobody rotates. It's completely and utterly down to whether it is or isn't going to work on the day. You have to commit to the play,
Mhm.
and as long as he makes one decision, whether it works or not, it is what it is.
Yeah. And for the defending side, really, I think the best play is always to split up, right? You split
Yes.
up, and then you don't have to take the fight because you see him, right? You could just see him, back off, tell your teammate, and then work a 2v1.
100%. 100%. Shots out as Clean gets the first. Second from Clarity, Clean on the third, and that's more like it from the Redacted Society attacking squad. The A-site aggression is great, except from the one dent in the armor that not Mr. Kevin is going to slam a hole through with that TRG again.
Someone's having a little issue with their... You see that? Trevi has a body inside of him. You see that through the wall?
His silhouette's having a little bit of a disco dance whilst he's walking his way across. It's that cultist cloak, I think, that's rendering funny on the silhouette through the scenery there. But again, just goes to show how much of a veteran of the game that Trevi is. The final kill is going to come out as Raze closes that out. Ladies and gentlemen, Redacted Society, close your gap to 1, 3-2. Do you know what's interesting? You talked about the TRG and these choices of backup weapons. So the slots right now are very, very spread. Like you said, you've got your APM, whether it's carried by the 209 or it's AK brother. The SKS, now with 35 rounders,
Mhm.
with BP, another
Yep.
great choice. Single fire, very good option. The SR25, still something people like to run stock. It's cheap. You can put a couple of attachments on it and it runs exceptionally well, like a fully stocked gun. We've seen people try MP5s, but I think the fire rate lets it down. And the Kedders and the Clins and the MP5Ks and the Uzis, they just don't seem to have enough consistency with 9mm not really being it.
Yeah. To the legs is a different story, though. But however, when you
True.
go up against these type level of players, they often don't even let you see their head by the time you're already
Exactly.
dead.
Somehow, okay, I was expecting there would be a reswing there. There was 3 members Clean was fighting into when he was first peeking. He does find one, but then Pug swings back for one, and the second pickup from Pug is merely an elevation of that aggressive play to be able to double down for a 1 for 2. The IP control now belongs completely to New Dawn, and Redacted Society have only 3 members alive left to try and play this mismatched game of chess.
Just Trevi watching the flank, right? He doesn't really have many other options here. He's got to support his team in one way or another, but this is a map you will get flanked on, and you'll get flanked very, very easily. So he's forced to play that position, and now that his teammate has fallen, he's forced to now replace him. Oh, look at Raji's health. He has to hope Trevi can do something here, and maybe he can play off of it.
I'm sorry, what health kick?
Yeah, well...
Sorry to do it to you, but what little of it was left was immediately snuffed out as the New Dawn squad have decided that Crack's not allowed to call the same match score correctly twice for the Redacted Society squad. Nope. New Dawn have got something to play with when it comes to the table on Skybridge for defending side. The flipping side of the table, though, is going to be a different story, and we have 2 more rounds for New Dawn to extend this lead if they are going to be able to look strong when they swap onto attack. Oh, wow,
VIP
Clarity
battle
for
starts
one.
it out with clarity, yep. VIP control is always good. You never don't want it.
Grenades going off, but it's Pug that's going to pick up a kill with the weapon. It's a headshot onto Clean to open up. Pug for the second. Again, Pug's good for 2, and it's Trevi that goes down.
Not too much going on, right? You can kind of tell that this round's being played a lot more methodical because the kills that have come out have been very quick bursts or just one taps.
On site, the bomb is sat in a good position to plant, but being able to plant is actually not really on the cards right now. As 4v2, it's just too strong. I mean, The tap is going to cause for pressure. Steezy's going to give information that he's here for Ebox, but it's not really going to gain Redacted Society anything. It's really going to make them scared of Ebox more, and not Mr. Kevin then picks up the rotation as knowing that Ebox has pressure, they have to try and peek on the other side, and, well, New Dawn used the information gathering very well.
Yeah, it's so tough when you lose members, especially on A site. You will get flanked, and you're going to get flanked almost instantly. So you can never really give up a member to not watch that area. So the early picks, I think, are what matter the most on Skybridge.
Gonna keep an eye on these early picks as we go on into round number 8. Shots from not Mr. Kevin, rings out down lane 1. That does not find Victim this time around. Slaughter creeping, pulling the favorite hot play there that we like to see. The Rats on top, tucking tight in, tries to go for the quick lean peek, doesn't make it happen. Clean as the better of Slaughter this time around. Steezy's going to take out his teammate and then take out Clarity.
Boom! Oh, I thought it was coming. Mr. Kevin, though, he has another opportunity, and there it is. 2v2 now. Trevi has a
Trevi
good
also.
bit.
He's going to match up that team kill with the grenade kill onto a teammate of his own. 2v2 there left in the same spot. Trevi left, right, and center. Cannot stand still to find the shots up to Pug and can't dance around the bullets that sent his way either.
More than enough ammunition to deal with this. However, Mr. Kevin is going to be kind of the decider here with a single one-shot stop. Pressure being put on Raji. And wow, that is a position that you don't normally fight from. Jumping
Absolutely
up on top,
is.
and yeah, it's tough, right? Because you have a prediction of left or right of the box, but it's probably a 2% of the time you have to look up.
Definitely should have been a couple of audio cues of the fast movement to get off of the train onto the box there for it to be readable. I mean, it is also very hard to play in the depths of the noise and the chaos. The guns are extremely loud on Skybridge, especially down the lanes and the trains. The audio rings off from either side of the metal. It can be rather annoying at times. Also, makes life really hard when you're trying to pick out crucial audio cues, like, you know, jumping from a train to a box. In the middle of nowhere. But almost Trevi-like positioning, you could say.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes on. Because I don't think this map really. Oh, yep. Mr. Kevin's still working with it. He's not out of the fight. And, you know, it's been countless times where VIP control is instantly being fought over, as it should be. And now from downtown is going to Slaughter's going to catch Clarity out in the prone position. Shotgun is going to be tough at that long range distance, so Slaughter takes full advantage of that and gets away with his life.
2v5. 1v5 as Pug then denies the casting truth from the bench. Bomb is going to be planted, and that's going to be a New Dawn victory. 7-2. I think you're absolutely right here. The map pick has stifled the ability that Redacted Society had used on Bay 5 to be able to gain themselves that advantage using the peaks and the aggressions and so on. Definitely favouring the play of New Dawn, and I mean, we're looking at a slightly different form of it. I mean, Guy Aiden was performing on their first match today, not having as strong a match in the second, but Pug is absolutely showing up, and not Mr. Kevin as well, also 100% doing a great job to carry the team to success. It is 7-2, there's a 5-round gap. New Dawn finds success here, and they'll move to match point.
Yeah, Redacted Society now giving up control of VIP, just letting them have it, thinking possibly that the man is more important to have alive and defend than it is to fight over that position. So, gonna opt in to just play more defensively here, and that could possibly what could be changing in the rounds going forward. But there is a minimum of 2 rounds that could possibly end this game here. Redacted Society was the team that you did predict win out here, if I'm not mistaken, so they're really showing that maybe Skybridge isn't their place to be.
There goes off as Buzz picks up Slaughter. Steezy's going to get a kill on Clarity. Shot swing out on the back of Steezy as he tries to get away from him. He does manage to swing out again, back into Raze and pick up the kill without actually losing his life either. Shot from not Mr. Kevin is looking like it's close to home, but not enough to find a kill. Also bleeding out of about every part of his limbs that are left alive on his body. Buzz does go down after the second set of sprays from Gaiden. The third challenge is gross, as it gets deleted by some much cleaner shots than the first initial kill. You don't have full site control again. Gaiden now showing up. Maybe heard the complimentary mentions and then the criticism from the second game. Trevi trying to make magic work.
All right, so right here, Trevi has
Oh my
actually going
God.
insane. And you know what, Guy Aiden, this is the last magazine, actually, so he needs to make these bullets count. 20's enough to do it, but Trevi's getting... Oh, he was heated, right? He had two. The blood was flowing. He was seeing red. He did not want to stop, and I think that is... Sometimes you can't let that get to you. You can't let it grab you and say, just kill, 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 right? You get to recollect your thoughts, right? Make the smartest play in that decision. Just, you can't keep going seeing red like that. You want to impress the fans, right? I get it. I get it.
But
You force forward, and sometimes kills seem more important to you than winning the round, and maybe that's what we saw there.
You're right, though. You are right. That is how that works. New Dawn move themselves to 6 match points now, after a very, very exceptional performance on Skybridge. Shots out from Guy Aiden. They're going to pick up clean. Second down in the round. Clarity also silenced. Raze and Buzz on the E-box are just kind of pinned back there, and the grenade goes off from Steezy to claim one of the 2 lives. The Balti from Kevin not finding a home, but might as well have been a sound cue to caress that grenade to where it needed to go.
Shots ring out, and it's all up to Trevi yet again. It seems like he's in this position more times than it probably should be. It's unfortunate that he constantly has to go up against multiple members at once. 1 though, but 3 to go. And Pug will finish it off for New Dawn, who has defeated... Oh, man, I can't even say it, because this is not what we expected at all. Redacted Society, with only 2 rounds to be won in this game so far, or at the end of it. So you look back to how they treated Aquila, and it's like they smashed it, right? Even though Aquila had 5 rounds, they did extremely well. You can tell that their play style is a top level, but all of a sudden you go up against a team like New Dawn, who did come first in that last chance qualifiers. It's like Aquila and New Dawn must just be 2 completely different teams, because they were ready for Aquila. However, New Dawn just took them for a ride on the New Dawn New Day train, and I don't know what to say, but New Dawn's been around for long enough that they probably have been researching play styles and whatnot of these teams. They picked a map that they're the most comfortable on, because we can only assume that New Dawn picked up Skybridge, right? And they just took that and ran with it.
It's a rough game from Redacted Society after such an exceptional game in their first half round. But remember, like we said, folks, this is a proving ground where it's a double elimination event, which means that everybody gets a second chance. So everybody that is not successful today will get their chance to fight a second time across the other 3 days worth of action. We have 1 final match left to show you now. And although Redacted Society may have taken an L in match number 8, it's going to be down to our final 2 teams to battle for the last victorious spot on day 1. And let's just say this, Kirk. If you thought the last 2 matches were going to be tough, close fights, then this one is set to match that tone, if not better it. Phoenix taking on Vibe Check after both overcoming their first challenge, which was a Div 2 adversary from either team, the Epic Fails Esports Squad, their second team that they made, and the Vanguard Academy roster, the second team that they made, both the respective first challenges for each of those 2 teams. Now, Vibe Check overcame theirs, as did Phoenix, in very convincing fashion. Therefore, those 2 are going to fight off here. If I had to put my hands on the cards as to who I thought was going to be favored in this one, I think Phoenix looked the better on the first time outing over the 2 sides. Doesn't necessarily that's going to come to the table on the day, as Redacted Society out of the last two put on a stronger performance in their first match and got very heavily defeated here. So, thoughts on the table? Any ideas, Kirk?
Well, if I want to go off history, right? It's Vibe Check that destroyed Phoenix in the ACL. Or sorry, the ACL, the last chance qualifier, the LCQ. But of course, many roster changes have been made since then. Because I do remember seeing Phoenix. However, every single one of those players, I think there's been some changes, right? I definitely recognize some of them, but some of them do look foreign to me. So they've been changed on both teams. So as a whole, I have to say that I don't think I can give an accurate prediction on this one. But going off of history, Vibe Check were the ones to defeat Phoenix in the LCQ. I don't know. They came second and they did super, super good. And Vibe Check has already put on a massive display of performance earlier on in the day. And if they want to continue pushing that forward, then I think that this is the perfect time to do it.
Fair. That's a good point. I'm not sure we're going to see the MP7 Iron Sight from Index. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think that one's being pulled out this time around.
We saw it MP7 HK earlier, and I mean, we know how that went.
That's the one I'm referring to. That's what I'm
Oh yeah,
referring to.
okay.
I don't think we're going to see that again. I think that's the one thing that they maybe did drop the ball on that probably wasn't the wisest idea. That being said, the opponents are drastically different for both of these two teams in this match than what they had in the first round. Both teams have played before. Both teams have been tested in the heat of battle. In that LCQ, like you said, they've seen Vibe Check show that they have what it takes. As the same for Phoenix too. They also performed there, not to the same level, but like you said, it's a test of the tides. I mean, these two teams have had
They
time
were
to go
good.
away and improve, right?
Yeah,
They
they
were
weren't
good.
bad.
No, they were not bad. No, that's not at all what I'm saying. That the comparative performances. I mean, this was the game that went all the way. The Phoenix Vibe Check game for the LCQ was a very long game and a very closely fought game too. So that's why I'm looking forward to this one. I think this one is very, very closely fought after. I'm curious. I tell you what, the best thing I think we could do right now, Kirk, and I'm wondering if we can get it up relatively soon, whether I'm a bit early on the guns, but the team cards, I'd love to see the matchup of these two teams as soon as it's available. Because when that team card does come up on screen, I'm going to actually have a look at how these two teams for the players break down and their individual strengths and weaknesses now. Because
Yeah.
we've gotten to feature both of these teams enough that we're kind of familiar with who's on each of these rosters now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can probably do a good bit of breakdown, actually seeing each of these two teams fresh on the screen as to who we really can think could take this up. So, oh, look at that. Kirk, how's that for timing? I mean, it's almost like we've been blessed with it.
It's almost like someone's listening.
Almost. So run me through these lineups, Kirk. Which two amazing teams have we got to take to the scenes to close us out for day one?
Yep. So Vibe Check, a team that we saw in the very first game of what I casted today during the 3 games ago. So this, of course, was Nismo, Index, Roach, Boa, Dom, Amesy, and AG. However, the one I was not casting, the Phoenix team themselves rising from the ashes to defeat their adversaries, Sausage, the Beast, Zombieland, Maddie, and Eggs. So we know Boa's dangerous. He's had kills on the board like it was nothing, right? He was just racking
Yep.
bodies left, right, and center. And it was actually Austin Powers to challenge him on that. However, on the side of on Phoenix, right? Zombieland has been a player that has been up to a similar level, right? And I think that both of these teams are probably going to bowl, right? It doesn't matter who picks what. When I saw them before, there was a lot of bowl favor. So if we go somewhere else, I think that would really sort of make one team shine over the other. Whereas if we got bowl, it would probably bring both of them to their highest potential.
Looking forward to seeing which one of these two teams takes it home. Honestly, I
Wait, are we going to bowl? Because it should say right there. Because
I think
yeah,
I think that's what it is. So we're having a look right
yeah.
now.
We're just on a delay, ladies and gentlemen. So we can't see at this current moment. But that would be interesting to know. Bowl, yeah, okay, so it is on Bowl, confirmed.
Okay,
Everyone
okay,
could see
okay.
it before we do, and I mean that's just kind of what I expected at this point. But probably 90 of those games during the LCQ were on Bowl.
Mm,
There was a
yes.
lot.
Yes, there was. There have. God, you always have to hit me with the stats at this time of the night. I've only been here for X long. He's
Yeah.
Kirk calling me out
My
quarter
bad,
to one
yo.
in the morning at quarter 1 a.m. and he's like, by the way, Cracked, like 3 months ago, that one time on one of that one broadcast. Cheers, Kirk.
Hey, okay, so I am looking back at it, and it was
Go on, hit me with the stats.
three.
Hit me with the
It
facts.
was earlier against VG Academy. It was actually Sausage who had the highest count
Okay.
of kills. However, very close behind was Zombieland and Maddie, but it was super stretched out, right? It was
Yes.
shared. It wasn't
Yep.
a one man army, a one person effort. So when we look at oh my goodness, I am going blank at this current moment. When we look
Vibe
at
check.
yeah, vibe check, right? So it was kind of just that one player, Boa, that had the most amount of kills. They had that double-digit kill scoreline. So maybe vibe check, and they were on Bowl, right? So maybe that they were kind of leaning on a teammate at that current moment, whereas Phoenix look a little bit more kind of brought together and teamwork oriented.
I'm actually. Do you know what's interesting? Okay. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Okay.
Kills don't mean
This
everything. I get it. Like you're
This yes, no, yeah, kind of, yeah, no. Ah! Okay.
yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no.
The vibe check squad is good. Boa is good. But each of the individual vibe check members all have the ability to perform. And I think that's what we've seen is that all of them are individually good. Their team play needs to be brought to the next level. They've got to be able to act and react confidently and competently as a squad. It's the only thing they've been lacking in is closing out back ends of rounds against a team like Phoenix, where Zombieland or the Beast or Sausage are holding a set of angles across from each other that doesn't allow site access, right? It's just so pressured that there
Mhm.
isn't space for you to force your way in. And I think that just goes to show that Phoenix have done a lot of work on their site post plant positions.
Yeah. So only a few minutes to get into this game. There is a couple checks that need to be in place before we can launch into the game. But um, yeah, it's tough to tell. I think that both of these teams, if I had to pick a game probably so far that would be sort of like the closest matchup, this would be probably a top two. Um, they've had quite a not a super long history as organizations, if I'm not mistaken, right? You don't see them in HPL. They're still kind of working their way to that point, and with the amount of the amount of proper gameplay that they've showed us so far within these sort of minor league tournaments, right? They are, with no mistaken, at any moment now ready to stand up and prove themselves to be put into those A tier, S tier type of leagues.
These teams are people that are set to prove a point. Okay,
And that's what this tournament's for.
Exactly, it's a proving ground for a reason. They're out here to show that just because you made a team from scratch doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to start at the bottom leagues of the tournaments and have to work your way up. If your players are skilled enough, if you are able to turn up and perform against some of these tougher teams in tournaments, the likes of the Proving Grounds, which gives some of these lower tier or lower known teams, less known teams, a chance to fight against some of the titans of the region. So I'm looking forward to seeing more tournaments like this in the future. Vanguard Gaming doing, an exceptional job in taking the lead for this style of a tournament, trying to invite both those Div 1 and the Div 2 teams, and just all around providing a good environment for the community to immerse themselves with in between the likes of the HPL events and stuff that are going on.
Yeah, and many groups have been putting in their own effort to try to be able to support the sort of tier 2 lower seed teams. There was talks about, actually, I don't know, am I on NDA for that? I don't know if I should say it, but there is another one that I was spoken to about casting. Crack, you are aware of it, but I'm not going to say the name of it. But it potentially could come in the future of a support for NA minor league teams coming out of a community of gamers such like the Vanguard Gaming Crew. And there's also other ones that constantly go on. There's even ones that Crack will just spit out a tournament and be like, yeah, I'm casting this. I'm like, I don't know what that is, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on in the background that you probably don't know about, and it's all for support of these teams that, you know, aren't in the A or S level tournaments. So there is plenty of chances for everybody to get in here, right? Everyone's looking for teams to be able to participate. So if you think that you have what it takes, right, there's no reason to not take advantage of that right now when the space is open and ready to be taken. So you and your buddies, you know, get in here, get in a group, apply for anything. We'd love to see what you have to show for us. Every time a new team comes in, right, it's always awesome to analyze exactly how they play and how they kind of match up against the higher level teams that sometimes they can give them a good run for their money.
Awesome. We're hearing the checks are done. We're hearing that the teams are getting locked in. They've put the seatbelts on and they're ready for the first roller coaster ride. The last roller coaster ride for us on day one, but the first roller coaster ride where I think both of these two teams are going to be heavily tested for the day. The VibeCheck and Phoenix will have agreed that although their adversaries were not absolute walkovers in the first round, they will not pose as strong a challenge as each other in this matchup here to close out the first day on the Proving Grounds tournament. I'm going to be honest with you, Kirk, it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to sit here and cast for this long today. I've had the likes of the delight of casting alongside Discount Austin Powers and then of course yourself too, which, you know, we always have a good time when we get in the booth together and cast over some competitive arena gameplay.
Yeah, Cracked is always the one that you want to pick the brain of, right? If you are ever in the booth with him, right, he's always saying stuff that you're like, how do you even know that, right? He just retains information like a computer, and he never lets go of it. So it's always nice to be able to be here and personally receive lots of information about things that you didn't even know about. And like I said, likewise, it is a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy to be invited to cast for the Vanguard gaming community. And even the first tournament I did for them almost 2 years ago, they were amazing to work with. It was so simple, it was so easy, there was no problems. Everything's great. So the Vanguard gaming community needs a shout out. Likewise to all the viewers in chat who this couldn't be possible without.
Yeah, I've got to give a shout out to Blake Dahlia as well. I mean, I know obviously playing today for the Vanguard squad, but when time is needed, still jumping in to give a hand just to help make sure everything's going smoothly, just asking if help is needed, you know, not necessarily trying to do anything other than just take a little bit of the weight off of Luke Goblin's shoulders, as the man is, I can't really call him a Luke Goblin at this point in time, Kirk. I have to call him like a Luke Juggernaut, a Luke Tank, a Luke Man Mountain with a death and destruction. I don't know. He's shouldered a lot of responsibility and has done a great job of it. And we have to shout out our Luke Goblin, who's been on the production all day. He's done an exceptional job, and it has been very, very easy to work with. So, just very, very grateful to be a part of it.
Any fun facts for anybody at home? If you'd like to know, these tournaments are set to all players have 30 minimum. The skills are set to 30 around the board. So, you know, you're going to get level 30 in some of those stats that you would never in a million years see on the base game. You know, surgery. Maybe it's time that we bring out the Serve 12 meta in Arena.
You're cooked.
Could you imagine how fast that would be, though?
I mean, we've done it. There is a great moment, actually. It was one of the first few times that I bumped into Blake in-game when we actually got to go and sit in the corner of a map and VoIP to each other. But I'm sure it's clipped somewhere on Blake's channel where we're on opposite teams. And I get called over to go and sit with Blake behind the white van. Meanwhile, 4v4, they play out the round. And we're just sat there shooting a limb off each and then getting surgery leveling skills up from the game. So it's a very, very funny little incident where me and Blake are passing the surgery kit between us whilst we surgery our limbs in the middle of an arena round. Which, I apologize to the other 8 teammates. No, it was Blast Gang. No,
really?
It was Blast Gang. Yep, and the four other people on my team that were victim to that. Sorry, that's all I can say.
You gotta get those levels somehow, right? There's a reason why.
It was hilarious.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Everybody did eventually in one of the rounds come and join us and sit and just have a chat, which was quite funny. It's good to see from the community, honestly.
There's no reason why that surgery skill should take so long to level up, man. Like, come on, dog. Like, come on, man. Show them some love. You know, it's easy to get up weapon skills and stuff. So give us a little bit of
I
something.
mean, all I'm hearing is skill issue, Kirk. I mean, you don't need to surgery limbs if they
Yeah,
don't get
man.
them shot off, you know? If you put one in the head, Kirk, just saying, you know? Just saying, brother.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you get a couple legs blown off from underneath a car. I love getting that.
Sometimes somebody underarms an M67 under a vehicle at you, and you just don't have a choice but to fall over, sadly, and scream about it. Speaking of screaming about it, one of the new funky features inside of the game, actually, fun facts. Seems how you picked on the skill levels, I'll go with one. The one that's really been something to shout about recently is the players that are running all these various stims, and the side effect of one of them, where they go berserker and they start screaming some of the greatest voice lines in the world in the game out.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan,
That's right.
honestly. Big fan. You take too much damage on some of those stims and you're not ready for it, and you guys, ah! They'll start
Yeah.
screaming anything and everything under his voice.
So I'm pretty sure that's a perk of max strength, so that these players, their skill levels are set to 30, right? So when you hit
Yep.
a Trimadol, it will put you up to 50. However, I know that max level is 50. It's technically 51 because you have to get the XP up, but I think the XP
Correct.
is maxed on it anyway. So when you hit the stim that puts you up to 50, then that's when you'll start to go berserk. And I believe I don't know exactly how it works, but it's either take a certain amount of bullets without dying, or
Yeah.
just be below a certain threshold of health, and then that's when that berserk mode activates, and then your guy will just scream out obscenities. And I was confused for like 4 weeks, man. Like I was playing arena, I was like, why is my guy screaming? I don't have any keybinds on for like I voice lines. I don't have it. What the hell's going on here? So I actually just learned that today, so it's really, really interesting. And in that berserk mode, it's pretty unique, and I'd actually probably gonna look that up right now to see exactly what that gives you in terms of benefits.
Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to take a moment to shout out some of the helpers in the background as well, because the Vanguard Proving Grounds tournament would not be possible without the extras that are doing the hard work behind the scenes. So Placebo Pizza and Biohazard, you two fine people, take yourselves a bow. Thank you very much for stepping up to the stage. The two of the mods in the background, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some W's and some appreciation in the chat for Placebo Pizza and Biohazard that have been cooking hard to help the production go smoothly for the teams that are getting involved today. Very, very great and fine job from those two humans involved. At this moment in time, folks, we are being told that loading on into the game will take us a short moment. So what we are going to do is we are going to take a small intermission so that you can get yourselves some snacks and drinks ready to watch the final game with. So on my cue, ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves on your marks, ready to go and get snacks and drinks to come back and join us, all right? Get set and go, because we'll be back with you very soon with the final game of the day. whilst when they get to selecting kits, go to card. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in. Here are your two teams as a little reminder for our final game of the day. Vibe Check, taking themselves to the field to try and look for a victory versus Phoenix, both of whom today have already been successful once. But can they find that second level of success? It is going to be Bol. Funnily enough, we've only seen, I think it was one fort match today. 2 fort matches today?
No,
I think it's only the
two.
one. We've seen 2 fort matches today. Okay. But Bol definitely one that's been quite popular, eh, Kirk?
Yeah, unlike Skybridge, which seems to be hated by everybody, and it's different. it's different, right? Like it's different from the rest of them, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah, Bol's definitely being a lot more favored. I even noticed in the EU scene teams that preferred Bay 5 sometimes have been more in favor of Bol recently, and it's kind of all coming back, right? Because Bol is kind of one of those original maps that had the most favor at the beginning and then somewhat lost it towards near Bay 5 for a little bit there, and now it's all coming back to Bol. However, that addition of Fort being added has had a little bit of favor there, but Skybridge always kind of being one of those hated ones, and you know, Iceberg coming up soon. If anyone saw that, it was a pretty nice tease. Looks a really interesting map. Reminds me of House from Rainbow Six Siege, actually.
I've got to give a shout out to the production work on the map screens and the cards as well. That's another really nice bit of production that I've actually really enjoyed from the Vanguard Proving Grounds. Is these cards, the player cards, the team cards, and the little picture of the match in between. Yeah, that shows a different look on the map that we're going to. That's something that's really appeased me. I like the picture for Skybridge, actually. It's sad that it's the only one that we've seen the once as the rest of them. They've all got cool little pictures, but the Skybridge one, for me, is definitely the best of it. Really, really for sure.
Excellent work. In the background, we have some very talented graphic artists that help us out with these. And as we move on, we're going to switch into the game, and here we go, the last game of the day. It is Vibe Check versus Phoenix in a grudge match on Bol, where both of them are very, very comfortable here. This is where the kings can be crowned out of these two teams.
Shots out from the MCXs we can hear ringing across the battlefield, but again, more just information gathering rather than anything else, or putting pressure down for util to be used. Boa's going to pull a grenade. We'll try and send that one out. Smoke's being covered off towards the A side. This towards Gen actually doesn't find a home, but Baggy Banana is going to get taken out on the second as Index drops a bomb. Dominic for the shotgun as well, for one as well. Beast goes down. Zombie lands down. The workaround and the Index together. Oof. Vibe Check looked really strong in the first round.
Yeah, it was like, it was almost if they were kind of scared of each other at the beginning. Nobody was doing anything, and I think they realized, you know, both of their capabilities on Bol here. But as the Vibe Check push forward, they're shown to just slaughter Phoenix with only one member remaining, and they didn't lose a single guy.
Boa's ready for something as well. The second he steps into this is going to be deleted. That's Boa showing us exactly what they did in the first game today. Very clean, clear, and concise gun skill. Good kill to close out the round. 2 for Index, 1 for Boa, Dominic, and the workaround as the Vibe Check squad are firing on all cylinders so far.
Nothing too surprising here in terms of weapon picks. It all looks pretty standard. Did kind of expect Saiga 12s to go more in the semi-auto favor, just to save points and put more into ammo or armor, whatever you need. But a lot of this full auto stuff has been quite popular in terms of both regions.
Really does just depend on how much these teams have been paying attention to what was going on in the Arena Cup series. I mean, if you want a telegraph of what kits were great and what kits didn't work so well in the meta at this current moment in time, then if you've had anything about you, you sat and watched some of the Arena Cup series that just went down. Because there were some very, very crucial, outstanding success stories, shall we say, when it comes to weapon picks. from the ACS. Nothing necessarily falling short, but just things were definitely stronger than before.
Yep, definitely way better than, you know, seeing 4 M4s on every single team, every single game. So, Spear's a little bit more favored here, and, you know, going back to Fort, you know, we didn't really see many Spears at all, but here's where the meta sort of lines up a little bit more here on Bull, and shots being rung out, but look at this, 50 seconds left. Shots have been firing. So many people have lost bullets, but only the first member to fall here at 47 seconds left. That is Dominic. And then Beast goes for another one on Naboa. Worker Ants get a little bit angry, though, that his teammates are falling, and he decides to get in there and grab one for himself. Index, though, is also ready to go at a moment's notice. And look at this. 2 members. What strategy is this?
It's called the Sleeping Lions, Kirk, and the one thing to do with Sleeping Lions is put them to sleep eternally and forever, and Index is going to do it to both. Double down, double damage, and reclaim the bomb, turning it from 3-2 to a 2v1, and then Index feeling it, feeling Goosey Lucy is going to slam the third as well. 3 quick kills as the Sleeping Lions get turned into flattened pancakes.
It's almost like Vibe Checker going on a safari.
Nice.
They have their tranquilizer darts for the Lions if they attack. And they're just putting them to sleep one by one.
Seasoned Jungle Wanderers.
The lion
2-0.
sleeps tonight.
Yeah, you got the he hits it. He hits it with a good one. Okay, well. Okay. Dominic doesn't pass the vibe check. Sadly, early grenade is going to take him out of this round. This is a quick B push though. Sausage is in a great place to defend. Oh, Sausage is not anywhere. It's the worker and works hard.
3v2, Index, last one on the board with Boa coming up shortly after. Now it's all up to Zombieland, who doesn't have a single kill on the board right now, but he's looking to change that. Worker Ant is in a hurting position. He's going to be... If Zombieland was to push right now, he could force a 1v2, which is, of course, better than a 1v3, but, you know, what can you really do here? Index has the right shoulder, and Zombieland's forced on the left, so you can only work with what you got, and with very, very crucial moments left in time, you kind of just got to swing and pre-fire and pray.
Can we just take a look at the scoreboard for a second for me, Kick?
As in, like, the top, or, like, the KDAs?
I mean, you could point at, I don't know, 5 things on the scoreboard right now, which is absolutely astounding. Sausage, Matty, Zombieland, and Aimsy all on donuts. The least shocking 4 of the 5 things. What's my 5th?
The 3-0 from VC, which is expected to go 1 for 1 every round, pretty much?
No, sir. Try the 8-0 on Index, by the way.
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this guy's a monster, and you know what? It was Boa that had it last time, but it seems like he's kind of handed that responsibility over to his teammate.
Yep.
But situations occur, right? Like, just being in the right place at the right time and just getting lots of kills. I mean, that doesn't mean necessarily that you are the primary fragger of the team. And, you know, this is a type of game where things can happen that at a different pace at different times. You can get unlucky, you can get lucky, and sometimes it's all up to luck. And sometimes, you know.
It's the deathless. Oh my Boa! What a that! Obliteration as the baggy banana gets blitzed by Boa.
Here's where he's starting to show up a little more. He's more confident to peek this too, because, you know, the damage he has taken is not to his vital organs. Index, yet again with a grenade, gonna take out a member down the lane of the sniper tower. That's a huge one to pick up with no more pressure coming from this lane anymore. So Worker Ant and his teammate here are able to work this site with the buddy system if they choose to do so.
I'm actually... I mean, we were going to talk about something... Finally, a member on the floor from Phoenix does get a kill, but Dominic is going to immediately trade 1 for 1, as being prone on the ground does remove a lot of mobility to be able to get out of a bad position. Dominic then takes a second into Sausage as the shotgun slams the second downs. Matty for the response into Index, who is finally going to put a stick on the board in the kill column for that member of Vibe Check, which is the crucial part about that kill feed, not necessarily the frags, but the fact that it's unkilled up till that point that makes it such an awesome feat. Matty is dicing and dancing with death off a headshot. He's going to find a great movement into Dominic with good timing. The second from Aimsy as the challenge comes out does not take him out either. 28 on the clock and 1v2. Matty's still got work to do.
And the Boa Constrictor himself ends the round out with another VC win. What is going on here, Phoenix? We need a little bit of a pickup. We need a... it's getting late. It's getting late into the night, right? Maybe they need a re-up. Get a coffee, right? Go get something real quick. Go tell your mom to bring you a coffee or something.
I mean, go make the coffee yourself at this point. Get some blood flowing through the muscles. Get out the gamer chair, take a deep breath.
Couple jumping jacks.
Yeah, re-up that mental. Get yourself locked back in. Sit back down in the chair and then go to the game. Find the flow state, lock in the mental, and hit the shots. Right now, Phoenix have, it seems, been intimidated into a lot of prone angles, and that's not going to cut it. Vibe check, index, wow. He's writing an index for every one of the Phoenix's members' names to be slotted against, and he is collecting those names like they're going out of fashion.
These positions are starting to get predictable. They haven't really changed their positions at all, and you can expect them to be proning as well. So as they swing this corner, right, you can obviously tell that Matty is going to have such a hard time because they're just going to expect that position. Look at this. They didn't even lose a single member again. They can push the same way they've always done and just pre-fire these spots because they know where they're going to be at, right? At some point, you got to change it up.
4-piece from Index, one short of the ace, gets his final kill stolen by the workaround. That's about all to be spoken for in that round. I've got to be honest with you. This is an absolutely crazy showing from VibeCheck, and I mean, you've hit the nail on the head, Kirk. It's not about the prone being the poor play, it's the predictability. If you're there time and time again, people are just going to swing that angle, pre-firing it, and, well, when you're prone, you haven't got much you're able to do about it because your mobility is highly reduced.
Yeah,
Shout out to the battle pass, by the way.
Given up. Yeah, that looks
real
sick.
quickly. The skin on this one, by the way, is stunning, right? Big fan.
Yeah, I noticed earlier there's an AK-12 with like a digital camo on it. It was clean, man. Like that, it worked really well. I'm the type of guy that has to. I have to get all my battle pass levels before I even buy anything. I gotta buy it all at once.
I actually think the UH1 scope that's being run here by Zombieland is actually not the greatest for the weapon because it shoots slightly high sometimes on where it is positioning wise, but there's so much of the weapon reticle that can be painted that it's just so good for the drip. Like, I'll lose the ergo for the drip. I'll lose the accuracy. I'll just aim a bit lower, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm totally down for it because it is so worth it. Workaround picks up
look at this, Dominic!
Beast goes down.
This is a crucial position now, right? Because Zombieland is now cut off from sight and he can't support his team. Actually, Boa's going to start it off, and wow, Zombieland actually gets the kill on the Dominic. He traded out his teammate, and now Matty is there ready to back him up, but you know, at this point, what can you really do? He doesn't even know that's his teammate. We need a little bit of communication here, guys. You're falling apart round by round. VibeCheck are going to take advantage of this, and they're going to keep going forward. Matty going in without his teammate. The comms, you know, Discord's obviously having some issues.
Shots ring out as the final goes down, and that it's not the kill, actually, I was thinking it was going to be. Amesy looked like he was about to get himself taken out. Instead, it is going to be the final kill of the round as VibeCheck close out Zombieland, and they're 6th on the attacking half.
It's so unfortunate, right? Because we know what Phoenix is capable of, but I think that just the strategies just don't work into the way that VibeCheck plays, right? You can't just be giving up rounds because you're proning all the time. And you can't move, you get no mobility, you just take the same positions, right? This isn't the Phoenix we know. We know that they can play at a level that challenges VibeCheck, and I don't know what's happening. They're falling apart.
The vibes are immaculate. There's a comment coming out on Ismo as he is currently sitting on the sideline and watching this one after the first match earlier on. Well, VibeCheck are doing a great job, honestly. They're doing a very good job so far.
Wow. And here we go. Phoenix starting to pick it back up. It's still going to be a lot tougher than you think it is, right? Because there's still crucial members alive, being Index, who is up with that 14 kills right now. He's not ashamed to just take heads for himself and make his team back off. Like Ames, you can see, who hasn't gotten a single kill yet, even though they have 6 rounds up. He falls, and Index is the last one remaining. There it is, 15 on the board. He has the ammunition to be able to deal with this. This is the perfect weapon for the situation. If he has a reload, that'd be even better. But yeah, so he actually swaps out the weapon there, right, with the MCX. He's going to be looking for some extra magazines, I would imagine, as well. And there it is. He tops it up because he knows that those extra ones might just count in the end.
I'm shocked at the
They're not playing
scoreline.
as a team.
I really thought that this was going to be the really close match we expected to close it out with. Instead, it's Index putting Sausage back in the grave again. In a 1 versus 2, Index is finding an isolated fight, and Zombieland is not able to support. Awesome Gunskin aside, positioning is crucial, and Zombieland wants a second weapon too.
Swap it
Nice,
out.
we've
Yeah,
got
we got
one
full mag
magazine
here,
left on the
so
FN. Yeah, that's it.
20 rounds of the MCX, though, is plenty. Enough time to work with. Unfortunately, at this point, you will just get ran around. You have to force this right here.
14
Yeah,
seconds left on the
Index is
clock.
just showing his superior skill in this situation. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! No way! No, he doesn't have it. Unfortunately, it's like it's 0.2 seconds. 0.6 rather. But wow, that was close. Holy! We're allowed to cuss here, but I don't want to do it.
he's on the edge of like wanting to grind the frustration out. I can hear the almost fury. This is not the Phoenix that we saw in the first match. The Phoenix is I mean, we know it goes through a stage of being burnt to ashes and then rising again, but we really are seeing the ashes at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of what a Phoenix does. Like they started off crazy, and now all of a sudden they're burning down. Who knows, right? Maybe they're more. Maybe they prefer offense. We'll see if that changes it up. But with only one round to be able to give up at that time, right? You have to win every single round going forward, and then force an overtime if it continues to go in the way of VC. One for ones. Not exactly what Phoenix is looking for right here, and yet again he gets caught out proning. I don't. I want to give them. Like, I want to give them advice, but I think they should know it themselves after this. They really don't need to be told.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, and I mean, it's not our job in the casting booth to criticize or to call out the gameplay unless it really is missing that, you know, vital magic that it needs to be closed out with. But this is an 8-0 half, and Vibe Checker not just toying with their food, they are absolutely proving that there is a gap between the two teams here. It's a crushing half. It's a flawless half, and it's Index with a ridiculous kill to death ratio after the first half of a map.
Tides could turn, but I think the ship has sailed, unfortunately. However, if they do come back, I will probably, you know, put something on the line for me, Cracked. I'll do something crazy if they come back and win this. Like, I'll shave my head.
You'll go bald for a week, yeah? Done.
Yeah.
Okay, deal. Phoenix, pull it back to 8-8 in overtime. Kirk's going bald for a week, chat.
No. If they pull it back and win it, not if they push it to overtime. Well, I'm
No,
not doing
overtime
that.
only, you're going bald. If they
No,
win it after
no.
overtime,
I didn't agree to that.
we're shaving your eyebrows as well. Okay, there's no
No!
way. Kirk, there's no way.
Those
This
don't
is the
grow back,
safest
man.
bet of this is the safest bet of your lifetime. You're never losing this.
There's a chance they don't come back. I'm not giving up my eyebrows.
Sorry, let me just reiterate. 8 match points. Hello, hold up a minute. Wait a second.
No. Hold on.
Wait
here.
a second. Wait a second.
Come on, Dominic.
Zombieland's heard you. Uh-oh. Dominic and Amesy get 1 or 2 apiece.
Oh, thank
Amesy's
goodness.
good on the gen, though, as Sausage is the last left alive, and 8 match points for a second. It seemed like Kirk's haircut might just have been on the horizon, but
My heart.
for
my
now,
heart.
the balding is saved. And it's... Oh, no.
Oh, he has
Oh,
the MP7.
no.
Oh, get
Oh,
out of here.
no. They're going to do it to them. Imagine that being how you're
No,
undone.
please, just lock in, boys. Lock in.
Being more frustrated about prone Lions than getting outplayed by your own prone strategy to close out a 9-0. Thankfully, Sausage is more than aware of what demons could haunt him in the shadows. It has, however, cost him 2/3 of his health bar. Can he do it, Kirk? The bomb's on the ground.
Yeah, so the bomb is in a point where he can get peeked from 2 different places that he can't check at the same time, right? So Sausage just better get lucky here, but Amesy is going to finish it off and save my hair for another day.
The hair is saved. The scoreline is done. And 9-0 Vibe Check close it out. 18-2 on Index, 10-4 on Boa. The great performances from both of the top fraggers out of that Vibe Check squad. The MVP undoubtedly Index, 18 kills, 10 headshots, and Vibe Check. Well, Phoenix do not pass the Vibe Check, not even close in the final match for the Proving Grounds on day one. Kirk, it's been an insane days with the matches, and it's been a very long one too. I'm wondering if maybe that's a factor that's played a part into the Phoenix squad's performance there, where it's quite late. It is a long day, so we'll have to see in the future. But like we said, every single team that's not been successful today will get a second chance. This is a double elimination tournament, so you have to lose twice to say goodnight. All right, and that is a wrap for our first day. We've seen great performances out of multiple teams. I think personally for me, MVP team for day one goes to Unknown. Their performance in their third match versus Pandemic was absolutely a sight to see. Great respectful words from Watchful, actually, to the Pandas. So an honourable mention to the Unknown squad, touting that the Pandas are always an extremely tough team to face. It's always ever a game of the smallest of margins, and therefore they regard them as the highest of competition inside of these tournaments. So a shout out to Pandemic X coming from the Unknown squad for an exceptionally tough game in their last one on the day. And the same goes to everybody who took part today from us in the casting booth, Kirk. I think a well done and a GG's well played to everybody that's taken part in the Proving Grounds on the first day. We've got many more matches for everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, everybody make sure you set your alarms, because I know that some of you gamers out there like to stay up and sleep into some ungodly hours. So, if you want to be here tomorrow to witness what the rest of this bracket has in store, if you're a big Unknown fan, if you're a new Dawn fan, you don't want to miss it. 1 p.m. EST is when you want to be here. And of course, next weekend, starting on Saturday, we will have the second chance for all the teams that did get put out, unfortunately, in the tournament so far. So there's still opportunities. It's not over quite yet. And of course, um, like you said, you have to give thanks. And we want to give thanks to everyone in chat, because I said before, it's not possible without everybody here. And the support today has actually been quite overwhelming, right? We've had a consistent over 100 viewers, and that is just so much. We couldn't even ask for something like that, right? So we're super thankful for that. And it's shown to be really nice, because we haven't had a tournament in almost 2 years. It's been, the last time was a base game tournament, right? It's been awesome. So we thank everybody. And of course, we want to give a huge shout out to Miss Fia, the Gemini, for the huge raid earlier of over 100 viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. Always great to see the support coming in alongside of that raid. A shout out has to go out to the chat. All right. We thanked everybody from behind the production throughout the broadcast today, but it takes a second to appreciate the support that's been brought in from the guys outside of the production. All right. There's been a load of gifted subs, follows, just general support, and a great livelihood in the chat today, which has been an absolute delight to see. This is the first time that Vanguard Gaming has put on a big showing for a tournament, and to see it so strongly and well received in the chat is an exceptional showing from you guys out there. So well done, W's, and thank you for being here. For those of you in the chat, we've got another day's worth of action-packed entertainment for you tomorrow, and 2 more days of it next weekend. Okay, I am going to be back here, same time, same place, with more amazing Vanguard Proving Grounds action alongside more casters as well. And then we'll be rejoining you for next weekend. So before we do close out for the day, we'll take it from the top to thank everybody involved. All of the teams that have taken part today, the coaches and all of the supporting staff for the teams that surround them. Vanguard itself for putting on the tournament. Also, Luke Goblin, Placebo Pizza, Biohazard, and everybody else that's worked hard in the backgrounds from the mods and the Discord side of things. And as well as that, thanks to Kirk, thanks to Austin for joining me on the booth today. I've been Cracked Wisdom, you guys have been epic, and this has been the Vanguard Proving Grounds, for which we will see you all back again tomorrow.